Grand Prix Historique, Sunday, race day, 7 races, a cornucopia of... Thank you.
And Andrew, let's wind back the clock here for some magnificent races.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 12th edition of the Monaco Grand Prix Historique on the streets of the Principality at Monte Carlo. A day, Sunday, that is race day. And we have 7 races spreading over 60 years of automotive history of racing here on the streets. Our first grid of cars in the beautiful morning sunshine, temperature around about 15 degrees Celsius, very pleasant indeed. We'll go back to pre-1961 F1 and F2 Grand Prix cars. This is our first chance to see the cars in full competitive spec with grid starts, and already the small but perfectly formed grid of cars is ready to go. I'm John Hindhaugh, and I'm very excited about this today, even more so because alongside me in our socially distant commentary booth is Bruce Jones and Andrew Marriott. Andrew, first of all, good morning. Could not have a better day for this. My pulse is racing already.
Absolutely, John, and how spectacular that the Automobile Club de Monaco has managed to put this event on despite all the problems with COVID. We don't have the huge fields we normally have at this event, which is held every 2 years. This is the event that was actually postponed from last year, but we still have some magnificent racing coming up and some fantastic racing cars. And we're going back, John, to the era when cars were designed by people and not computers, and that's why they come in lots of different shapes and sizes.
If I learned anything yesterday, Bruce, and you can teach an old dog some new tricks, and being with you two, every day is a skill day for me. If I learned anything yesterday, Bruce, it was that. It was the variety. It was the fact that even within the fairly strict confines of a Formula One grid.
Oh, Rennie Arnoux there, look.
And Rennie Arnoux, yes, and Rennie Arnoux. He comes in different shapes and sizes as well. But even within the strict confines of a Formula One grid of perhaps only 3 or 4 years, there are absolute styling cues that tells you whether it's a Maserati or in later years, whether it's a Cooper or a Lotus or whatever. And that's been an education for me.
Well, it's experimentation in progress, art form in evolution, and the oldest car on the grid, look at that now, that's 1948 Talbot Lago, the T26C. But we were commenting yesterday, I described it as a car that's like a walnut wrapped in cling film. Something they're trying to get the smallest profile, and we looked at the evolution of the Talbots yesterday. They wanted them to be as low as they possibly could, because these cars, just after the Second World War, were largely sit up and beg. But you can see that evolution. There's the gorgeous little Gordini. Andrew doesn't like the livery because it's not period and it's covered in all sorts of writing and
there it is.
Quite amusing caricatures, Andrew.
It's horrible. This car was racing 3 years ago when I went and had a good look at that livery. It's a lot of fun, of course, but it definitely isn't in period. What's that red thing on the front? That is the timing sensor there that sends us in. Yeah, transponder.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that is Jean-Jacques Bally. We've got a Birkenstock in the racing this weekend. I'm not sure whether Jean-Jacques is part of that Bally shoe factory family.
He might be, hadn't he? Yeah.
I was thinking that as I was on the motorcycle yesterday. My mind drifted away, which it should never do when you're riding a motorcycle. But we'll try and dig into that a little bit. Renny Arnoux, who will be driving later on today, Bruce.
Well, we hope, don't we? Oh, Bruce just described the accident that Renny had yesterday.
Down through the Nouvelle chicane in the glorious Ferrari 312 B3 into Tabac, but unfortunately right into Tabac. Right rear wheel, hit the barriers. He walked away, and later, apparently, Andrew, you found out he thought it was a gearbox problem. Are you sure that's the answer?
I'm not sure it's the answer, but it's what it said in the press release.
Hang on, I'm flicking through the Racing Driver's Book of Excuses. Page 54, that one.
Just my best ever one. Henri Pescarolo, I'll tell you about that later because it's quite a story.
Oh, okay. Always like a good Pesca story. So we are not too far away from firing these beauties up, and just coming up to 9 o'clock in the Principality. Settle back, get your favourite snacks and your favourite beverage, because this is going to be a cracking day of motor racing. For us mere mortals, a Sunday might be with the feet up, catching up on a bit of TV that you've missed during the week. Maybe doing a bit of gardening. If the weather is pleasant, get the barbecue on, get the cars washed. Some of us, it's a day of worship. And for the three of us here, that's very much what we have today, because we are absolutely at the altar of automotive excellence on the streets of Monaco for the 12th Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones and Andrew Marriott with the action today. 7 races, over 6 decades of automotive engineering, telling a story. This is history of engineering, history of motor racing, and it moves. And Bruce, here's the grid for our Serie B opening race of the weekend.
Well, it was a cracking qualifying session yesterday morning when the track was still quite cool, but we expected the Maserati 250Fs to go as well as they look. And there they are, first and third on the grid. Guillermo Fierro Iletta takes pole position, pushed very hard by the Lotus 16 of Max Smith-Hilliard, which was really the car that was showing the future. Then Martin Halusa in the second of the 250F Maseratis. Then the glorious Ferrari 246 Dino with Alex Birkenstock. Klaus Lehr in the oldest car in the field, the Talbot Lago. And then Jean-Jacques Bally in that lurid liveried Gordini, another Maserati. I'm not sure it's on the grid, actually. Jaime Bergel Sainz Baranda. But we're looking at the car at the tail of the grid. Giulia de Balzanza, or Villalba de Balzanza, as she's called now, in the Maserati A6 GCM, a car that was designed for Formula 2. And then, lo and behold, suddenly the World Championship was made to Formula 2 regs in 1952. So that was a bit fortuitous.
The blue and liveried Simca Gordini. Andrew, you've took against that because it isn't period, of course. It's funky, is what I'm going to say. But I love the blue, but I think I'm with you with the added accoutrement, as it were.
If they painted that scheme on a Porsche Carrera Cup car, I would have loved it. It's just not right on that car. But there you are. It's a marvellous piece of French engineering. Look, complete list of all the races the car did on the bonnet as well. There's a lot of history written there. But focusing on the front, Guillermo Fierro Iletta is on the pole. Not a hugely well-known name in historic racing, but has a lot of success at the old-timer race in Germany. He's a Spanish industrialist, runs a big company. They also operate in South America. He's 56 years old, and on the internet I found a little video with him, and he said he treats his car like his mother. He would never sell it. There's another Maserati 250F in the Monegasque colours. That was actually a works car originally, but subsequently passed down to a Monegasque driver who I think competed in the Grand Prix for a couple of years, but very unusual colours to see that. And there's the Lotus 16, the mini van wall they called it.
Max. See why as well, can't you?
So
that rear end.
Yeah, so a crash helmet there of the London put my teeth back in, London Rugby Club. Graham Hill and then Damon Hill using that helmet, and it says his name is Hilliard, and it says Hill in capital letters, and you see the IARD on the side of that in lowercase. So a clever little play on that. There's the lovely. I love the rivets. I love the rivets on the cars. So they're so evocative. So
last car I saw with that was a Spiker. Last race car that I saw with that. That Audi engined Barchetta.
Sure, you were right. Another race car like that was the Bizzarini Griffo.
Yes.
That had the rivets. But Guillermo Fierro Eletta did a great job yesterday. He's driving two cars. He's also
got pole position for both of them.
Yes, absolutely. He's 56 years old, but he's certainly done a good job. He said that this car is so easy to drive. It's the first racing car he bought.
Look at the standard of preparation, Bruce. Even on those uprights at the front, the uprights are cleaner than most of my cars.
It'd be quite horrifying if you walked past it and you hadn't brushed your hair in the morning. It's just so super shiny. But actually, I don't care about the shine. I care about the looks. To me, that is one of the most beautiful cars ever, the 250F. And the way it drives. And Guillermo, in that interview that Andrew was just talking about, just said how easy it is to drive. It's progressive. And here, of all places, with the barriers alongside, you don't want a car that's going to bite you if you get out of line.
You want a car that talks to you. And I mean that. You want a car that tells you what it's going to do and almost sends you, I was going to say sends you a text or an email, but of course from these days it would have been a telegram or indeed a letter.
Or pigeon.
Or a pigeon post, absolutely. These races are 10 laps or 25 minutes for the early runners here, and this is not the start, this is the green flag formation lap. They've already been around the track to get to the grid, so they will know what's going on. It's quite chilly underfoot or under tyre as that Maserati 250F leads them up the hill. Every single inch of this track, absolutely classic, Bruce.
One thing that's rather clever is the way this meeting is run, that this group was the first group out yesterday morning at this same time. So they're used to the cooler track temperatures, because if they went out when it was hot and then had to drive in these cooler ones, you could expect some potential damage. So it's really wise, and also gives everyone the same amount of time out on the track. So it was a really good qualifying session. For a long time it was jockeying between the little Lotus 16 for Max Smith Hilliard and Guillermo Fierro Eletta. In the end it was a 1.5 second advantage for the poleman, but these two in terms of pace should be way clear of the rest of the pack.
And it is racing, Andrew, we should say that. These are very historic and expensive, valuable cars, but we will see racing. We did see a bit of damage unfortunately yesterday in qualifying, but these guys have come here to give these cars a run out and to honour the teams that designed them, put them together and ran them in Poland.
Yes, John, we said this yesterday, didn't we? These cars should not be in a museum, or not in the museum all the time. They should be out racing. That's exactly what's happening here. See the little Lotus 16 there. It's so appropriate that Hilliard Smith is wearing that Hill helmet, because it was Graham Hill who raced this car, the first Lotus Formula One car. As I said, the mini van wall it was called, because Colin Chapman of Lotus did work on the van wall car. So I think that car could be a challenger to the much bigger Maserati 250F. There were some gearbox problems with the car on Friday, had to change the gearbox, but I expect that car will be going very well. And beautiful lines of both the cars actually, but different concepts really.
Different concepts are very much different sizes. Formula One cars started becoming smaller and smaller as they went through the 50s, but most notably first with Cooper putting the engine behind the driver's shoulders, and then Lotus starting to shrink their cars. And by 61, a whole new formula. That's why this race ends at the end of 1960 in terms of period.
And the youngest car in this grid is the 2416 Dino.
Yeah,
Alex
beautiful.
Birkenstock. That's a 1960 car. You go back to 58 on the front row for the Lotus 16 and 54 for the 250F. So you are seeing the evolution, and you'll see this through all of the grids that we have today here on the streets of Monaco for the 12th Grand Prix Historique. Dappled light on the start-finish curve at Monte Carlo for the Monaco Grand Prix Historique 2020, pushed into 2021. We're ready to go racing. It's Sunday, and Guillermo Fierro Eleta pulls the Maserati onto pole position. 10 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes the quickest. The green flag waves at the back of the grid. Max Smith Hilliard on the outside of the front row, drop the clutches. It is a clutch start. Hilliard gets a terrible start. Almost stalled it. I think he probably stalled that and restarted it by the way the car stuttered a little bit.
And it still is, look. So through Devot, Saint Devot, and they stream up the hill towards the Casino Square.
Great start by Martin Halusa in the second of the 250Fs. That's the white car in second place. The dark red pole sitter gets away, and this is going to be a real charge back now, Bruce, by Max Smith Hilliard. Well,
the big question is how quickly he can get past the slower cars, because in qualifying he was appreciably faster than a lot of the cars toward the tails of this grid. But for Fierro Eleta, he got the dream start, and his chief rival is gone. How he gets back, may be able to get up to second place. He's in fifth now, and he's hunting down the Talbot Lago. You can see the pale blue car going down the hill into the hairpin. The little green and yellow Lotus has to keep making progress.
Well, this is going to give us a little bit of entertainment and excitement, and probably Max as well. It's rather let Guillermo off the hook a little bit in terms of competition. I was, with no malice, secretly hoping that the Lotus might get away first. Change in position.
Two changes in position.
Yeah.
Second place is now the Ferrari of Alex Birkenstock, and also making a move in the tunnel went Max Smith Hilliard. He went up past the Talbot Lago of Klaus Lair. Klaus got a bit sideways going through Portier. That was the invitation that was received with open arms by Max Smith Hilliard, and he's now getting on the tail of the white and red, the Monegasque racing colours, the livery of Andre Testu. And he should be able to, well, maybe not. Now, that's the thing. You're getting into the swimming pool section. Piscine, so hard to overtake.
Down the inside of the
there he
middle,
goes.
to the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Well, you can do that with these cars, Andrew, because they're a lot narrower than more modern machinery, and Monaco looks an awful lot wider than you'll see it in a few weeks' time for Formula E and for the FIA Formula One Grand Prix. Trust me, the barriers, Andrew, are in exactly the same place.
They absolutely are, John, and of course the braking distances are much longer, so there's a bigger window to overtake under braking. So I wonder if Max Hilliard is the last of the late breakers. He's making excellent progress here, already up into third place, and he is charging well in the little Lotus designed all those years ago by Colin Chapman, and bringing back such emotive memories of Graham Hill racing round here. Graham Hill, absolutely the master of Monaco, of course. And this is a true street circuit. Look at the sign there, bus. That's the bus lane, but they're going the opposite direction to it. And past the magnificent casino. I've never lost any money in there, John, but I've never won any either.
So down to Mirabeau they go, and it's still second place for Alex Birkenstock of the Birkenstock Shoe Company. Down the hill they go, but the Lotus, just watch, lighter car, and absolutely right, Andrew, late on the brake. Where is the move going to come for Max Smith Hilliard? He should be able to get second place before they get to Nouvelle Chicane. But where in the distance is our race leader, Guillermo Fierro Eleta? He's escaped.
He's 7.5 seconds up the road. It is still cold. The tyres are still coming up. The temperature, some 7 or 8 seconds, even at the front of the field by Guillermo. Off his qualifying time. He's the pass for second.
Oh,
he squeezed him a little bit, going down in the braking area for the Nouvelle Chicane. That was all a bit unnecessary. Birkenstock and Smith Hilliard. Birkenstock and the red Maserati, the green and yellow Lotus up alongside, and discretion very much there, Andrew, the better part of Valour.
Yeah.
Great intake of breath at the comms booth.
But
he's
he's
going to have a go through to back, though.
I've definitely got him now. Smith Hilliard really flying, but can he make up time on that Maserati in front? Marvellous Ferrari here. The little Dino raced exclusively by Phil Hill, one of only 2 American world champions, the world champion back in 1961. But this was the car he drove the year before that. So all these memories here, just you see sliding out towards the curves and coming back to complete another lap. And we'll just check out the distance between
10 seconds.
the first 10
11 seconds nearly, yeah. So
Absolutely.
it's going to be a hard run back. The leading Maserati with a 2:03.9 last time around, a 2:04.9 for Max Smith Hilliard, even accounting for that pass. Now, did he stall it there?
No.
It was just didn't bite off the line,
No,
Bruce.
he got it. It was moving.
You're moving.
And then, was it caught between 2 gears?
Yeah.
It seemed too early to be taking the first shift, but yesterday we were saying, this car is so true to period, it still has gearbox problems. At the time, it was their absolute Achilles heel, but only one car behind it, Giulio de Baldanza, as he went down to Sainte Devote. But driven well in terms of pace, he should be able to have got back to second place. He's done that, but 10-second margin is a monster.
Masterful piece of avoidance by Alex Birkenstock, who got a beautiful and blistering start in the number 20, 248, the Dino. And nice, just the right amount of wheel spin. Actually, that is a good way to get off the line in these cars. Don't put too much stress on the clutch. You don't want to be slipping the clutch, so a little bit of wheel spin is a perfect way to get off the line. Our leader, Andrew.
Look at the nose just dipping there as it's on the brakes. So everyone who's driven these cars, like Sterling Moss, said what a delight they are to drive, how easily controllable they are. And the Spanish industrialist here, who has big interests over in South America, doing a fine job. Meanwhile, Smith Hilliard, he is, I call him the flying sausage. He's one of the largest sausage makers in Britain. He lives up in York, where he's built a huge business. And I just like the way these people who have made their money invest it very wisely. No more wise way of investing your money than in a decent classic car, I say.
And he's on another... Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
No, I was just say I'm so impressed with the way that Guillermo Fierro Ileta is driving. He's escaping. He's smashing in new sector times the whole time, but he's so smooth. He's not been racing a huge number of years. Right. And having a 250F Maserati is your first ever racing car. Quite astonishing.
Nice. 156.1 is the time that he qualified. Now, whether he'll feel the need to go that quick here with a 16-second lead, it was a 2:06.5 from Smith Hilliard last time around, so that wasn't a decent lap there. And in fact, he's been reeled in just a little bit by Birkenstock. I thought he was going to disappear in the distance there, Bruce.
I sense he may not be having a clean run here. I think he should have pulled away. And last lap, he lost 6 seconds to the race leader. In qualifying, they were 1.4 seconds apart. Could it be another gearbox problem, one wonders?
Well, I wonder if he's lost a gear. And,
completely, yes, that's a good point, Andrew.
Second gear, second gear is very important around here. Maybe that's what he's lost. But here he is down to... Now, this corner, this hairpin has had many different names, this downhill hairpin, but we are calling it this weekend the station hairpin, because there used to be a railway station right there. Now, of course, it's a very swanky 5-star hotel.
Which has been extended down through the years, and God may not be making any more land, but they are in Monaco. It was stretched out into what had been beachside and ocean, as Smith Hilliard coming out of the tunnel and down into the Nouvelle chicane.
Where he would need second gear when pulling away.
That sounded all right to me.
It did, didn't it?
Sounded like it was pulling. Sights and sounds of Monaco on a Sunday morning, absolutely fantastic. You know, when you're doing racing training with new recruits on the track, you start to try and explain to them about weight transfer. Watch these cars and you see all about weight transfer, particularly when the drivers are pushing on. Alex Birkenstock, the 246 Dino. Watch the front end of that car dip under brake, and there it goes. That transfers the weight on the front, and then you can get those skinny tyres to bite. No downforce, no big wings. This is all about, Andrew, mechanical grip and what the driver can feel through his hands, through his feet, through his backside, and what he can see and feel and almost smell going on around him.
Absolutely right, but one aspect of this car I like, John, is you'll see it there, the little perspex bubble over the carburetors in the middle of the engine V there, and a good shot here. And John, you were speculating yesterday, did that deliberately to ram air into there, and I think that is absolutely the correct idea.
It's a rudimentary form of an airbox, isn't it? That you see on some of the later cars up above the driver's head, or in the Eiffelland car in front of the driver and pushing it round him. But what you're doing there is slightly compressing the air, just trying to make it a bit denser, push a bit more into the top of the carburetors and into the trumpets, down into the carbs. If you can get more air, that's more oxygen, a little denser, that means you can burn more fuel and therefore make more power. And more power is always good. The 56 is the Monegasque coloured 250F. Beautiful car, that, Bruce. And nice to see a different livery, which would have been raced in this colouring period.
Absolutely, but this was its final livery. This is once it got into the hands of André Testu. Started as a works Maserati, so in that deep dark red for Jean Berra, then was transferred several times. But because the 250F had such a long racing career, a lot of these cars were passed down. But again, because they were such delights to drive, it meant that drivers with not a huge amount of experience could feel comfortable in them. Of course, motor racing, Formula 1 in particular, was moving on, but it still stands as one of the iconic cars in history. And no wonder this race is named after the man who conquered the 1950s, who had some of his greatest drives in 250Fs, Juan Manuel Fangio. He moved teams almost every second year, always seemed to try and get himself in the right camp. And why not? The great Argentinian was such a superstar. But to me, I always think of him in a 250F.
I love the trident on the air intake at the front, the Maserati mark badge through La Rascasse. Well, actually, nice late apex there. Heading up the hill to Anthony Noakes. Out onto the start-finish straight. It's almost half a minute now, by the way, at the head of the field, and we've completed 6 of the 10 laps. Or we're on the 6th of 10 laps, should I say. 6 seconds between Smith Hilliard and Alex Birkenstock in the number 20 Dino in second place. Then that 56 that we were looking at, the white 250F, as the leader begins a bit of lappery.
Oh, yes. This could be an issue all through the weekend, or certainly all through today, lappery, because there is quite a disparity of talent between the different drivers, and there will be a lot of overtaking going on in some of the races with more cars. But I'd like to see that 20 car again at some stage, because the most interesting thing about this is just about the last front-engine Formula 1 car to win. Scarab and Aston Martin did build similar front-engine cars right at the end of the period, but this was the last car like this to win, and this particular car was a winner in the World Championship as well, the last of the 6 they built.
And Andrew, it's worth pointing out, not only did Ferrari take that final win with the car at the Italian Grand Prix, cue the Tifosi going bonkers, but they finished first, second and third. That's what you call dramatic effect and an encore.
And what year was that, Bruce?
1960.
Yeah.
So 1960 was the last win for a front-engine Formula 1 car. At Le Mans, Ferrari stretched that a couple of years.
Yes, they did. Interesting that happened, but it's a huge change in the evolution, really, of the cars. When that Ferrari was racing, Lotus were already coming. We've seen the front-engine Lotus 16, but then they came out with the Lotus 18, which we'll see in a later race. And then the Coopers, of course, of 1960 were also rear-engined.
If you're a fan of the Lotus Mark and the Norfolk brand, Neville, then we've got a real delight for you later on today. With almost a timeline of Lotus running through.
And I think one of the beauties of any historic race meeting, particularly if they keep their paddock in nice, tidy order, is you can walk down it, not just lust after the beauty of the cars, but you see that evolution. And certainly when you get some of the... When we did this race last, John, in 2016, remember there was a whole paddock of Formula Junior cars. Yeah, some looked like mini Formula 1 cars, and some looked like, well, who knows what. Completely different, but they were exciting times because designers could make such a huge input. They could get it very wrong as well as very right, but you could just see the changes. They weren't hidden under the skin. They weren't just an extra little 16th winglet on the end of a front wing or whatever we were talking about yesterday. They were major changes.
Jean-Jacques Bally through Andy Norg using the curb right up to the steel barriers there. Having a fairly solitary run, quite way ahead of Giulia Baldanza, and when we're behind that lovely number 56 Martin Halusa machine. Oh, actually, he's between them. He's got the 26 Klaus Lehr in the Talbot Largo.
Yes, for a while, Klaus in the Talbot Largo was getting really, really close to tail of Martin Halusa, who dropped back a little bit, but since then it's gone the other way. And even in a short race like this, managing your tyres is quite important.
Interesting to contemplate that cars used to be painted in the national racing colours, and of course Italy was red.
As was America.
Yeah, but then changed to the white with blue stripes. And, of course, we had plenty of other colours as well. Bruce, you said yesterday you had a complete list of it in a little diary, old motor racing diary or something.
I did, and it used to be one of those things you'd lob out in an office quiz in the Autosport offices, and Marcus Pye was the champion of all of that. He can tell you quite rightly, or that I was quite wrong, that maybe Primrose Yellow wasn't the colour of Egypt.
But orange was definitely Holland, and this green with the yellow on it, in Lotus's case, was definitely a British racing green. And of course, there was French blue, and you have two French blues in this race with the Gordini and the Talbot Largo, a car that I have a dinky of. I still have it.
I can't imagine, I really can't imagine a Gordini in any colour other than blue. Any Gordini, even the Renaults coming further down the years.
You know what? We were talking yesterday about how if you took all the liveries off contemporary Formula One cars, they'd be hard to tell apart. Here, if you took the liveries off, you could probably still identify the country the mates came from. The Italian way of doing things versus the French, and the British maybe pushing the envelope a little more and generally going a bit smaller.
One of the things I like about these Grand Prix cars of this era is you can see so many of the suspension components. These days are all hidden away. If you get a chance, look at the back of this Lotus 16. You can see the coilover rear suspension. You can actually see the springs.
Yeah, the damper's working overtime through the Nouvelle chicane. So either side of the driver at an angle of
30 degrees, I suppose.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, 30, 35 degrees. You can see them working. An inboard suspension on the 250F, so a much cleaner look to the rear bodywork of that car. That's your leader.
Closing stages, John, now.
So coming towards the end of the first race of Sunday, and this has been a pretty gentle Sunday drive for Guillermo Fierro Eleta in the 250F, on the 250F, through Casino Square for the penultimate time. Starting his final lap next time around. That bit of shade still on the run down to Massenet, now down to the station hairpin, and then on to the seafront through Poitiers and under the tunnel.
Well, he'll be loving this drive. I mean, how could you not? A sunny Sunday morning in Monaco, one of the greatest cars of all time. He would have liked to have had to battle, but it was quite clear from the second he even got to halfway to Saint-Devote on the opening lap that his arch rival, the driver who could, should, and unfortunately hasn't made a challenge, Max Smith-Hilliard. There is Smith-Hilliard in the Lotus going down the hill past the station hairpin. Gearbox problems, we feel.
And he's not lost any more time. He's still just sitting under 30 seconds behind the leader, but he's not going to get that back. Just noticed that Martin Halusa is still pushing on in the white Maserati 250S. He's just put his fastest lap of the race in, so still finding out a little bit about himself, the car and the circuit, as it undoubtedly, Bruce, warms up a bit.
No, entirely so, but also just noticing that Fierro Eletta seems to have backed off very slightly, but as you say, 30 seconds to good, but the gap is only 3 and a bit seconds between Smith Hilliard, who we're looking at in the number 16 Lotus 16, and the chasing Ferrari of Alex Birkenstock, who, as I say that, didn't quite appear in shot as I expected him.
On to the final lap then for the Grand Prix Pre-61, Formula 1 and Formula 2 cars at the 12th running of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. Beautiful weather, fantastic looking cars and sounding cars. So the last opportunity then to enjoy at racing speeds for Guillermo Fierro Eletta in this car. He's on pole position with his other car later on today. Down towards the lowest part of the circuit now. The elevation changes at Monaco. We're really setting it apart from pretty much every other street circuit in the world. Still not getting the bite from the front tyres even after 9.5 laps. It's still a little bit chilly in racing tyre terms this morning.
Right, the gap has come down. Second to third is 3.9 seconds. It's down to 2.6. Surely Alex Birkenstock in the 246 Dino cannot catch Max Smith Hilliard, but maybe there are still hairpins, and if we are right, and he hasn't got second gear in the Lotus, there is every opportunity.
Took 1.5 seconds out of the Lotus in the first sector alone on this lap. So that red number 20 is the car to be watching as onto the seafront for the final time. Our leader, Paul Sitter, little glance in the left-hand rear view mirror, braking perhaps a little bit earlier than normal for Tabak, as he's just rolling round now, not even using the whole width of the road as he was in qualifying.
He's 2 seconds down on his pace in the opening sector and the middle sector and more. He's backed it right off. Looking in his mirrors, he hasn't had anybody see for a very long time. Don't forget, at Monaco, it's very hard to see someone chasing because you're very, very seldom on a straight. But almost home and hose to Guillermo Fierro Eletta. Very, very well driven.
Up the hill to Anthony Noakes, the right-hander, onto the start-finish curve for the final time. And the first race of the weekend goes to the pole sitter. He's had it all his own way. Guillermo Fierro Eletta and the 250F Maserati wins on the streets of Monaco for the Pre-61 F1 and F2 Grand Prix cars. The battle for second position will just go to Max Hilliard, who's held off a charging Alex Birkenstock in the closing laps. Awful start for Max. Decent middle part. Looked like he might have been struggling again at the end. But Max Smith Hilliard comes through in the Lotus 16 to take second place on the podium. And he's chased home with his fastest lap of the race, a 2:02.847 for Alex Birkenstock in the 246 Ferrari Dino. The gap between them at the end, just 2 seconds. And a mark of how much Guillermo had lifted off that 30-second lead going on to the final lap was trimmed by a full 10 seconds by the second place driver, and that was all down to Guillermo just enjoying the sights, the sounds and the feeling, Andrew Marriott, of driving his car from pole to the checkered flag on the streets of the Prince of Monaco.
Absolutely a masterful drive, never put a wheel wrong, and he deserves the plaudits of the marshals there. All they're waving their flags. A full complement of marshals this weekend. There's the Corbett Largo just coming to the line.
So a cracking way to get the Sunday race day at Monaco underway, and we are properly racing today with 6 more races to come. Nice acknowledgement of the marshals by our winner. Very good. Like to see that very much. It makes so much of a difference. I'm very honoured to be an ambassador for the British Motor Racing Marshals Club, and they all tell me that they always feel very special when a driver gives them a little bit of a wave and a thumbs up, and it takes nothing from the drivers to do that, but very nice to see the effort that's been taken by Guillermo there.
And one thing that's often lost on fans and people even attending the circuits is how long the Marshals' day is. They have to be on post hours before you even conceive they might be there right to the clean-up at the end of the day. They're out in all weathers. They love it. of course, that's why they're involved in motor racing, and they really are deeply involved. But applause from the drivers, acknowledgement, really, really, it's the pat on the back that we all crave in all walks of life. But to be standing around the harbour side in Monaco, not a bad place to be.
Confirmation of the results then for the Series B race for pre-1961 F1 and F2 Grand Prix cars. Cesar Pole-Sitter on the Maserati 250F. Guillermo Fierro Eleta taking it in the end by 20 seconds. He had a good half a minute lead after Max Smith-Hilliard had a little trouble getting the Lotus off the line. It looked like he may have been struggling with transmission problems all the way through. Making up the podium, Alex Birkenstock on the Ferrari 246 who actually had to avoid Max when he made that rather tardy start. Now he's basically saying, where were you?
What happened? The only thing, of course, is different to when these cars raced in period is the guys are all wearing full face helmets.
Which I actually do like to see, if I'm honest.
They have to do that, but...
And just a little message received that the national racing colour of Egypt was violet, which was my second guess. Thank you, Marcus Pye.
Hello, Marcus, and well done.
So one of the many things that are different about Monaco and racing on the streets here at Monte Carlo is what happens at the end of the race. Nowadays, the cars get whisked off to Parc Fermé, the drivers are weighed and then ushered through some shadowy back corridors before appearing well out of the way, up on a podium somewhere. Here, Bruce, on the streets of Monaco, very different.
Totally different, and it's just right. The cars should be in their setting. It just adds to the end picture of the driver climbing out, patting the car on the nose. But just look at that unbounded pleasure and joy on the face of Guillermo Fierro Eleta. Drove beautifully. He'll go over, no doubt, to find out what exactly happened to Max Smith-Hilliard. But first target, race at Monaco. Second target, win at Monaco. And enjoy Monaco. That's the third target.
Movement of the right hand from Guillermo there.
I couldn't hear it, but any time that I get, I lose.
Movement of the right hand from Guillermo suggests to me that he thought it was a gearbox problem from Max.
Yeah.
Max looks like he's been working quite hard, actually.
Yeah.
So maybe he was struggling all the way through. Alex Birkenstock coming home in third position in the white and red Ferrari overalls in that lovely 246 Dino, one of my favourite cars here this weekend.
It's just hard to encapsulate and imagine the sheer pleasure these drivers have just had doing what they have just done over the past half hour.
And on the same streets that there has been so much motor racing history, there's very few places that you can say that the start-finish line, the concrete at Sebring, is exactly the same as when Sir Jack Brabham pushed his car across the line. And that doesn't have anywhere near as much history as what we're seeing here. It doesn't matter that this is the historic Grand Prix. This is a Grand Prix victory and podium for these guys in Monaco.
And John, of course, there's been changes, but so much of the backdrop to the circuit has stayed the same over 50, 60 years. The same shops, expensive. The same, the harbour has changed a little bit. Some of the yachts look just the same. There's Max for Forza Motorsport. That's his company. He used to have the cars prepared by an outside company. He set up his own workshop these days, Forza Motorsport. There's the Garlands.
That's the first thing I think Alex has done wrong all day.
Yeah.
He's put his mask on upside down with the crest of the
ACM.
ACM, Automobile Club de Monaco. So the trophy presentation to take place.
And the door shuts. I've never seen that before.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Oh, that's why, because they're going up to the podium. That's why.
Correct.
And they're the lineup of trophies. And I'm not sure who's presenting the awards today. Maybe we'll see Prince Albert later. We saw him yesterday, very interested in all the proceedings.
So, Guillermo on the top step of the podium. Second place for Max Smith Hilliard with the Lotus, and third with the Ferrari, Alex Birkenstock. The winner has got the garland, and we will hear his national anthem.
Vice-président de l'Automobile Club de Monaco, qui va remettre cette coupe au pilote de la Ferrari 240.
I think they're going to present the trophies first. Nice vantage point from the left-hand side of the podium there.
Yes, absolutely. A couple really enjoying the action on this beautiful day here on the Côte d'Azur.
Whatever trophies that Guillermo Fierro Eleta has won in his fairly short racing career to date, you sort of feel they're being pushed aside in the trophy cabinet, and the Monaco Victory Trophy will take pride of place for some while to come.
It's going in the middle, that one, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Yeah. There's Alex Birkenstock, one of two brothers who runs that shoe company. Many generations have run that company. I did do a bit of Googling. Apparently, he is worth $1.6 billion. But he's got a nice house or two.
Nice commemorative watch for our winner as well.
Tag Heuer, I think.
I think so. They have a model called the Monaco, and they have just released a model called the Monaco Historic. Now the national anthem for Guillermo. Absolutely golden moments for everybody on that podium, and we'll see that repeated another half a dozen times today, Bruce.
We will lap up all the racing, all the history, the setting, but we're going back to the cars of an older period next. But by the end of the day, the last race of the day will be for Formula One ground effect cars. Just think about the pace of those as we build towards a crescendo. But a lovely start today. Max Smith Hilliard brewing a problem that isn't unique in the world of the Lotus 16. A gearbox problem, drove well to fight back, but that was all about Guillermo Fierro Eleta. Brilliant car, driven supremely well. I think he's going to become even more of a kingpin in the historic racing scene in the years to come.
I don't think we've ever seen racing in the UK, have we, Bruce? I know it does a lot of the French events. Oh, a glass of wine too. Maybe, could it be a lovely Sancerre? But I'd love to see him racing at Silverstone Classic and some other British events, because there's a lot of historic events in the UK, and even one at Donington next week, and then at Brands Hatch a few weeks later. So we've got a chance to see cars like this racing in the UK if that's where you're based.
Shortage of hands for the winner. With
yes.
That is a Monaco historic watch, 39mm, powered by the 02 caliber, apparently.
No, is that Veuve Clicquot Champagne? Because I know there is, but yes, it is. It's not Sancerre. I didn't see the bubbles.
But it's gone.
It's gone.
But I think it's a lovely touch. They've encouraged each other before the podium, but now afterwards, socially cordial.
Yeah,
yes.
Let's not waste it and spray it. Let's actually drink it. Somebody's crafted that wine. So here are some shots, highlights of a race with a Maserati first, a Lotus, and then a Ferrari. What could be better than that?
Three classic marques which have been inextricably linked down through the years with the Monaco Grand Prix. Smashing way to start off the Sunday morning, and great memories for all who have taken place. So the first race of the day for pre-1961 F1 and F2 racing cars, with the grid forming up in the early morning sunshine on the streets of Monte Carlo. Pole position for the Maserati 250F of Guillermo Piero Eleta. And Max Hilliard from the front row, just not getting the Lotus off the line. Maybe a bit of a transmission problem. It had dogged him in the earlier part of the week in free practice. And that dropped him all the way to second from last, giving Guillermo the opportunity to drive away from the field. Just didn't get that Lotus moving.
It's painful to watch because there was our lead back anticipated, and for Max Smith Hilliard, it's not easy overtaking other cars at most circuits, but Monaco's so hard. But he fought back really, really quickly. To get up to second place was great, but Piero Eleta, he was in his pocket for that very instant.
And drove away, able to control the race from the front with good pace early on. Initially chased by the other 250F, the number 56 of Martin Halusa in the Monegasque colours. He was passed by Birkenstock in the 246 Ferrari Dino, and then the battle was on as Max Smith Hilliard came through the field and down the inside in the second part of the swimming pool complex to go up into what was then third position. Spent no time at all chasing down Alex Birkenstock in the lovely number 20 Ferrari. The 246 driver was not about to give up that position without a fight. Coming down out of the tunnel, looked like Hilliard had a chance, goes to the right and then to the left, very, very close, and a bit of arm waving, absolutely in period that. Through the Nouvelle chicane, it was only a matter of time though before second place went the way of the Brit driving the British car, and indeed just through to back and into the swimming pool. The overtake was done. At that point, Smith Hilliard looked like he was going to pull away, but still dogged with some issues, and a 30-second lead taken on to the final lap by our pole sitter Guillermo Piero Eleta. And by this time he knew he had the race won and was just taking the Sunday drive to the checkered flag. That 30-second lead would be trimmed by a full 10 seconds, would take nothing away from the Maserati driver from pole position with a glorious qualifying session yesterday, and comes home to take the checkered flag and win in the pre-61 F1 and F2 Grand Prix car categories, the Series B grid, ahead of Max Smith Hilliard in second and Alex Birkenstock going through in third position. That's the podium for Series B. Happy memories, great racing, glorious sound and vision.
And that was a special moment when they came up and Guillermo saw the number one in front of him, but he knew that, of course, and then receiving the plaudits of the crowd and that beautiful laurel garland there and a very nice trophy, which, as we said, will go in the centre of his trophy cabinet, I'm sure.
Beautiful scenes from the harbour side for the opening race of the day here at Monaco. It's John Hindhaugh with Bruce Jones and Andrew Marriott, and we'll take you through everything today. If you are just joining us, you've missed a cracking race. Here's an opportunity to relive what we saw earlier on today with Max Smith Hilliard just not being able to get the second place qualification Lotus underway. Storming start by the man on pole position who pulled away, and it's a good way to get us underway today, gentlemen. little less competition than we would have liked, perhaps, Bruce, but take nothing away from all who have been out there, because these cars are absolutely glorious.
Well, they really are, and again, just looking at the different ways that the different cars do different things, or do the same thing different ways, because the way that Matt Smith-Hilliard could place that Lotus 16 when he was going past the 246 Dino just showed how Colin Chapman and his crew produced really nimble cars, and they were taking on the far more traditional shape rivals like the number 20 Ferrari 246 Dino, and Formula One was changing and changing fast. Those are the cars of up to 1960. Of course, for 1961, whole new formula, much smaller, engines almost all at the back end of the car, and just 1.5 litre engines. We'll see a race for those cars later in the day, but this was evolution, and some great drives within the pack, and again, just distinctive cars doing things differently always makes me smile.
I am going to write myself a note and ask you to, at the end of the day, if you could have a few laps in any of the cars around here that we see today, which one would it be? I think I know what you're going to say, the 250F, aren't you?
I am.
Straight away.
You know, I started thinking about it, and I just immediately went back to the 250F. Maybe I would make it, well, I know I'd make a complete Horlicks of it, but just looking at the way Guillermo Fiera drove that car, it takes skill to make it look easy, but he really did. But just listening to anybody who's driven one, they say they're just a delight to drive. You'd need something predictable around here. Of course, I'd sit in it and go, oh my God, I'm sitting on it. That's the feeling, you know, appalling form in Formula Ford when I did the odd handful of races, but at least I was sitting in the car.
In fairness. Andrew, would it be something from this series, something earlier or something later for you?
John, I've got to say the same. The 250F Maserati immediately came into my head. And for the very same reason as Bruce. I'm not the world's greatest race driver, and in fact I only ever do 2 races in an Escort Mexico. But because it's so easy to drive apparently, and so different, or it's so easy to control it if it slides and so on, so that's the car for me. So I think we all concur, don't we? Which is a bit boring, but that's the case.
I've got a but. My but is, of course, a sort of 12-year-old me, juvenile Formula One fan. It would have had to be an M23 McLaren.
Ah, right, okay.
But then my eyes turn and I look at an M19A, or I prefer the shape of that one, and so the little game would go on.
Yeah.
But
those of you that don't know Bruce, I have to tell you, he wouldn't get into an M23 because, what are you, 6'4", something like that?
That's right.
Yeah.
You get one leg into it.
Yes, exactly. Where there's a will.
You could have the M24 on one foot and the M19 on the other.
But the point I make is that he would get into the 250F because there's a lot more room. If I had a second, it's going to be the Jaguar D-Type we're going to see racing, actually.
Right.
Because I've always loved the Jaguar D-Type. We had this discussion yesterday.
Yeah, I think for me it would probably be the D-Type.
Bruce, I'm just trying to remember when that Lotus 16 was built. Was Lotus still in North London, or had they moved to Cheshunt? I think maybe they just moved to Cheshunt. And of course, they then, went to Norwich.
Hornsey or Cheshunt?
Yeah.
There's the question. Under the railway arches or not?
Well, round the back of the pub, actually.
Oh, that's right,
Hornsey,
yes.
And the pub is still there. And I drive past it quite regularly, but I've never actually stopped and gone round to look at the little workshop that Colin Chapman had. But I've got a home in Muswell Hill, and it's just, I can walk in 3 or 4 minutes to the corner house where Colin Chapman lived, because his father, of course, ran that pub in North London.
Well, you know, the most amazing thing is, we talk constantly about motor racing when we were around motor racing, just when McLaren, we talk about Hounton Gandy, when he joined them as a mechanic, prototype racing driver, there were 6 people. Bruce McLaren, who did everything brilliantly, was the ultimate sort of manager of people. You just wanted to work for Bruce, but they had a dirt floor just off the end of the runways of Heathrow at Colebrook. Go a bit further into West London, and again, behind pubs, under railway arches. Yeah. That's where a lot of British motor racing evolution came from. It's extraordinary now. You look at a modern edifice like the McLaren Technical Centre, you look at where Mercedes have their cars produced in Brackley and so on, and these are huge edifices.
The Mercedes engine
facility
at Brixworth is one of mine. There's some very nice roads around there. It's not a million miles from where I live, and so cars and motorcycles often get taken around the back of there, particularly if I'm doing a road test. And I mean, that is huge. It's like a small town. It's extraordinary.
Well, John, cars are coming out for the second race, which is for pre-war Grand Prix cars and Voiturettes, or Voiturette, little car, if you will. These are the oldest cars we see racing this weekend. Now, something a little bit unusual about this race, because this is obviously a regular on this historic calendar, but normally it's won by the British ERAs. But because of COVID, there's no ERAs here today, so we've got the chance of something different, like a Fraser Nash or a Talbot Lager, or of course one of the many fabulous Bugattis, and there we see one that are racing today.
Well, it's absolutely right to see Bugattis here. The first Monaco Grand Prix, 1929, won by the inimitable William Grover Williams, a man who you have to look into his history, and it's quite hard to pin him down. But it just seems the right car at the right time. In 1930, another Type 35B Bugatti won here, and that was in the hands of René Dreyfus. Then another Bugatti, a 51 in 1931, and so it went. But Bugatti inextricably linked with the early years of Monaco.
Just going back to Williams, a magnificent book by Joe Sayward. What's it called? The
Grand Prix Saboteurs?
Yeah, that's the one. Interesting stuff about Williams in there. He had been a chauffeur to a rich artist or art historian at one stage in his life, but a fascinating man. And that's one of the great things about the history of motor racing. It's not only the cars, but as you said yesterday, Bruce, it's the people as well, all through the eras.
But also it's the thoroughbreds like the Bugattis. We just had coming through the shot, car number 2, the Riley Dobbs, a one-off, made on a Riley chassis with a special bodywork, and it looks as though I built it, unfortunately.
And then we're going to get the Talbot Lago racing, which tried to qualify for the Indianapolis 500 unsuccessfully.
Yes, there was much more transatlantic traffic than people realised once they got to the 70s and 60s and 70s when it was common. They didn't realise many people had tried it through the 30s.
That's one of the Halusa boys there, Nicholas Halusa. Here, the 22 car. That's the Talbot Lago I just mentioned.
Second on the grid for Christian Trio.
Yeah, the Swiss driver.
That's a lovely looking car.
Yeah.
I really like the low slung front end. And our pole sitter, Patrick Blakeney Edwards.
PBE, he
Fraser
drives
Nash.
nothing slowly. I think that encapsulates his career. Real showman, but his car control is absolutely phenomenal. His Fraser Nash monoplace, you don't even have to say Fraser Nash, PBE, it is Fraser Nash. He's got the monoplace, the single-seater on pole by whisker over 2 seconds.
Lovely little shot. The girl that was blowing the bubbles suddenly saw she was on the screen and she put her mask up. Look, there she is. Oh, how fantastic. They're enjoying it. They're going to be enthusiasts for the rest of their life.
Well, that's the next generation of motor racing fans, isn't it? And great to see them. Good to see that there's some ear defenders on some of the little ones as well there. Although these cars nowhere near as loud as the more contemporary machinery that will be on the streets in a few weeks' time.
There's
Fraser Nash.
Yeah, you see the leaf spring suspension, the drum brakes. That's the marvellous thing. See all the mechanical components, look.
But also, this is an age of, again, all ages have great technological change, but this was the moment of supercharged engines. So it's a twin supercharged Goff in the Fraser Nash monoplace. But when you open the bonnet on those stunning Type 35 Bugattis, it's work of art on the outside. Then the lid gets open and it gets better still.
Yeah, absolutely, and all beautifully polished with these racing cars. There's your little Riley. It does look as if you built it, Bruce.
The Riley Dobbs, built by Hector Dobbs to race in, period. But doesn't matter what it looks like if it's effective. But I still go with the maxim that if it looks right, it largely is right.
Yes, well, Type 35s certainly fall into that.
We did have a Mercedes on the entry list. We saw the timing results from qualifying yesterday, and it said it hadn't qualified, and I don't see it there.
Well,
it was very slow.
It was. Well, it looked as though it was a course vehicle, one for taking around the clerk of the course. I thought it was fabulous, but these are all little single-seaters. There is the Mercedes. It is out of the back.
There. Oh, that's great news. I hadn't spotted it before.
Okay, imagine this tiny size, diminutive scale of the little Delage, looking at the moment, the Type 35 Bugattis, and then multiply it maybe several times and put a big leather bench seat in, and you've got the SSK Mercedes. And as John pointed out yesterday, the K means Kurtz, short, so what the full-size one would look like, you could only hazard a guess.
Sport short.
That Riley,
Offset.
Offset, but almost also at an angle, I think.
Yes, it is. It really is.
Looks most peculiar.
I really did build it with the missing page in the instruction manual. But this is a car built in 1935. Yet a lot of cars then were put away during the Second World War, came out, and young Roy Salvadori, it was only the other day I discovered he then cut his racing teeth in the Riley Dobbs before going on to drive the real thoroughbreds and become Formula One. And the rest, of course, Roy for years had an apartment overlooking the circuit here in Monte Carlo.
So that is that actual car, because that is a one-off. That's effectively a prototype, that car. It's one of one.
Quite so. I know.
One of one. And it's great that it's racing, isn't it? And the guy's going to have so much fun in it, flinging it around.
Just getting a little bit more sunshine on the circuit, and therefore the track temperature will start to come up a wee bit. This is the out lap, so they'll form up on the grid, then they'll have a formation lap before, again, we go for a 10 lap or 25 minute race this afternoon, actually later this morning, and later this afternoon we have got a couple of longer races.
Now, question for you, Andrew. That glorious Delage in the middle of the pack, 1500, is that the model that Rob Walker used to race?
Well, that's a good question. I think it is, but I'm not absolutely certain. I probably need to do a little bit more research on that one. But Rob Walker, of course, owned a Formula One team, came from the Johnny Walker whiskey company, and a man with considerable wealth, but an absolutely charming gentleman who had his own Formula One team that Sterling Moss raced for. I love the story of him going to the Long Beach Grand Prix and staying on the Queen Mary and demanding he had his normal cabin.
Yes, my usual cabin, please.
Because he crossed the Atlantic many times on that boat, which is now a backdrop to the Long Beach Grand Prix course, which we probably think is America's best street circuit, maybe along with St. Petersburg. Anyway, cars are coming up onto the grid now, and they're going to be off. Pat Blakeney Edwards is the favourite to win this. Normally we see him racing more powerful machinery, such as a Cobra in the UK, but he will be the man to beat. But let's see if Christian Traber in the Swiss historic racing team, Talbot Lago, can really take it to him as the cars line up on the grid.
Second grid of cars on race day Sunday at the 12th Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. 2020's event held over to 2021. Good news, if you're liking this, then next year there's another one. It's not going to be a 2-year wait. So 2022, we're back on the normal form for these races. There's Christian Traber in the Talbot Lago MD. Second position on the grid, with Blakeney Edwards just to his right and ahead of him, and behind him is Martin Halusa, Nicholas Halusa, excuse me, in Martin's car, the Bugatti 35B, looking very relaxed there. The history of Monaco and racing on the streets in action this weekend for the 12th Monaco Historic Grand Prix. And we go to the cars that have the most history. They are the oldest cars that we'll see this weekend, going all the way back on this grid to 1925 for our Group A, Series A for Grand Prix before the war, cars before the war, and voiturettes, the slightly smaller, lighter cars as well. And in qualifying, we had Patrick Blakeney Edwards on pole position, Bruce, by a decent margin, 2 full seconds.
2 full seconds, and then Christian Traber in the 1939 Talbot Lago in second place. Nicholas Halusa, look out for him. He's going to be very quick at the start of the race in that little nicely sort of buffed Type 35 Bugatti. Ewan Sargison in the Maserati 6CM will start from 4th on the grid. Thierry Chanois in the Riley Dobbs, the car we've been talking about with the offset driving position. Then Rolando Del Bello in a 4CM Maserati. 4CM, 6CM look similar, but it's all down to how many cylinders you have. A straight 4 or straight 6, both supercharged.
Bruce,
Great sounds.
Fabulous shot there of the engine of the Mercedes. That Delage was actually raced by Prince Bira of Siam. So you might think we have, well, last season we had a Thai driver in Formula One. I had a Thai driver way back then. He went on to actually run the Thai Airlines.
Coming through the grid, the Bugattis, almost surely the perfect racing car of their era. It was form and function beautifully tied together.
Beautifully tied together, and so successful. Doing my research, they won over 1,000 races if you put races and hill climbs together, because they ran for so many years. Number 48 on the grid, Lucas Schliepen's Amilcar, French car, French engine, and just so much technology. But of course, a lot of these cars were then parked for the Second World War, and the youngest one of these then were used after the war for probably about 5 years, until the new racing cars finally started coming on song as we hit the 50s.
We just saw a shot there of Nicola von Dornhoff, who's from Germany, driving Fritz Burkhardt's car.
That's the Bugatti 51, isn't it? Car.
Yeah, didn't have the classic cast aluminium wheels, did it? It had gone to the wire wheels.
Coming up through what is a lovely grid, the number 58 in the 6CM. That's Ivo Noteboom.
Well,
so that might have been running a bit rich there with the blackened exhaust.
Well, don't forget we saw that off. We saw that off the side of the circuit yesterday. Rejoined at Saint Devote. We reckon he maybe had a little moment on his own oil. Then he set off and just left a sort of theatrical smoke screen the whole way up to Masseny.
I like the way he's tried to replicate the current Ferrari F1 faded paint scheme from the back, which does look like it's had a slight conflagration to me every time I say that. But that was a little bit of oil smoke. Further up the field, the Riley Dobbs, the number 2 car, in the hands of Thierry Chanois.
Oh, I like the spotted dress.
It wouldn't suit you, Andrew.
No, it
I'm
wouldn't.
afraid.
No.
Not with your colouring.
No. Oh, no, 2 flowery dresses.
So that is further up the grid again, and
that's
Ewan Sargent, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they call him Jock now.
Do they?
Yeah, he's based in Doncaster, but he is Scottish. Nicholas Halusa.
Super relaxed, ready to go. The dashboard of the car.
Handles to pull, all kinds of different dials, and then looking there at the front suspension of the Bugatti.
But what do the teams say to the drivers? Don't touch anything.
Yeah, exactly right. The 22 is on the outside of the front row for Christian Traber, the Swiss Historic Racing Team, and it's Talbot Lago T150C MD.
I think that's the pre-selector gearbox.
It is indeed, Andrew.
They see the lever, and you move it up to the gear 3, and then you press down a pedal with your foot. That's the way you operate something like that. And surely the Fraser Nash got a pre-selector box as well, isn't it? Pretty sure it has.
Yeah, I think we discussed that yesterday. I think it did. But again, look at that low-slung Talbot Lago versus the slightly older, more upright Fraser Nash monoplace. Different shapes, different performances delivered in different ways. And Pat Blakeney-Edwards, well, if anybody can wring the neck of that car, he's the man.
Leaf spring front suspension, and look at the dampers, the shock absorbers, so different to today's technology. And you can see it all. That's a marvellous thing. You can see every little bit of it, study it, wonder how it works, those friction shock absorbers.
And obviously when you see the cars going around the circuit, particularly with the high shots, you can see the driver working. You can see the all arms and elbows approach.
All arms and elbows. There was a book. Who wrote the book, All Arms and Elbows?
Was it not?
Mike Hawthorne, was it?
Innes Ireland.
Innes Ireland, yes, right. You're absolutely spot on.
Engines have been fired, so we're just about 30 seconds away from the formation lap for our second race of Sunday's action at the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique 2021. Just starting to see a little bit more sunshine on the curved front or start-finish area at Monaco as the sun climbs up
Oh, the Riley Dobbs might be being pushed back into position.
It didn't start, Andrew, so they give it a little bit of a push start out of position.
It's going
and
now.
They've got it going.
But again, with offset side-on driving position, the car looks like it's crabbing, even if it's going in a straight line. It really is extraordinary.
Most extraordinary, isn't it?
I wonder. I mean, I drove here in a car with offset pedals today. I wonder how much the driver notices that, and what it's like to actually place the car, because it looks like he's sitting slightly not straight.
I think the nose is actually central between the front wheels. It's just angled off from there. So if you're aiming off the nose, or in fact in these cars with open wheels, you're aiming off the wheels.
True.
So
very good point, well made, beautifully presented, Mr. Jones.
ooh, that was lucky.
Yeah, 3 years ago, this race was won by a guy called Padding Dowling in the ERA, and it was actually entered for this race, but unfortunately COVID got in the way, because a phenomenal effort by all these teams to travel through France to get their cars here, because obviously France and surrounding Monaco is still gripped in the evil disease that or pandemic that we have at the moment.
Yes, and again, huge praise and accolades for the Automobile Club de Monaco. They've got this event happening, they've got Formula E coming, and then they've got the Grand Prix. So for the Monegasques, they could have had a period of nothing, but they've got this rich lustre right in front of them.
And last week, of course, they still went ahead with their big tennis tournament.
How did you get on, Andrew? Did you get knocked out in the quarters?
Yeah, knocked out, I'm afraid. But there you are.
Through the tunnel on the formation lap for this wonderful grid.
And through the tunnel, I mean, what other racing circuits have got a tunnel? Well, there's a question.
Brands Hatch to get from the paddock.
Doesn't count.
Suzuka's got a bridge.
Yeah, there's a few circuits that got crossovers.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one in Sweden, isn't there? Or is it Karlskoga?
No, that doesn't. One in Argentina.
Abu Dhabi, Yas Marina's got a tunnel.
Yeah, that's
come out of the pits.
That has got a tunnel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just before we get to the racing action, this event for pre-war cars, I talked about the Bugattis winning from the 29s into the 30s, but listen to the make that won the last 3 races before the war: 35, 36, 37. Mercedes W25. Then Luigi Fagioli, then Rudolf Caracciola, as it got more developed for 36, and then W125, one of the most iconic cars, Manfred von Brauchitsch. And whatever we see here, the level of engineering that went into those Mercedes was on another planet.
Yeah, almost in another class, really, when you thought about it. And we don't see those cars because they tend to be in the Mercedes Museum, and they come out on high days and holidays.
There have been some very fine reproduction cars built.
Yes.
Yeah, recreations built in the UK. But as you say, we don't ever see these racing.
But when you do get to see them on display, they are in spick and span.
Better than factory condition, isn't it? Is
Yeah.
what they always say.
Yeah.
And if you're around one when they're fired up, the smell.
It smells of marzipan.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Very interesting. So coming through the sunshine and shade with the beautiful light on the start-finish line. Pat Blakey-Edwards pulls up on his grid position, just holding it on the handbrake. It's not actually flat there, so he's got a cable-operated lever onto the back brake.
In fact, there are very few places it's flat, sorry.
Red lights are on, and as they go out, we're racing for the Pre-War Grand Prix and Voiturettes. This is Grid A. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards didn't get the best of starts, but he's managed to hold on to the advantage from pole position. Just looked to hesitate a little bit getting off the line as through into second place from the outside of the front row, the Talbot Largo, the lovely light-coloured car, one of my favourites, low slug at the front, and that's Christian Traber in second place.
Pat Blakeney-Edwards immediately looked over his shoulder to his left, thinking, I've made a dreadful start. Phew, he's not quite got me. And in fact, the closest challenger was the Bugatti, with Nicolas Halusa, had to jink around him. And then Pat got the power down, the supercharged Goff kicking in, and now he's pulling clear out of Mirabeau down towards the station hairpin. But that was a scare for Pat. That was a big one.
Has got the fastest car, but just always translate into the race victory. A slight mistake here going to be very costly. 10 laps or 25 minutes already, the field beginning to string out. Still relatively chilly temperatures in terms of the track conditions. It does take a wee while for the sun to get up high enough to warm the racing surface. You wouldn't know that looking at Pat Blakeney-Edwards though, as he goes down just on the very edge of locking up the wheels, and you can hear the tyres protesting as they've unloaded. Front wheel dangling in the air, saving a bit of tyre wear there, Andrew Murray.
But also flexing like mad. This is different technology. This is old technology, but it's certainly working well here. And PBE, probably the finest driver currently to race a Fraser-Nash, and he's certainly at it. Look, you can see his legs even through the side of the cockpit there. This is the great thing. It's so visual, this historic racing.
Well, it's constant changes of direction. You look at this, the soaring of the wheel, to use a cliche, but he's constantly adjusting the steering wheel, almost fingertips, but actually it's much more physical. It is actually hand gripping.
And steering box, of course, not right opinion steering. So that is not, if you've ever driven a car with a steering box, and they had them in series production cars probably into the 1960s, some of them. I've certainly had to have the steering box. Some people might have one.
I rallied a Datsun with a reciprocating ball steering. It wasn't nearly as good as Rackham Pinion, I can tell you.
No, indeed not. Good first lap by Traber in second place. Has held Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He's got a 3.5 second lead, but that is better than I think he would have hoped. And Ivo Noteboom, the Dutch driver with what was a problematical Maserati yesterday, it looks like he's been smoking again today. He's in the pit lane. Off the start, big look over the shoulder by the pole sitter PBE. And it was the Bugatti that was closest to him, Andrew.
He made a brilliant start, didn't he, Halusa? When you get a chance, we look again at the leading Fraser-Nash. Just check out the little windscreen, the adjustable front windscreen. Actually alter the rake of that.
Well, the car that smoked the most leaving the line is the one that's reported back to the pits. Ivo Noteboom, he lost 2 places immediately as he left the grid, so he was the only one going backwards, but Pat Blakeney was just enough propulsion to get him into Saint-Devote for the first time. In qualifying, the top 4 cars were clear of the rest, but the fact that Thierry Chanois is hanging on to them into the Riley Dobbs, he must have had problems in qualifying. He was 7 seconds slower than some of the cars ahead of him, yet he's hanging on in that 5th place. But at the moment, nobody can touch Pat Blakeney-Edwards. We talked about how the tyre temperature is critical here. Don't forget, when you go down typically to the Monaco Grand Prix, it's up to almost a month later than this, so the temperatures are higher. But I can tell you one thing, the shade is very, very deep shade, a lot of this circuit. So you're going to areas, as John pointed out, where the track is a lot cooler. So on these skinny tyres that, as Andrew said, you can watch them flexing, so much give in the sidewall. It's remarkable the way they're performing. More smoking from a Maserati. This is not Ivo Noteboom. It is, by the looks of things, it's Luigi Moncia. Also, he's in a 4CM, right behind the Delage, but will that make it to the end of the race, puffing as it goes?
Talking about the tyres there, Bruce, it's a good point. Look at the height of the sidewall, and there's so much tread as well on that, so much rubber on the top of the tyre, and that obviously takes a wee while to walk through. And then at the other end of the scale, if you overheat it, you get no grip at all, and the cars will just slide around. Typically, these cars tend to push a little bit, understeer going in, and then you can provoke the back end and steer it on the throttle. Exactly what Pat Blakeney-Edwards is doing, but he's being caught, Bruce.
Well, it's come down from 3 seconds to 1 second on the start-finish curve, as we call it, because it certainly ain't straight, but down to Mirabeau they go. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, that was a fabulous slide through Massenet. That is why I love historic racing. There are moments where you think, I learnt physics at school, but he's clearly learnt it from a different book.
I wonder if he made a mistake that we didn't see on camera, because he seemed to be very happy. The car seems to be going absolutely fine now.
Down to the second dance.
Really soaring at the wheel. He's really trying hard now.
And on the same front of Poitiers, and the difference between those two cars, the Fraser Nash monoplace, very much a four-square sit-up-and-beg type of machine, with Pat right on the top of it. Easy to see him. Christian Traber in second, sitting much lower in a car that's much more around him, and particularly the bonnet. He's barely peering over the bonnet, where you can see the shoulders of Pat above what he's driving. And two very different cars from this era.
And Pat's not the tallest person in the world. Imagine a person of above average height. They would be hanging out at the top of that Fraser Nash, but for Pat, perfect size. Now here's the 6CM that was, 4CM that was smoking, Luigi Moccia, and it's still, putting out some pyrotechnics.
I detect a misfire.
Yes, so do I. Pop bang.
I think that's only got a little 1100cc engine, that car. It's certainly not firing on all cylinders either, is it? One thing I love about old tracks like Monaco is the names for the corners. And these days, lots of tracks are just, the corners are just called 1, 2 and 3. And the Grand Prix drivers never know the names of any of the corners, do they? But I found something out today. The Tabac corner, which is, of course, is named because we're coming up to it now, because there's a tobacconist shop there, is actually officially called the Bureau Tabac. Because, obviously, it's a tobacconist shop there.
Well, of course, the final corner of the circuit, Virage Antinog, he made all his money from the cigarette industry.
Yeah, he did, but he founded the Monaco Grand Prix, didn't he?
Yes.
Now, didn't I see a mirror falling off on this car? It's definitely a funny angle. The
left-hand side one is a bit jaunty.
How did he do that? Did he hit him with his elbow?
I was going to say the way he's hanging out there.
Might have leant on it when climbing aboard.
Certainly, he's Luigi's looking back. Luigi Moccia is looking back. I think he's very much aware of that car is not running as it should. The gap at the front at the line was up to 2.9 seconds, and we've got the stuff on the track that shouldn't be on the track flag out. I called it an oil flag yesterday, and all my Marshall friends and acquaintances, well, it's just
liquids.
Anything that shouldn't be there. Could be a bit of bodywork, could be a bit of debris. There was some colourful language about something on the track that shouldn't be there. I won't repeat that there, but it is the hazard on the track. Most notably, we see that.
Right, looking at this battle for the lead of the race, when it gets twisty, Blately Edwards has an advantage. When he needs speed in a straight line, surprise, surprise, the lower, sleeker Talbot Lago has the advantage. So whenever they come down towards the Nouvelle Chicane, the gap has closed again. Then you go round the Nouvelle Chicane, it opens out, and the Fraser Nash pulls away. Cat and mouse.
Nicolas Halusa is in a fairly lonely third position at the moment, 9.5 seconds away from the leaders, but 11, call it 12 seconds ahead of the number 56, Ewan Sergeson, Maserati 6CM. We'll see him in a moment. I'm keeping an eye on what's going on in the lead. If you want to follow along, there is live timing and tracker and all kinds of good information on the ACM website, Bottom Club de Monaco. I'm sure if you put that into your favourite search engine, you'll find it. The online programme, I heartily recommend. Bruce and Andrew, avid collectors of programmes. Bruce has brought the programme from the last time that Bruce and I were at this event, which was back in 2016. They said 1916. 2016.
Might have been.
Not quite.
Circuit not quite open then, but very nearly. That's the whole point. That,
exactly what we're seeing now, isn't it? This is a celebration of racing on the streets.
It's a good little scrap that we're looking at there. 3-4 cars in a row, and again, predominant Bugatti centre of the circuit, and down amongst them. Interesting to see Lucas Schliepen, number 48, in the middle of that pack. So it's 2 on the nose.
He's doing a good job with that little Amel car, isn't he? Because it's a very low-powered machine. And look at those Bugattis with the rake on the front wheels there, the camber angle, which I presume, John, you're the expert at this, gave them a bit more bite through the corners.
It's an odd one, isn't it? Because it doesn't look like it should work. but it clearly did. And the Lorden tyre is the tyre on the outside, which surely the last thing you want is it tucking under more. But of course it straightens out the tyre on the other side and puts more rubber on there.
Yeah, we need a race engineer to tell us, don't we, what to... Certainly don't see cars with that sort of angle anymore on the front wheels.
Well, and the front,
usually the opposite direction, isn't it?
correct. It's the front axle and suspension arrangement as well, of course, that you're trying to make work and keep the biggest contact patch that you can with the tyres. The contact patches here. My BMW K600's got a wider front tyre, certainly. Very much wider rear tyres than anything we've seen until we get slick shod cars later on.
Oh, the chap in the Hamel car's got the name of his helmet, I noticed.
Yes.
Well, he probably thinks I've got a little screen in front of me.
Some lappery coming up, I think.
Absolutely. This could be interesting. It's got up to 4.5 seconds.
Oh, tiny.
I think that car is at its best as he comes into Casino Square there at Master. That's fantastic.
I think, I can't remember if it was you, Andrew or John, suggested it might have been a mistake on a lap a short while ago from Pat Clinton. That's why the gap came down from nearly 4 seconds to 1.
Yeah.
Since then he's able to pull away. He's now working traffic very well, but you can see he was actually indicating which way he wanted the drivers in front to go, but for some of them they're thinking, hold on, I'm busy.
Stunner from the leader. Stunner from the leader coming out of the station hairpin. Now, that was a pre-selector, not pre-selecting.
Absolutely spot on, John. I think that's the problem.
He's gone.
Can he find another gear? Oh, yeah.
Well, he's lost the lead.
Yeah.
Through.
Oh, look at his frustration.
It's going again now. Now we've got a race, gentlemen. Halfway through.
Yeah, but
Lindy Eggers has lost the lead, Andrew.
Yeah, but he's going to be really worried that he can't get into gear. He's going to select it on that lever and then push that pedal down, and it might not work. That's what he's going to be worried about, which will throw him into a barrier if he's got no drive. See what happens here.
Whatever gear he's using for the slow corners, it's the change up from there that's the problem.
His big nightmare is the fact, you think about the format of this circuit, how many points you have to be right down at the bottom of the box.
Correct.
So for Christian Traber, he can now stoke it away, but I don't think this is beyond Pat Clayton. It's if he can work it out. And in fact, Pat likes nothing more than a chase.
Challenge, yeah, absolutely.
But when things like that go wrong, they don't usually get better until you get the spanners on them.
They don't fix themselves.
No, they don't.
I don't think about engineering. That's a truism. Christian Traber, look how low he's sitting in that Tambo Largo.
I know.
He's extraordinary.
There's no drive there.
It's the same thing, Andrew.
Yes,
Every time he comes out the slow corners and goes for the first gear change.
I think we just heard some crunching going on there. Oh, what a shame for Pat. Now he's
Stopped.
Well, this started certainly the first time we noticed it coming out the station hairpin and coming around to the backs of cars, and that first gear change from bottom gear to next one up, really struggling.
You know, when you're racing a car that you know has a potential Achilles heel, that first moment you just realise, oh no, it's gone there. It's gone into that quarter of the point. And so there's Pat Blakey Edwards climbed up to the safety of the pit wall, but his car sitting in not the world's safest place. That is a real shame, because we won't get to see him going sideways through Massenet anymore.
I just wonder if they'll put out a red flag there.
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Dropping a little bit of heat as well at the front of that car, because it's come to a stop. There'll be a lot of heat sink. See the heat haze around the cars, and it was such a shame because he had been going so well. He came out of Anthony Noakes, looked over his shoulder. I think he knew that the race was run, tried to get it out of the way as best he could, but that car was struggling there mightily, Bruce.
Yeah, it's a tricky position to move that car from. Again, look, the fact this is on the start-finish straight, and it's not straight, it's curving. They come out of the corner in the background, the virage, Anthony Nogue. They're busy trying to keep away from the barriers, and then they'll come onto the start line, and there it is.
The marshals in the background with a trolley jack ready to move it if they were told to do so. They've been stood down. I think they're going to leave that car there.
I think everybody in the race has actually already gone past it once, so they do know where the car is, except for this driver, Christian Traber, the race leader.
Except for the race leader who passed him down into Poitiers before he went under the tunnel, so he's going to run the corners before he comes in on it. Can't get on the radio to him, of course, because in those days there were no radios, and they don't have the wireless in the car. Double yellows being waved as the marshals are on the track.
Oh, they are pushing the car, look.
Well, it's not locked then.
No.
The transmission is not locked. I think they want to try and push it back, but that would involve them pushing it back across the live track, which I'm not sure they're really going to do.
Well, Pat's coming to help now, look. See if he can get it out of gear or whatever he needs to do there.
Yeah, try and find a neutral. There we go.
Transmission problems on this car reminds me, of course, that earlier Fraser Nashes used to have chain-driven transmission.
Keeping it to driver's right.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Smashing work by the marshals.
Working together there.
And all having to have their certification, by the way, in case you're noticing. And you will also notice that everybody is wearing a visor as well. Had a great interview with Dave Smithson on the radio show this week on Midway Motorsport about how British Motor Racing Marshals Club has been adapting through the pandemic and what's happening in racing in the UK, just getting back underway. It's starting to return, but still with protocols in place, and amazing to see just how many lessons have been learned. And I think one or two of the protocols, certainly at club racing level, will carry on even when we go back to whatever normality looks like.
Well, through 2020, if I could just say, the Nürburgring Langstrecken series sort of almost put down a template because they had huge fields of cars. How can you socially distance all the pit crews? They had a solution. You drive some of the crews, well, all the crews had to go in behind the pits, pit building. Some of the garage or refueling areas were out there, and then you had to come back through pit garage number 2 and then down the pit lane. That gave them the distance they needed to put the teams far enough apart. We carried on racing.
Yeah,
that's what you need to do. You've got to think outside the box.
Now, one shot we just saw a moment ago was the starting handle of the Bugatti. I think you can see it. You might be able to see it there, glinting in the sunshine. And
starting handle, Andrew?
Yes.
What do you mean? You just get in a car nowadays and push the button, don't you?
Yeah, well, not then. And yesterday we had a magnificent shot of one of the drivers actually trying to
starting his own car.
Yeah. And it's when he turns into a corner with the weight it swings about. What an image. There's so many marvellous images in this whole historic Grand Prix. Just individual little images that stick in your mind.
So no electric starters on these cars, so that's why you see quite a lot of getting bump started. The hole just underneath the radiator grille of the car that we're watching now.
Running in third, that's you and Sargent.
In the number 50, on the number 56, 6EM Maserati.
Oh, got time to wait, yeah.
Well, I think there's quite a lot of friends and relatives in that one grandstand on this ring wheel. But that hole underneath there, you would put a starter into that, an external starter. But on the Bugatti that Andrew was mentioning, that basically pushed it in, engaged it, and started to turn the engine. And of course, the higher compression the engine is, the more difficult it is to start. You get into the right spot when you can feel the compression absolutely at its most, and give it a good flick around, and hopefully it catches. And hopefully you don't get a hit with the start.
We speculated, didn't we, John, that Horace Minor was probably one of the last cars to have that system. But I think it was a backup, actually, for Minor.
You might be right.
So, lovely shot of this rare Talbot logo.
I love this car, Andrew. I love the colour.
Yeah.
I love everything about it. It's road registered with a UK plate that looks like to me. Without running without the mud guards, of course.
Finished third in the French Grand Prix just before the war, actually in 1939. This particular car.
Where was that?
Probably Reims.
I was going to say that would be Reims, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can understand with the big triangular flat-out blast that effectively Reeves was, why that car would have done well if he was there.
I said earlier that it tried to qualify at Indianapolis twice. It does look a bit like an Indianapolis, one of those old roadsters.
Yeah.
One lap to go.
Just for reference, I was just double checking to make sure it was Reeves. 1939. The winning car, though, was a car from another planet, the D-type, also Union, Herman Muller at the wheel. So very different machinery to this. This was the might of Auto Union and Mercedes at the time, but their cars were just absolutely astonishing masterpieces of engineering. No wonder they had so much state support.
And against the garagiste of France.
Christian Trains in a really well-driven race. He was at times getting a little bit closer to Pat Blakely-Edwards. Got within a second, but we think, in fact, maybe it wasn't a mistake for Pat. That might have been a foreboding moment for Pat. He conquered it the first time round. At this very point on the circuit, 3 laps ago now, was the point that he realised the whole thing was starting to unravel. Couldn't get a gear.
This may be one of our shocks then, early shocks, because I think Christian would have likely have given ABA a run for his money. He's leaning forward, he's urging that car on, getting his head down behind the little aero screen. Half a lap to go for this wonderful Talbot Lago T150C MD. And he's got, again, about half a minute on the field, with Nick Halusa in second position, and it's going to be Ewan Sergison in third place.
Yes, he's not got anyone close. He's 18 seconds clear of the Riley Dobbs with Thierry Chanois, so he can relax. No wonder we saw him waving to friends and family just a lap or so ago, lapping it up as he went. But for Christian Traber, altogether running at a superior pace in this fabulous-looking Talbot Lago. I think it's now just enjoyment for the last few corners.
Unusual colour though, isn't it? But it's not French racing blue. It's a sort of much paler shade. And I'm sure
I like it. I think it's
I think it's fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous.
I think it's more suitable for racing on the Riviera, and here we are.
Yes, absolutely.
Checkered flag for the pre-war Grand Prix in Voiturettes, and seeing it first, it's the driver of the Talbot Lago T150C, and that's Christian Traber starting in second position on the grid. The low-slung Roadster took the lead when the pole sitter, Blakely-Edwards, had, we think, driveline or transmission problems, which slowed him up. Coming through to a very nice second position is Nick Halusa, and third will be Ewan Sergison on the 56 Maserati. He's a good half lap further back, isn't he? Still to come through the swimming pool complex area. And in fact, I think that everybody up to 5th has been lapped. So it might be a little bit close to that. Might be the top 3 of the lead lap. So Ewan to finish the last couple of corners. Bring that very lovely Maserati from the 1920s into the pit lane. It's from 1936, that car. The pit finishing area, and his supporters making their feelings known. Him standing by the car before he set off. Sergison going through in third position, and just the top 3 on the lead lap. Meantime, Christian Traber will be lapping it up, and he is again making sure the marshals get their due recognition, as he will come back to pull up and receive the garland, the trophy, and the glass.
And just to give Thierry Chanois his praise, he actually also finished on the lead lap, just crept in at the end there in the Riley Dobbs. I thought he drove that very well, considering the way the car is presented versus the rivals. But for Christian Traber, all the joy of a sunny Sunday morning at Monaco, waving happily, very content marshals as they wave their flags in support of him at the end of the race. He'll come round, and then, as we were saying, pulling up on the grid with those 1, 2, 3 boards, first, second and third, is a great moment at any circuit. But to do so, well, you're not getting the pit lane here, are you? Do it on the circuit. That keeps with a historical line.
Just to whet everybody's appetite for later, this afternoon we're going to see Jean Alesi racing a Ferrari, and from qualifying we know he's going to go quickly. We should also see René Arnoux, but he crashed yesterday in the sister car. We're not sure if that's ready to go again. We suspect it probably is, but great to see those two heroes of Formula One getting back into their race suits, and they more or less fitted, and seeing them racing. But Jean Alesi was mighty yesterday, wasn't he, qualifying?
Jean Alesi's car control was always legendary, but it almost looks like he added another chapter. Maybe he needed to use the car control because he's not quite, in full practice, but he was phenomenal. So Alesi fans are in for a massive treat this afternoon.
So on the start-finish curve, to the victor, the spoils. Swiss Historic Racing Team, Talbot Lago, Christian Traber, waiting for the second and third. What a run for him in that very, very sleek, purposeful-looking Talbot. Love the chrome, love the mirrors, and good news for the sponsors. He's going to replace that watch on his wrist with one from one of the sponsors here this weekend, the Tag Heuer Monaco.
He's actually looking around to see where his rivals have got to. He has finished so far clear. Maybe he was also pretty quick on his slowing down lap, but here are the results.
Confirming the first, second and third for Talbot Lago, Bugatti and Maserati in the hands of respectively Christian Traber, Nicholas Halusa and Ewan Sergison. Big gaps between that. The missing name from the top and the missing number is the 68 down in 11th position for Patrick Blakeney-Edwards. Didn't get the trip. That car coming up short with transmission problems. Christian Traber taking the victory.
Ja, aber ich habe gewusst, wenn ich nicht am Anfang den Vorsprung nehme, dann am Ende hatte ich Probleme mit dem.
Great camaraderie at these historic events, Bruce, and you've been to plenty. You've talked to the drivers as well. It's about the racing, and one of the things that we can't quite get yet here, but I'm sure will return next year, is that social element that is so much a part. I think it should be a part of every motor racing event, and some series more than others. Looks like Ewan's worked really hard to get that car up into third position, the Maserati.
Pat to the steering wheel, but no, you're spot on, John. As you can see in the background, whole families come to historic racing events, and they make their friends away from the track as well. And I think the social side is something that is so important alongside all the racing. First and foremost, they love racing these cars, but there's so much else that goes with it. And for Ewan Sargison, monoposter racer in his past, along with his father Jock beforehand, and he will be very, very pleased with that result. But you can see it's taken it out of him. He's feeling,
I see he's got the famous James Hunt logo on his Sex for Breakfast deck out. Now, I can tell you about that because we were managing James at the time. James bought that from Woolworths and had it sewn on to his overalls. And of course, later on, he wasn't allowed to wear it. Hesketh didn't care. And I actually said to him, "What the hell is that, James? Why are you wearing?" He said,
saw it at Woolworths, thought it might work on my race suit. But it wasn't fireproof.
And I see lots of people have reproduced T-shirts with it on and so on. Breakfast of Champions, yes. Well,
I tell you what, Ewan's had a real workout.
He's got a Graham Hill cap on as well, hasn't he? Now, is that a genuine London Rugby Club cap, which the
Rowing Club, yeah,
London Rowing Club cap. Maybe it is.
Well, it could well be. You can see the shape of the blades, the white blades around the edge. But again, that stands out from 100 paces, and that's why helmets have gone the wrong way in terms of helmet design.
I'll tell you what, that'll be the hardest fought third place that Ewan's ever had. He'll be delighted with that as he heads up on to the podium. Just a final thought before the guys come out here. I think one of the great things for motor racing to keep everybody together is centralised catering. If you have centralised catering, and that happens an awful lot in the States, then everybody gets to mingle by the coffee machine or while they're making their breakfast or picking up their breakfast. And it's very difficult to hold grudges with somebody in following races when you've got to stand in the queue for the coffee machine. Here at our podium then for the pre-war Grand Prix cars and voiturettes. Phenomenal stuff. Christian Traber stands front and centre on the top step from Nicholas Halusa in second and Ewan Sergison in third place. The garland, traditionally you give the garland to whoever prepped the car, don't you? And that goes on the garage wall. The trophy, I'm sure Christian will be finding somewhere to put that pride of place. And he's got the advantage of being able to review as well the imagery that we've been bringing to you all weekend and will continue to do so. Ewan Sergison with that London Rowing Club cap tucked into his belt. The trophies awarded for first, second and third. The watch arrives. I'm surprised they didn't tell him to take the other one off. That's a lovely memento as well. And next will be the national anthem of Switzerland for the winning driver. Fantastic moment for any racing driver, standing on any podium. It's not something I've done very often in my brief racing career. I don't get to race as much as I'd like to. Could have last year, of course, if we'd been racing, because I wasn't travelling as much. But
you had the time.
Yeah, had the time. Didn't have anything.
Now, just talking about the sort of little touches that mean so much. I noticed on the face masks of Ewan Sergison's team said Team Avit.
Yeah,
and they'll be having it later because Ewan's out again in a Shadow DN1 as we go through to a closer period of more contemporary racing towards the end of the day. I think that's the penultimate race, but we are going to work through the years through the rest of the day. In fact, we've got quite a leap when we go to race 3, which is for Class D. We'll come to that in a moment. But magical moments for all involved. And look at the difference between those 3 cars at the end of the race. The Talbot Lago in the middle, the Bugatti, taller, thinner on the left-hand side of the grid in second place, and then the Maserati 6CM. No drinks for anybody in the commentary box, but drinks well earned by the drivers.
Something seems to have gone wrong. My order seems to have gone missing. Yeah, and the only flaw in the planning is that the winner has so much in hand that he can barely spare a hand to drink the Veuve Clicquot. And instead of spraying the champagne, although the music is the same, it's been enjoyed by the drivers. I have to say I thoroughly approve of that.
And he gets a bottle of champagne. I think he'll save that for this evening. Oh, great shots here, look. Close up of the cockpit.
It does us all good, I think, to see cars back racing again at Monaco, but to see these cars in all their glory in the spring sunshine, it just is another layer of delight on top.
Yeah, fantastic win for the number 22 and Christian Traber. that one will live long in the memory. That beautiful, svelte, low-slung Tolbo Lago. Perhaps a race victory that he did not expect today, although we are in an age where reliability was as much a part of the racing as the racing itself. Second race of Sunday for pre-war Grand Prix cars and voiturettes. Sun just beginning to come through the trees on the start-finish line as the competitors lined up. A very eclectic field, headed by pole position qualifier Pat Blakeney-Edwards on the Fraser Nash monoplace. Didn't get off the line, big look behind for the Bugatti. That wasn't the biggest challenger as they went to Sainte-Devote for the first time. Christian Traber, the Swiss Historic Racing Team, Talbot Lago, making the move and holding on to second, had to fight for it a wee bit as they headed up the hill. Blakeney-Edwards seemed to have got that Fraser Nash underway and motoring along quite nicely, starting to build a very nice lead indeed.
Then, John, suddenly we saw he drop back as we see the start again, and that was the beginning of his troubles, of course. Here they are, that's the start, lots of smoke pluming from the rear tyres as they accelerate away. They're definitely in command through the chicane at that point in the race.
Built up over 5 seconds of a lead, getting towards around about half distance and putting on an absolute masterclass of how to drive one of these classic racing cars around the streets. Not all wine and roses though. In the pit lane, Luigi Morchia with the Maserati 4CM, that had been a bit smoky in the earlier part of the weekend, and then all of a sudden the race is back on again. It's down to a second. Hop Suisse for Christian Traber as he sees the opportunity perhaps to snatch victory. Bugattis aplenty in this race, have been driven with aplomb as well. The French manufacturer well represented, and the number 14, Nicolas Halusa, the best of them. In the midfield, smashing battle further down with the Amel car, the darker blue car, right in the middle of that. Leader had to start lapping these battles, hand out to the cockpit, and at the station hairpin, drama for the number 68. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards unable to get forward motion, his progress slowed massively. Traber through into the lead at Poitiers.
Intermittently, it seemed to be working, and then frustration there as he realises that the game is probably over. Then he had to park it, and well, what could have been a great victory for Pat Blakeney-Edwards went up in some sort of gear selection problem, we think.
Well, perhaps what we saw when he failed to get away cleanly at the start of the race was the start of it all, but in between he drove beautifully. At the best side of the race was that car going sideways. Pat Blakeney-Edwards totally on top of the Fraser Nash monoplace, but full credit to Christian Traber. He led the chase, victory came his way, but he drove beautifully in a car that's got John very excited indeed.
Marshall's doing a fantastic job, as always, in the tight confines of Monaco to keep the track clear.
Third place to Ewan Sargent in his 6CM Maserati. Didn't have anyone to play with once Nicolas Halusa had pulled clear, but kept it off the barriers, kept it clean, took time to wave to the marshals, and would be delighted with that third.
Yeah, he worked very hard indeed. So at the checkered flag, the Swiss Historic Racing Team, Talbot Lago and Christian Traber taking the plaudits, rightly so. Nicolas Halusa coming through in second place, but at some distance. And then a hard-working, hard-charging Ewan Sergeson, who was quite overwhelmed, I think, to be on the podium, just touching his helmet there and realising, I think, that he got third position. And when he pulled up at the start-finish line, he was emotionally spent. Switzerland on top. Christian Treber wins for Pre-War Grand Prix and Voiturettes. Well, can't argue with what we've seen so far, gentlemen. Are we chalking that one up to being a little bit of a shock result there, Andrew? At a clean one, PBE would have won it.
Yeah, but obviously Treber, who normally races a BMW CSL, he's won quite a lot of races at places like Spa and that. He was on the front row of the grid, and there he was, ready to take the spoils of victory when PBE had the problem. So, yeah, a bit of a shock victory, but there you are. That's particularly historic racing. The cars do tend to be a little bit more unreliable, and of course a lot of the parts are 60 and 70 years old, so it's only to be expected. There we are.
Relatively short races here, Bruce, but they've done quite a lot of running this weekend. Mechanical sympathy is something that perhaps current racing drivers don't have to worry about so much, but in this era it was absolutely a part of the game.
It was built in, and certain cars, certain mates had constantly had an Achilles heel. Trying to cut a particular corner time and time again isn't always a clever thing to do, but they were trying to achieve the aim of building the fastest car out there, and then some of them clearly can be just a little bit fragile, and again dealing with technology that is sort of 75 years old.
We're pretty sure that it was a problem with the pre-selector gearbox, and just think about how racing drivers change gear now in a Formula 1 car with a flick of a button. This, I think, was a way of trying to make it a little bit easier, because how many racing drivers in the 60s and 70s over-revved their engines because they just didn't coordinate their legs and arms and feet all at the same time. So, in the old days, mechanics used to tell you who the really good drivers are, because when they used to take the gearboxes apart, they saw how the cogs and the dog, all the parts of the gearbox were either tuned up or in pristine condition.
Same with tyre engineers. Tyre engineers are some of the best guys you can speak to be honest. I always remember back in the Pernod racing days that Rabs and Magnussen racing together, Tim Brabham and Jan Magnussen. For those who might know the names but associate them with other generations, either older or younger. And the driver said that, the tyre engineer said, I can look at the tyres and know which ones are David's and which ones aren't, without looking at the markings.
News this week, I believe, the Magnussen's father and son are going to be racing together at Le Mans.
Yeah, I somehow thought I'd heard that before. I knew that it was on the cards. I think it's finally been confirmed.
But it sort of went away, because there are going to be 2 entries from high-class racing. I think they lost one, and maybe Anders isn't going to compete, I don't know. But hot news, just had confirmation, another circuit we were saying a circuit in Scandinavia had a bridge over.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite confident with Karlskoga, and I should have gone across the border to Finland. Hämeenlinna.
Yeah, they used to have Formula Junior races there.
Still not a tunnel though, is it?
And it's one of those ones you need to look at on the internet to realise it was built in quite a wacky place.
We talked about these yesterday, about the weird and wonderful circuits we've been to. Another interesting circuit was Imatra in Finland, right on the Russian border, used for motorcycles, incredibly dangerous. And a quick story there, Barry Sheene, a famous world champion motorcycle racer, did not like the toilet block. He thought it was disgusting. He crept in at night and put some thunder flashes in it. He had underestimated how much methane there was around. The toilet block was blown up. The organisers wanted to find out who it was. If they'd listened more carefully at the prize giving, they might have wondered why Barry Sheene, who won the 125cc race, got a bigger chair than the guy who won the 500. Because all the competitors knew that this disgusting toilet block at Imatra had been blown up. But they said if you missed your braking, you finished up in Russia.
Like it.
Yeah.
Well, I've often said that somebody's gone so far off they've got to show their pass to get back in. I've not had to say they've gone so far off they've had to go through customs and excise.
Oh, here's a good story. Formula Junior Racing. I think he was called Alan Stubbs in a Merlin. Zolder went off through a hedge. Was on the service road on the outside. Drove back. Couldn't get back through the hedge because it sprung back into place. Drove back to the entrance of the paddock. The marshal wouldn't let him in because he hadn't got a pass on him. He was in his racing car. I think he's probably the same bloke that Rennie Arnoux collected on his bonnet one year.
Took to the hotel.
Well, Spa, of course, in the old configuration of Spa where you turned left at the bottom of the hill at Eau Rouge and then went through the hairpin, that was the Customs House hairpin, because that various iterations of the borders of Europe had been a border post. And that's, some of that tarmac's still there. Actually, is it still there now? It was still there up until relatively recently, but they're building the rallycross track over at that sort of place at the moment and putting a new grandstand in on that side of the track, which is going to change how that looks massively.
Serie D coming up. 1500cc Grand Prix cars, 1961 to 1965. Beautiful little cars and a nice little mixture. Just quite a small group this time because of COVID. Quite a lot of the entries not able to make it, but I think we could have a very interesting race here. Just a couple of seconds between the two leading drivers, Mark Shaw and Nick Taylor. They're the famous American colours of Lucky Kasner and the Camaradi racing team. You see some of the drivers who've driven that. Some of the drivers do put the names of the previous pilots from the original days on the side of the car, but this particular one does not have. Some four-cylinder engines in this, some V8s, particularly V8s in the later Lotus 24s. See 3 different marks of Lotus in this particular event.
Yes, if you are a fan of the Lotus brand, this is a perfect illustration, Bruce Jones, of how Lotus was developing and how quickly Lotus was developing in the early to mid-1960s.
Totally. 18 to 21 to 24, and then the quantum leap to the 25. Unfortunately, we don't have one of those there here this weekend. Should have been Andy Middlehurst in one, and at that point they could literally put the winner's garland outfit. But the pace of development in this thing. But just talking in this short period, Andrew, you were just mentioning about the names of the drivers being listed on the cars. Some of these cars are passed from the works teams 1 year onto a privateer team, onto a lesser privateer team, and then have several drivers per season. The names of the cars could actually flow from the roll hoop down to the bottom of the bodywork. Some of them, when they went to some of the teams, like Kento Sud, for example.
Yeah, that's the Lotus 24 there. The big difference is that has a V8 Coventry Climax engine in. This car has a 4-cylinder Coventry Climax engine. We discussed Coventry Climax yesterday, the company that originally made fire pump engines in the war. There's the names, look. Trevor Taylor raced it, the man who always raced in the yellow racing. Joe Siffer, and then lesser-known drivers after that as it went down the food chain. But a beautifully prepared car again.
Again, those classic Lotus colours, the Norfolk yellow atop the British racing green.
Interesting little Brabham here that raced mainly in Formula 2. This is a Brabham BT2, actually the first Brabham car which was built in numbers. The BT1 was actually called the MRD. That car was raced by Joe Slessor in those very same blue colours, and he put a bigger engine in the car for some Formula 1 races later in its career.
Number 7 is the Lotus 21, the car that was started from pole. Mark Shaw, a driver with contemporary racing experience some while back, and that showed yesterday. He really drove very well indeed. Drove up to, did you say Formula 3000?
No, Formula 3000 he raced in, and he's got a very special crash helmet. But John, I think he's got one of those new paint schemes that
with the satin paint on it.
Yeah.
It's really taken my attention. The other classic thing that I'm looking at there is the pattern on the Dunlop racing rubber. That is absolutely evocative of me, of this era.
Little story here. I think that they used to have different colour spots. There was a yellow spot and a blue spot. I heard about a team who invented a purple spot and painted over the white purple just to freak out all the other competitors. We haven't got those, are they new? Is that the new compound?
Sounds like you're talking about squash balls there for a second.
Well, yeah, it's the same, exactly the same thought process, actually. Slightly different compounds.
Remember, it served me right that that's the Dunlop R5 pattern, I think. And that
It's a classic.
It's absolutely classic. It's wonderful. There's a huge infrastructure around historic racing, making these old tyres the way they were. I know Avon's very much involved in that.
Avon do a lot of the slicks that we'll see later on in the newer grids.
Presumably, Dunlop don't make these. Somebody makes them. I think vintage tyres.
I think Dunlop still do.
Oh, do they? Yeah.
Tyres. I think
Maybe they do.
It's a part of Goodyear now, of course. Goodyear as a brand back in endurance racing in the ACO as we are this weekend. ACO Rules Racing.
Just noticing, as often happens in historic racing, liquids do get dropped on the surface. Just at Portier, before the cars dive into the tunnel, they put the quick dry down on top of it. First few cars going through, kicking it up, but that does such a good job. Right, we've talked about number 7, Mark Shaw's Lotus 21, but the car in the background, white with the checkered stripes on it. That's the old Scuderia Colonia car. We could remember Wolfgang Seidel yesterday. We've got the Michael May also drove that Lotus 18. And the Lotus 18 so important in Monaco history. 2 wins here. 1961 was the second of those. Sterling Moss not racing for the Works team, but for Rob Walker Racing. And it was a win against all odds. The sort of win that only the likes of Sterling Moss would have put out. That was the year, of course, where he took the side panels off the car, not just so everyone could see what he was doing, just to stay cool.
Literally temperature-wise, not to just look good.
I've never thought to define the difference.
It was actually a rather sensible thing to do because, of course, the side panels were literally just panels. There was still all of the structure around it, all of the tubes around it. So there was no extra worry about any injury if he had an incident because they were only fiberglass panels. And also because your legs are the things that mostly helps you with your temperature control because you get blood put down into there and it's like a big radiator effectively.
Yeah, these cars are all tubular framed chassis. This was just, we went to the Lotus 25, that was the Lotus monocoque, of course, where Colin Chapman decided to take sheets of aircraft L72 aluminium and form a chassis from that rather than from tubes. It made the car much stiffer, so it really was a game changer. Chapman subsequently, of course, making the engine a part of the rear part of the chassis with the later Lotus 49 when they of course with V8 engine, we'll see lots of them later, was a stressed member, actually part of the chassis.
It's quite nice if you can go down your job list and actually remove some of the elements, make it simpler, make it stronger. Wasn't always the case of making it stronger with Lotus. Their aim, Colin Chapman's aim, avowed, was to make it faster. And if that meant lighter, that's what he did. Car 22, driven is Stefan Jobstel, Austrian racer, Lotus 24. As we said, you could see the tube work inside the car, but the 25, that didn't look that different when it was pushed out for the first time, but when people looked inside, there was no more tubing. It was monocoque technology. Unfortunately, the 25 due here this weekend didn't make it down, so we could have the comparison.
Seeing the front suspension there of this Cooper, which Maston Gregory raced that in 6 Grand Prix. Tried to qualify it. There's Maston Gregory's name, the bespectacled driver who won Le Mans with Jochen Rindt all those years ago. John Timms driving this very nicely prepared car. Doug Mockett previously raced that, who was a great historic racer in the past, and if I remember rightly, invented some widget where you, on a desk, where you put you put the wire cables through. He invented that.
The swinging 60s represented in Series D by the Formula 1 1500cc Grand Prix cars from 61 to 65, and a fabulous grid of cars to do battle over 10 laps around the streets of Monaco in this 12th Monaco Grand Prix Historique. Hello everybody, welcome to the Principality. 18 degrees Celsius in the air, 16 on the track. And wherever you're watching or listening, good to have your company. Plenty of syndication, of course there is, for this fantastic event. I'm John Hindhaugh, and it's Andrew Marriott and Bruce Jones with me today for all of the races. And here's how they line up for this Series D race, Bruce.
So, front row of the grid, a Lotus 21. Mark Short drove incredibly tidily. We were super impressed yesterday. Nick Taylor in the older Lotus 18, second. Staggered grid, as you can see from the way they're lined up. Philippe Bonny, the little Brabham BT2 ex-Formula 2 car, third place. Philippe Buhoff, another Swiss racer. He's in the newest Lotus in the race, the Lotus 24. As is Stefan Jobsel, different engines for the pair of them. And Jim Timms, we saw him in the Camaradi liveried Cooper, bringing up towards the tail of the grid. Great and the good down on the grid, taking a look at these cars. A lot of them raced at the period when they were boys. They always stay special, don't they, Andrew, the cars of your youth?
They do indeed. I think we've also got number 23, Albert Stravinsky, in the one-off Emerson, the car built by Paul Emery. And as legend goes, the chassis design was done by a piece of chalk on the floor. Presumably they didn't have a dirt floor in the Emerson workshop, but it was very small. And I think the group that ran the car was about 3 of them. That passed to a couple of Belgian drivers. Andre Palet, I remember, racing the Emerson. But I think it was, I think Bruce Halford also had a go in it. So
yeah, Equipe National Belge had them for a while.
Yeah, they did.
Painted them yellow in the national colour of Belgium.
There's another national colour.
I feel there are a few threads going through today that you'll need to keep up with. Thank you for all the tweets at RSL_studio. Jay Atkinson said Detroit had a tunnel back in the day. Of course it did. I'd forgotten
well done.
about that.
Yeah.
How did we forget that? And by the way,
we're busy.
Yes, I know. And by the way, Imatra is back in business.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow.
So
a decent new shower and toilet block, presumably.
Presumably, yes.
It's explosive proof, which is rather fortunate. Just had a message, thank you very much, Marcus Pye. Just spoken to Pat Blakeney-Edwards. The Nash's engine got hot, so it wasn't worth risking blowing it up. So we didn't surmise correctly.
No, it looked like it.
Thanks, Marcus.
Well, it was certainly not performing as they wanted it to. So wherever you are in the world, thank you very much indeed for all the kind comments. The team effort that has gone into putting this broadcast together is something of legend, to be honest. So thanks to all of our colleagues on the technical side, as well, of course, as the Automobile Club of Monaco, and wherever they are around the world, firing you the pictures, and indeed all of those syndications, the websites and the TV channels and streaming services that are putting this out to the world.
John, in modern racing, of course, there's a fleet of PR people sending press releases and tweets out all the time, and when we're at Le Mans, we can monitor all that. But historic teams don't generally have PR people, so it's great that Marcus phoned in with that news and managed to speak to Pat. And any more of that, we'd love to hear.
Yeah, can we get Marcus? Come on, can we get with the programme, and can we send a telegram for those types of messages? Sending a text through this, really.
Couldn't be just.
I suppose it's the modern iteration of a telegram. So
yeah,
quite like that.
Last night, Bruce and I had a discussion about telex machines.
Telex machines.
So I operated one quite a lot, actually. Stories of it in my upcoming book.
Which famous racing team took its name from a telex address?
Oh, that's a good one.
Famous American racing team. I'll narrow it down for you.
Got me there.
Any idea?
No.
Brumos.
No, really?
Yes.
And while that was happening, I've just thought of another circuit with a bridge. A fearsome circuit in Tasmania, Longford.
Oh, yes.
As the railway goes across the top of it.
Yeah. Bridge, but
duck
not
under. And they go over, and in fact, hold on, the Singapore circuit, you go across the Anderson Bridge or whatever it is.
Very good.
I'll just add that at Aintree you went across the road, didn't you? Crossed the main road. They blocked it off.
We are having a little discussion about the bridge and tunnel crowd. not people coming in from out of town, but race circuits which, like Monaco and the street circuit at Monte Carlo, has a tunnel or a bridge. We've been through all the obvious ones.
Yeah.
I think we have anyway.
Now, working our way with the cameraman up through the grid, that's Stefan Job. So when we get to the front, Mark Shaw's car on pole, the Lotus 21, was used by Jim Clark in the 1961 Springbok Series.
South Africa.
Then it was raced by Ernie Peters in South Africa. And it's got history here. Back in 2008, victory in the race here, Simon Hadfield at the wheel. And obviously that was much to the chagrin of those with larger engines. There he was with the Springbok size engine and took victory. So well done to Simon back then. Certainly no massive engine in Philippe Bonny's car. Third on the grid, the Brabham BT2. Very pretty, very tidy. This was the essence of these cars, wasn't it, Andrew? Just such clean designs.
Yeah, so of course when they went to this formula, it decreased the power. So they went down from the 2.5 litre to 1.5 litre engines. A lot of people thought it was a retrograde step. They were small and nimble, and very much a Jim Clark era. He was absolutely the master in a Lotus 25. Just beautiful.
So few periods in the history of sport where someone is just a cut above the rest in everything he touched, but Jim Clark was that man, and these are the cars that well, for so many years were on the front cover of Waddington's Formula One game on the box that I had as a child, and that to me was just the shape of a Formula One car.
Correct.
And then the wings, as I got a little older, started to sprout. But they're so beautiful, so purposeful.
You almost wore these cars rather than driving them, Bruce. They were so beautifully designed and put together that the driver, despite what Colin Chapman and various other team owners and engineers used to think about the drivers, but the driver was almost a part of these cars.
Exactly. So you can imagine Colin Chapman seeing someone who's carrying a few pounds and suggesting they joined another team, because you look, Jim Clark was as fit as could be and didn't carry any spare poundage. But right now we've got half an hour of racing coming up, and it's Lotus from Lotus on the front row, the 21 on pole position. That's the Lotus 21, and the Lotus 18, the older model, that won the first of the races here in this period in 1961 with Sterling Moss at the wheel. That's not a Moss car, it's a Scuderia Colonia car, but great to have them out here on the grid.
Small grade of small cars, but my goodness, Mark Shaw looks absolutely ready for this. It's only the formation lap to come. This is not the start of the race. Another one with that satin matte finish almost to the helmet colour, which I have been rather taken by. I have to make some inquiries into that now. Just waiting for the marshals to give the sign at the start, to give the sign for them to go off on their sighting or formation lap. They have been round once already as they came out of the Formula One pits. Everybody other than the very latest cars are paddocked, probably not a word, in the outside, on the outside of the circuit. And if you look very carefully back from Anthony Noakes down towards La Rascasse, you can see them actually sliding the big Tag Heuer branded door backwards and forwards so that the cars can come out of the lower paddock.
Just on bridges at race circuits, surely there's a flyover, crossover at Suzuka, Bruce.
Of course there is. What are we talking about?
Yeah, we did talk about that. We did talk about that, yes.
I think there's an Italian circuit one as well, and as I said, there's one in Argentina. It's at San Juan.
I must go to San Juan. That just looks phenomenal. What a setting, running around the lake, sort of like Ennepegusa.
Twin ring. Mategi's got a bridge on it as well, hasn't it? On the road circuit.
Has it really? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
That's the circuit where Danica Patrick won her only
correct
kart race.
When it was a split weekend when everybody else was at Long Beach, and she won it with brilliant field strategy. I was at Long Beach that weekend.
Right, let's focus on what is about to happen, because the cars go around for one final formation lap. In qualifying, 1.9 seconds was Mark Shaw's advantage in the number 7 Lotus 21. But Nick Taylor, driving very well in the Lotus 18, is going to see if he can keep up. The others not so close. Philippe Bonny several seconds further back, so it's really all about the first two. And as we've seen from the first two races, it's also about getting off the line.
Exactly right, Bruce Jones. Exactly right. It's a tricky start here at Monaco, and that run down Saint Devote, which seems to happen in a blink of an eye in the current Formula One racing era. There's a little more time to think in these cars, and maybe even find a little bit of a position to try and make your move. Always the best opportunity to make up positions at the start of the race, but also the most dangerous time when things are potentially so close together that they can go wrong very quickly indeed.
But a muffed fluff start here at Monaco will really set you back, because getting past other cars easier with these smaller ones. But certainly we saw in the first race, we saw Max Hilliard second on the grid, sadly for him, sixth by the opening corner, and then he had to make his way past while his arch rival was pulling ever further clear. But again, it's not a straight line to the first corner, and then you snake the rest of the way around the lap. You put a straight line at Monaco, and it's not going to be a very long one. In fact, the longest one is out of the Nouvelle Chicane down towards Tabag, where Philippe Bonny is just starting that straight right now.
I keep looking at that helmet and seeing a flash of Jody Scheckter's helmet in my mind with the yellow and white.
Well, the first two have pulled some distance clear, so they're waiting for the others to catch up a little bit before they pull onto the grid. Fortunately, temperatures very kind and gentle, about probably 16 degrees, perfect racing temperatures for these drivers. And for the fans in the grandstands, it's short sleeve weather, so an absolute bonus. The big bonus is being in Monaco with motor racing. The other bonus is the fact Riviera, spring is a very fine climate to be in.
Just listening to the sound of the engines as they pull up the hill from La Rascasse up onto the start line on that front curve, not the front straight.
It's actually straighter than it looks in this shot. This is a foreshortened image, but certainly that's always one of the dangers of Monaco. Something's happened at the opening corner and you're coming out of the final corner. You don't see it until you're halfway towards it.
So the car's pulling up onto the grid for Series D at the 12th edition of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. These are Grand Prix Formula One cars, 1500 cc's, the 1.5 litre formula from 1961 to 1965. And with the green flag waved at the back, the question is, can Mark Shaw in the Lotus get off the line? And the answer is yes, and indeed the man on second position, Nick Taylor.
Yeah, slow away, wasn't it, John?
He was the problem man this time. That was the clutch that didn't quite drop, or maybe he didn't have the right amount of revs on through in the second. The Brabham of Philippe Bonny, the bright blue car, and he sets off in pursuit of our pole sitter Mark Shaw, who's got away in the Lotus 21 climax.
Yeah, that Brabham race by the late Joe Schlesser, who later went on to drive for Honda, lose his life in a Honda indeed in Rouen, but had a little bit of success in non-championship races in that little Brabham. And I think he did actually get the fourth place at Enna in a non-championship race. So it's got a bit of a history, that car.
Well, the main concern for the driver who started second fell back to fourth there. He's in third place now. It's the Lotus 18, Nick Taylor. He's got to get past Philippe Bonny if he's got any chance in this race, because the first two qualifiers, Mark Shaw and Nick Taylor, were way clear in qualifying. Does not want to be held up by the Brabham. Has got to give chase to our race leader, and he's got to make the move down to the Nouvelle Chicane. Can he do it under braking?
I don't think he's close enough. He really isn't. That Brabham is tiny, isn't it? None of these cars are what you would call obese, but that Brabham is absolutely size zero, isn't it?
Yeah, both these models were built originally as Formula Junior, so they did double duty also as Formula One cars. And of course it was 1.5 litre engines in those times. They could do that. But yeah, he's going to have another go now. He's just hanging in there through the swimming pool section, heading towards the what used to be a straightforward hairpin, but now they go all the way around the Rascasse restaurant, and he's trying to get his nose in there. What about in the run past the start-finish line? Might just have a bit of extra speed now, John Hindhaugh.
Philippe Body then in that blue, Brabham in second. He's got Nick Taylor, the recovering Nick Taylor, after a slightly tardy start, gets to the right-hand side, which is the right side for the right-hander at Sander Vogt, and the pass is made. But Bruce, it's 6 seconds between those two and the leaders, and it was all down to a fluffed start.
A fluff start, he went back to fourth, in fact very nearly back to fifth. Brilliant start from Mark Shaw on pole. But the thing is, at Monaco there are certain points where you've got to make half a lap until you've got a sensible passing opportunity. Philippe Bony drove it very, very well indeed, but here, looking at the replay, the damage is already done for Nick Taylor. He must be absolutely kicking himself in that small cockpit.
4 cars across the track for a moment as they went into what is the little right kick, the little left kick rather, before the right-hander at Sander Vogt, first real corner. Leader then, Mark Shaw, unsurprisingly, some 3 seconds quicker in the first split than anybody chasing him, a minimum of 3 seconds quicker. Oh, hits the curb very, very hard. That's one of those plastic sort of sleeping policeman type sausage curbs that have been bolted down there, and I would have thought, Andrew, that was a little bit too much curb for a car of this vintage.
And not necessary, of course, but maybe just misjudged it. Not necessary when he's got pulled out such a fantastic lead in the first lap. The Aberdonian driver, who, as you mentioned, John, had a contemporary career, raced in Formula 3 for 3 seasons, and then moved on to Formula 3000, raced in the main championship and then subsequently the Italian championship. So he's done a lot of single-seater racing when he was that much younger. We're talking about 1998, 1999 when he was racing those sort of cars, but he's certainly making a good job of that. But so too is Nick Taylor, who is out on his own, of course, now. Look in the Lotus 18.
I think the big question is how much Nick Taylor can close him down. After qualifying, you suggest he can't, but Taylor, now in second place, is driving very well indeed. He's got 7.8 seconds is the gap, but the main thing is, he was, 6 and a bit seconds down at the end of the opening lap, wasn't he, John?
That's going to be the kicker for him. A 57.1 last time around by Nick Taylor, but the leader, I think, they put in a 56. Now, they qualified. Their position time was a 53 and a 55 for Nick Taylor, so they're still a little bit away from their qualifying time. Nice battle with the Emerson involved in that. That's an interesting story for an interesting car.
Yeah, Paul Emery and his little firm, they made quite a reputation at Emerson with their little 500cc racing cars. But when they moved into Formula 1, I think it was a step too far, really, and very meagre resources.
But I think you can imagine at the time how Formula 1's expanding.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted to see if they could get up to that top step. This was a chance. This is when Formula 1 actually, in many ways, was cheap.
Yeah, privateers, you could go racing as a privateer. I mentioned yesterday, it was people like the former motorcycle racer Bob Anderson. And he would turn up just with a little VW transporter with the car strapped to it, not even covered up really, with all the meagre tools just in the underbelly of the Volkswagen. That was what a Formula 1 team was at the bottom level, and at the top level it was a sort of converted furniture van, probably with about 6 or 8 mechanics. Actually, of course, Ferrari had the most beautiful transporters, didn't they? Having said that, but some of the British teams, some of them have been vehicles that were repurposed into racing transporters.
Coaches.
Yeah, that's another one.
That's what I always think of.
Occasionally I go stock car racing and there's still people.
I know, brilliant. Exactly what I was thinking.
Still
exactly
use them.
what I was thinking. Across the line then, Shaw's already through, and it's 9.5 seconds. Back to Taylor in second, then Philippe Bony in third. Is another 9 seconds further back, so these cars are spreading out, but it will give the drivers an opportunity to try and put a quick lap in here.
Well, very, very tidy from Mark Shaw, as expected at the front, but there he leaves the station hairpin. Still not coming into shot out of Mirabeau is the chasing Nick Taylor. Didn't expect him to be able to close down a lot, I will expect, because they were nearly 2 seconds apart in qualifying. Hold on, I'm just listening out. Slight misfire for the race leader.
I think you might be right, Bruce.
It sounded a bit gruff, didn't it? Yes.
That's not me trying to build an excitement into a race that may not be there.
He was still sector. Let's have another listen as they go through.
Got a bit of a... Might have just a misfire.
Just a little verbal as it goes through the revs that it's not running cleanly. Almost sounds like it might be running a little bit rich. And just, well, you wouldn't know it from the times. Although this is his slowest lap so far for the leader. But the point I was about to make there, Bruce, is how hard do you push at this point? You want to keep, you don't want to do a Senna and lose your concentration because you backed off too much. I'm sure that Mark can wander back to his flat just on the other side of Poitiers.
It's not often that a team can't find its driver after they've retired from the race, but certainly Senna didn't want to be found first. He was inconsolable on that particular occasion, trying to make his mark at McLaren. And
just at that point going up the hill, remember Nigel Mansell losing it when he was in the lead?
On the white line.
On the white line and playing it into the barrier.
I think if we scratch the surface, you think about the races lost here. You think about Jack Brabham in 1970. Almost so close to the finish. Epic battle with Jochen Rindt and then clang at Rascasse.
It wasn't clang. He went into Strawberry. Last corner, where the Rascasse, of course, was a straightforward hairpin there, and was called the Gasworks hairpin.
1:56.7 last time around for Taylor. That's his fastest lap of the race. He's stemmed the tide a wee bit, but still Mark Shaw is driving away.
We've got a change for third place though. Philippe Buhofer in the Lotus 24, number 24 rather handily, just finally got ahead of Philippe Bonny. So the green and yellow Lotus looking absolutely fabulous. Down only like a sort of rumpled carpet, the rundown from Mirabeau to Mirabeau from Casino Square. You can see the cars, and particularly these ones, rising and falling over the undulations.
We'll just get somebody to just shuffle that and straighten it up, yeah. Thanks for taking that chair off the corner and then pull it straight. Lotus 1, 2, 3 then. 7, 8 and 18. 7, 8 and 24, excuse me. 21, the 18 and the 24 in that order. A couple of laps ago, I did notice James Timms missed the Nouvelle Chicane on the Cooper. The white-blue car. Just missed his break point.
Well,
plenty of room there to go to the right-hand side and rejoin.
So these cars have seen 6 decades, but some of the drivers have seen rather more, because Jim Timms, I'm told, he's an octogenarian from Gloucestershire.
Oh, really?
All power to your elbow, Jim.
Absolutely.
I want to be him when I grow up.
So that Lotus going through the picture now, the lighter green one, that's got the V8 engine. So that we've got two 24s in this race. One's got the 4-cylinder, but that one has got the V8. In theory, it should be the fastest car in the race.
And that is a V8 1.5 litre.
Yes, absolutely. Tiny little pin engine.
And I'm saying that because there will be people that are thinking, well, you said this was a 1.5 litre. This is a Swiss watch of an engine. When you think about dividing 1.5 litres into 8 cylinders and how tiny those components, it's almost like building a modern engine. And if you ever get the chance to see these engines, they are a thing of beauty.
But what could possibly go right, as they say?
But think then of a
replay
of the pass.
Third. This is Philippe Bonny in the blue, number 18. Just looks across to the right-hand side. Gives plenty of room there. I think he knew the game was up.
Just an engine that was in the back of a Lotus a bit later on. The H16 BRM motor. 3 litres, 16 cylinders. It didn't work either.
Surprised me enormously, Andrew.
Really.
Well, for a lot of people, big numbers are good things.
Yeah.
That's all I can imagine.
More valves, more cylinders.
We've got more than you.
It was basically 2 engines geared together, wasn't it? I think it did have 2 crankshafts, if I remember rightly. Somebody might correct me on that.
Well, Mark Shaw now a dozen seconds to good leading this race. What changes may follow? We've had mentioned Lotus 1, 2, 3. I sense we might get a Lotus 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 more laps to go, and Philippe Bonny hanging on in that pale blue Brabham, but he's going to be outgunned by the number 22 Lotus with Stefan Jobson with that V8 engine. And it's about 5 seconds between them. I think that's going to be coming down. Certainly the pace is getting ever better from Stefan Jobson.
Buhofer in third position, comes to the end of another lap. Able to take the flatter parts of the curbs on the exit of the complex at the swimming pool, which I noticed was didn't have any water in it actually when I saw the overhead from yesterday. I hadn't noticed that before.
No, we have seen Monaco Grand Prix practices with people actually swimming in the pool. What is going on? It's quite extraordinary.
To be honest, John, there have been many times when I've walked along the harbour's front there, feeling rather warm and thinking, I'd quite like to join them. Maybe I could do something dangerous off the top board or something. Alas, notebook in hand, one continued. Not really alas. Being in Monaco is never alas.
Mark Shaw continuing to drive with purpose, and even though he's not setting his best times, he's still going faster than Nick Taylor, who is behind him. So he's hit a pace, he's got a number in his head, and like all good drivers, when you know what you've got to do, he can do it, and he's firing off the laps at the moment.
You can see
monotonous regularity.
Yeah, and what you can see, John, is just the years he spent in the cockpit in high-level machinery. He is very, very metronomic. He's got the car doing what he wants it to do, and he's doing very well. There is that slight element of, is there just the edge of a misfire? But in terms of his input, it's tip-top, as he goes past tip-top.
Nick Taylor pushing a little bit hard, trying to put some kind of pressure as he comes to complete his 7th of 10 laps. The leader's already gone through 1:55.8 last time around, so well within the purview of our pole sitter and leader Mark Shaw. Here comes Nick Taylor and goes through in a 56.9. So even though he's pushing, well, that wasn't one of his better laps either, he's still not catching the leader. So that battle to watch out for then is the battle for 4th position, and John Still's just put his best lap of the race in, or best first sector rather of the middle sector of the race in his quest to catch that light blue number 18.
Yeah, the big problem there, John, the number between the timing interval isn't going down at the rate the number of laps are, so he's going to run out of time. So maybe that will be a good run to 4th place for Philippe Bonny, but certainly Philippe Buhoffer's picked up the pace, and the number 24, Lotus 24, just seeing it come up through the twisting ride. Now he's at Asnay, one of my favourite corners on the circuit. It's just so daunting. You can see so little from the low vantage point that a driver has coming up. The barriers are taller than you are. You can see, yes, if you look straight ahead, the casino, but you're not really supposed to be looking there. You're supposed to be looking and guessing what comes as you try and dive into Casino Square.
Merest hint of a lot up from Buhoffer there. And again, going into the hairpin in front of the Fairmont Station hairpin.
We were mentioning earlier that of this period, Trevor Taylor was one of the factory drivers, the number 2 to Jim Clark, the Yorkshireman whose sister Anita was also a very good racing driver. And in those days, everyone wore blue racing overalls,
yes,
usually from Les Leston, sometimes 2-piece. Trevor Taylor had yellow ones made with a yellow helmet, and it really made him stick out. And I thought that was an excellent idea. But I don't think that was anything to do with the yellow stripe they put on the Lotus, which sort of came and went a bit over the years, didn't it? Before, of course, the John Player sponsorship came in.
I've always thought the yellow was because of a nod to the sort of yellow canaries of Norwich that came over from the Netherlands.
I wonder.
Maybe I'm just adding 2 and 2, but obviously based out at Crishing Hall, just outside Norwich since the 60s. Seems to be thing. But anyhow, a team that gives you a green car with bright yellow wheels, and we really rather enjoy those Wobbly Web wheels.
We do.
And there's a purity of that car. As Andrew said, the yellow stripes or nose cones sometimes as well sort of came and went. But there's a purity about that design, very much the cigar shape of the bodywork. That's definitely got a misfire.
Yeah, a bit of puff and smoke. I think that engine will be going for a rebuild if it makes it out of this.
Well,
I think it will.
Nick Taylor's just put his fastest
right at the end. Yeah, right at the end now.
He's still not in. Coming round to start his last lap next time around.
Yeah, but it's not just an engine, is it? It's a Monaco Raceway engine.
Yeah.
Coaching.
Very good point.
Yeah, I don't know who rebuilds these climax engines these days. The famous man used to be Alan Smith of Derby, who was the big man you put your climax engine to.
That's getting worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it a misfire or is it a broken exhaust?
It might well be, actually. I think that might be a very good shout, John.
Just something rattled off, maybe, and causing a little bit of an odd noise. On to the final lap then for Paulson and Mark Shaw. He's had very little cause to look in his mirrors since he got off the line 9 laps ago. And the Lotus 21, powered by the Coventry Climax engine, has been, with Mark behind the wheel, in a class of its own in this D-Series grid for Grand Prix Formula 1 cars. 61 to 1965, the 1.5 litre formula, and this has been another demonstration drive.
Well, it has, and you just really wonder. I expected him to win this race, come what may, but poor Nick Taylor, the only driver in qualifying form who could challenge him, and that dreadful start, fell place after place down the order, has fought back to second place, but is nigh on 13 seconds in arrears, so no chance that he can even be spotted by Mark Shaw. As Mark goes down for the final time at racing speed to Portier, car sounding not as beautiful as it looks, but he's got this one back.
It's getting worse though, isn't it? It's sounding pretty gravelly now.
And Jobstill's put another fastest lap of his race in. And in fact, he's through into 4th. He's gone across the line and managed to make the pass at Raskas last time around. Just noticed that on the tracker, thanks to our colleagues in the TV truck for picking that up for me as well. So it is as you predicted it might be, Bruce, that recovery V8 1.5 litre Lotus. Lotus 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they in date order? No, they're not.
No, they're not.
That offends me.
They're almost not quite in reverse order.
Yes, if Nick Taylor was to go through and win in the 18, then it really would be first comes first.
Checkered flag. Mark Shaw has claimed victory from pole position, and that often doesn't tell the story of a race, but it does here. He's not been pressured at all after a slightly fluffed getaway from Nick Taylor in second position. Then it will be the Lotus 24, Philippe Bierhofer, and making it a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the British brand. Coming home in 4th position will be the Stefan Jobstill 24 with the 1.5 litre V8 Climax engine. That's how they've finished then in Series D, 1500cc Formula 1 Grand Prix cars from 61 to 65.
Well, we've had some magnificent cars and some beautiful scenery. We haven't had a really close race yet, have we? We've obviously had cars breaking down. Pat Blakeney, but hold on to your seats, guys, because the next race coming up is going to be really close, we reckon, which is going to be the next category of Grand Prix cars, 1966 to 1972, 3 litre cars. We're anticipating a big battle in that between at least 2 British drivers.
That was a bit closer than I thought it was going to be between Bierhofer and Jobstill, and between Bonnie and Tremlensky. Got within.
Well, Bonnie didn't let Jobstill get away once
correct.
Jobstill had gone through. And as
3:10.
we saw at the finish, it was a car length between them. But there are the results. So Mark Shaw taking victory by 12 seconds at the end from Nick Taylor. So the Lotus 21 ruling over the Lotus 18, as you'd expect. Philippe Bierhofer fought his way up to make it a Lotus 1, 2, 3, and then Stefan Jobstill on the penultimate lap of the race made it a Lotus 1, 2, 3, 4. But Philippe Bonny drove beautifully in his Brabham BT2 to take that 5th place. But really the day belonged to Mark Shaw from pole position, a great run.
And now he gets to make the gentle drive back at the start-finish line. Formalities of presentation. He's going to be there on his own for quite a while.
He is, yeah. Maybe he's looking forward to that glass of champagne.
I wonder if he was just struggling a little bit in the second half of that race.
Well, we'll tend to find out when he talks to the driver who finished in second place. So as we see this, the drivers, they all have little problems they have to get around in historic racing. So it's the first point of conversation after the congratulation, because there's still great camaraderie and sportsmanship, which is lovely to see.
Sounded fine when he was blipping it there out of gear.
But not under load, of course.
Good point.
So the Aberdonian takes the win. As you said, no other cars in sight at the moment. They're the marvellous Dunlop tyres. And he's got a smile on his face, as well he might, as he clambers out of the car.
Like the way he's folded his gloves back so he can see his watch, so he knows how much time there is left.
A completely logo-less race suit, just a Scottish badge on it and his name, and there he goes over. We're going to try and eavesdrop this if we can.
Let's have a listen.
Well, he's gone over to talk to his crew.
Fuel filler right in front of the driver. Of course, the driver sitting effectively with the fuel around him in these cars.
Notice Mark doesn't have a hands device on.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, but both these two with open face helmets. Oh no, it's not even. It's not going to speak to him. Or maybe he is now. Yes.
Are the seatbelts in that car even? They should be, shouldn't they? In the 21, I would have thought so. I have to say, I didn't notice him taking them off.
Well, you can see the belts in the Philip Buhoffer's car from third place. Spread out over the side. So 2 British drivers and a Swiss racer at the end, but it was all about Mark Shaw from the outset. He had the pace in qualifying, expected the challenge, but unfortunately poor Nick Taylor just couldn't get away to make the challenge from second place. Forced his way back to that position, but Mark Shaw had that one comfortably.
Happy for third place. What I like about the podium ceremonies and the formalities that we're seeing here at the 12th Monaco Historic Grand Prix is everybody's happy.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it? No downward pointing mouths. Happy and thirsty. They've worked hard out there, because one thing commentating on it, you still the physical input of racing at Monaco, but the concentration is probably the hardest thing.
I noticed David Shaw has got a Swiss badge on his. He hasn't got a Union Jack. So,
Mark Shaw.
Mark Shaw.
Sorry, yes.
The Swiss badge was on Buhoffer's.
Philip Buhoffer. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm getting a bit confused.
I think Nick Taylor's already wearing a Hoya Monaco.
Is he?
So that's fine that he came second. He's already got one.
Yeah, I wonder if they inscribe, but you know, obviously winning a Rolex watch is a huge thing at Daytona. But they're inscribed on the back.
So here is the podium party for the Series D Grand Prix cars 1961 to 65.
Yeah.
Mark Shaw winning from Nick Taylor and Philip Buhoffer, the Swiss driver, in third place on an all Lotus podium. The sound of race engines revving in the background, it's just marvellously evocative, isn't it?
What I love is the way these race meetings are run. We don't have the parades between the races now. It's race, enjoy the podium ceremony, and the next lot are already primed to ready to come out on the track. And as you say, John, the backdrop, the sound is a wonderful way to just keep the interest flowing.
So we've reached 1965 as far as the Formula One history is concerned, and there's the podium for the 1.5 litre Formula cars. There's the very handsome Tag Heuer Monaco watch, and now the national anthem for the winning driver.
Yeah, congratulations to those three. Wonderful to see the Norwich mark right there at the front. Usually classic Team Lotus run by Colin Chapman's son Clive takes part in this race meeting. Obviously coronavirus got in the way of that. But it's great to see these privateers with their ex-factory cars and private cars doing so well. And Lotus such a part of that particular era of motor racing.
The noise, absolutely fabulous, but for Mark Shaw, it'll be interesting to know how much longer that engine might have lasted. Whatever the malady was, it wasn't singing as sweetly as it should have been, but it matters not. There might be a rebuild coming, but he's got that winner's trophy and the watch. And as we've seen, the glass of refreshment for the drivers as they come off the podium. They've worked hard for this.
I like that, and you know they're having a sip of it. I noticed that one of the drivers earlier on who is driving later on literally just take a sip, but if you're done for the day, a nice way to start the celebrations. I doubt anyone will be dashing away. Just remember to take the mask off before you try and drink it. There you go. Well done, Nick. Third place then in the 1.5 litre Formula era from 61 to 65 to the Swiss driver Philipp Böhofer. Second place for Nick Taylor in the Lotus 18. He'd be ruined that slightly fluffed start. I'm not sure he would have had anything for Mark Shaw, who won in the Lotus 21. Maybe could have made it interesting down to Sandefjord the first time around. As we move through the history of Monaco and racing on the streets, the Grand Prix machinery that we see on the grid ready to go was for Series D, 61 to 65, the 1.5 litre Formula One. And a small car and a small grid of small cars, but what a fantastic looking grid. Pole position for Mark Shaw in the Lotus 21. Lotus well represented here. His biggest challenge, Nick Taylor, not getting away from the outside of the front row and dropping back into the clutches of the pack. The light blue Brabham BT2, Philippe Bonny going through into second place, making the most of his opportunity. And then it's all about the drive back from Nick Taylor. Rather handed the lead of the race and all of the incentive, I think, to Mark Shaw, who, despite a slightly rough-sounding climax engine, able to pull away from the rest of the field.
What was so great in this race is just the diminutive size of these cars meant they had space to play around the track. When you tried to make a passing manoeuvre, there was generally space. Mind you, it seemed to be quite hard to be found to get past Philippe Bonny, but eventually second place was taken away by Nick Taylor. Then he could set off after the driver Mark Shaw, who was leading the race. We knew was faster, but he gave it a good shot. At the end, it was a dozen seconds between them. But after the mishap on the start line, you had to feel that that wasn't bad for Nick Taylor.
Really couldn't see Mark Shaw putting a wheel wrong, eased his pace after the first third of the race, and whether that was down to any issues with the car or just the fact that he knew the race was in the bag, hard to say. Didn't stop Nick Taylor trying to chase him down, and he bettered his lap time several times in the closing stages of the race, then making it an all Lotus podium for the Böhofer on the penultimate lap, going through on the very well driven Brabham. Philip Bonney, great drive to bring that car home in fifth position as it ended up. Held second and third for quite some time.
Yeah, I just feel Böhofer was getting more and more confident with the car, wasn't he, as the race went on. I'm not sure if he'd raced it before, but he was certainly putting in some pretty good laps towards the end with the only V8 powered car in the field.
And so it's a win for the pole man, Mark Shaw, chased home by Nick Taylor. Lotus 21 from Lotus 18. Behind them, Böhofer in third position, and Stefan Jobstel in the number 22, Lotus 24, did come through to make it a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the East Anglian brand. Mark Shaw putting on a demonstration drive. Make no mistakes here, because any mistakes, small though they might be, can be costly. And the green number 22 snatching fourth position right at the very end of the race. The checkered flag falling on Mark Shaw, who led home a Lotus 1, 2, 3, 4 from Taylor, then Böhofer and Stefan Jobstel in the number 22 in fourth position.
Acknowledged by the marshals, and there they are in front of the all-important number 1 board. The steering wheel comes off, the red leather-bound steering wheel, and then the beautiful trophies presented. And as we said before, guys, that's going to take pride of place in Mark Shaw's cabinet, I'm sure.
Well, no worries about the weather conditions here. Temperature rising towards a predicted high of somewhere in the region of 20 to 21 degrees Celsius in the Principality today. That'll push the track temperature up to somewhere near that once the sun has been on it for a wee while. And from now on, for the last race of the morning and all 4 races this afternoon, Bruce, we're on slick tyres.
Large, big gum balls.
Yeah.
They look great, and the track suddenly looks a whole lot narrower. Cars with wings and things, but those important things are on the slick tyres. But at the end of the day, we'll have cars with ground effects as well, so that was just the point at which Formula One just leapt onto a whole new level. With the level of grip and performance that the drivers of these cars could only imagine. Their engines were 1.5 litres underpowered, but machined excellence, but it was a whole game changer.
Andrew, racing drivers had much longer careers in the 50s, 60s and even into the 70s, so it wasn't unheard of for drivers to straddle eras of technology, and they had to get used to it and adapt.
They absolutely did, John. And of course, the Formula One drivers often raced in several other support. You could go to a Silverstone International Trophy meeting, for instance. Jim Clark would drive a Lotus Cortina. He might drive a Lotus 30 sports car in the so-called undercar, the support races, and then race in the Formula One event as well. And that was the normal way they played it. We don't get those all-rounders these days. Just as the way the sport has changed. But
everybody's a specialist in whatever they do. And actually, I remember talking some time ago to a couple of drivers who do split their times between different competitive parts of motor racing. And I think they're very brave when they do that, because if you jump out of a Formula One car or a WEC car and jump into, for example, a rally car, which Stefan Sarazan does, and he's very good at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you're on a hiding to nothing in some respect, aren't you? Because your reputation's on the line.
Exactly, but let's take another twist on this. Drivers who compete in Formula E and also the World Endurance Championship. You think of Sebastian Buemi, the cars could not be more different.
And one of the great all-rounders of all time, in my mind. Send our best wishes to Vic Elford, who's not very well at the moment, living now in Fort Lauderdale in Florida. Sorry to hear about your health problems, Vic, and hopefully things will go the right way there. I know that there is a Just Giving page for Vic as well to help him out with some of his expenses, and we wish him all the best in that challenge for the man who challenged so many different forms of motor racing down through his career.
I mean, terrific on the Monte Carlo Rally, raced in Formula One, scored championship points, raced fantastic events for Porsche and sports cars, and later the Can-Am series. He did everything. Very great guy, Vic Elford. I'm sorry to hear he's ill. I hadn't heard that, John. Yeah. Now, I think you've got a bit of news about next year's race, because this is always an event which takes place every 2 years. This time the gap has been 3, but John, there's some news, isn't there?
Which is we're back next year.
Yeah, fantastic. So,
yes. And
put it in your diary, folks.
It's always about this time of the year, because obviously building a street circuit and inconveniencing the residents of such a small community, Bruce, is not the work of a moment, and therefore the asset is sweated. It happens to be that there'll be 3 races in quick succession here in the next few weeks. The historic Grand Prix meeting that we have this weekend, Formula E on the full circuit for the first time, and then of course FIA Formula One. But back again next year on the odd, or on the even year, should I say, as it is meant to be.
Yeah, puts it back in kilter, doesn't it?
Correct.
You might think that it's very expensive to go to Monaco and the south of France, but there's a marvellous train line that runs all down the Riviera, and you can find a cheap hotel in Nice and just climb on the train. It brings you right into Monaco, or go the other side towards Italy and so on. I think, Bruce, you probably found some good hotels around there in the past that aren't that expensive.
Absolutely. Monton.
Monton, yeah.
Monton's lovely. I mean, Monaco's lovely, but you try and find a seat at a restaurant, table at a restaurant. It's not always easy on Grand Prix weekend. Go to Monton. You can decide what you want to eat. You can go take your choice of restaurants. And in fact, they've got a fantastic horticultural park. I went to an hour to spare. It's lovely, but I just enjoy everything on the Riviera. I'm not stupid, you know.
Even if you have car parking, as we've had in the past when we've been working for various events down there, jumping on the train, getting off at the top of the Principality and walking down the steps is hardly a chore, even for someone as unfit as I am.
Well, there's a whole series of lifts, aren't there? You know, and passageways, and it's more to
Totally agree with that. Details of next year's event are on the ACM website, and I heartily recommend that. There's a wealth of information about this year's event as well, and an archive on there for events past. And included on there, if you haven't seen it already, there is a digital version of this year's programme, some 107, 108 pages in total.
And it's packed with fantastic car and driver profiles. And I must confess, when we went down in 2016, I'd not been expecting a really good programme, and it landed on our lap, and just little facts at your fingertips. And sometimes to find something you never knew is always lovely.
So one more race before the break in the middle of the day. Rest assured that wherever you're watching or listening now, you'll be able to hear the full coverage this afternoon of the remainder of Sunday's races, and you will not want to miss them. The cars get bigger, they get louder, they get faster, and they get lairier.
I think we're going to have some great racing coming up as well.
Well, look at the images on the screen. Formula One
Yeah.
cars with wings. But just to point out, one of the races this afternoon, no, I haven't got crosswires, is a sports car race.
Good
It
point.
was 1952.
Yeah.
The Monaco Grand Prix was not for Formula One machinery. That was the year that Formula One became Formula 2. The championship was run from 1952 and 53 to Formula 2 regulations. However, that year the Principality had sports cars. A Ferrari took victory, but more of that later. Let's focus on the great cars that raced between 1966, when Formula One went to 3 litres, up from 1.5 litres to 3 litres, more power, more four, through to 1972.
What a half dozen years those were, Bruce. And this is, quite a wide band that we have here for this particular grid of the 6 years. But what a 6 years they were. When you look at the cars at the beginning of that, and we had Michael Gans out in the Cooper T79 qualifying yesterday, and that is the 17 car.
There it is.
With the blue overalls there and the white helmet. He seems to have my helmet on. That's fine. That's exactly how a helmet
Yes, we all thought, is he qualifying out of session for the 61 to 65 grid? Because
Look at that car. Exactly. That would have looked absolutely in place in the grid that we've just been watching. And then you go to some of the 1972 cars like Jamie Constable in the PT37 or the Ferrari 312B3, the Franco Miners car, and they, beside that car, they look like they've been dropped in from a spaceship.
In this race, we've also got former Grand Prix driver Alessandro Caffi, who is in a Ferrari, should see it in a moment, who finished 4th at Monaco in 1989 and 5th in 1990, and in his considerable Formula One career, those were his best 2 results.
Count the plug leads on the Matra.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there's 12 of them.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I just need to keep an eye out to check Alex Caffi is on the grid.
Yeah.
Because remember, his Ferrari 312 got into a tangle going to Sandoval, rode over the back of another car,
That was
fired
the
his
Michael
nose.
Gans car.
Exactly.
Damaged the radiator and the front nose, didn't it?
Well, the nose ended up about 20 metres from where
Yeah.
it should be, no longer attached to the car. But it
I
was.
hope it's there.
Let's hope it's there. I mean, stunning looking car, the 312.
Mr. John of B in his Matra as well, the former Chris Amon car.
Failed to come out in his Lola in the previous race, but luckily.
See the number. No, Jürgen Boden's Ferrari is there, but that's obviously a different model. Don't see Caffi's car. That is disappointing, isn't it?
It's car number 6, Ferrari 312 from Methuselah Racing, named after the sort of size of champagne bottle that most of us don't get to handle as you step past a Nebuchadnezzar and continue to the top.
Bruce, they operate out of a 1902 fire station in
course they do.
in Cologne.
Of course they do. How fantastic.
One of the strangest, most unusual looking cars in the race is a Mark 721, but the one with the twist is the Eifeland Racing version. Luigi Colani decided a central mirror, but more importantly, a central air duct in front of the driver would feed air back to cool the engine. It wasn't a thing of beauty, and despite the best efforts of Rolf Stommelin, never achieved maybe what it would have done without those modifications. But it was a time of experimentation. In theory, it's always a time of experimentation in Formula One, but as I mentioned yesterday, if you bring up a new design and no one else bothers to copy it, never copied, it ain't a success, is it?
That was a social media hit, that, Bruce, I've got to tell you. Never.
I have one every year. Last year was Full Metal Racing.
Yeah. Oh, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
As opposed to racing online.
Now we move to a 12-lap race, and the timings are changed as well. Should we have to have the intervention of any of the Renault or Alpine safety vehicles? We'll let you know about that if and when it becomes pertinent. Let's hope it doesn't. But fix your mind on 12 laps at the moment.
Grid coming up in a moment. We'll see that Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons are there and are separated in qualifying by just 0.3 of a second. Stuart in the Gotha-owned McLaren M19, formerly raced by Tony Holm, and Michael Lyons in the ex-Team Gunston Surtees TS9.
Just exquisite. Which one would you have? Any one or all? Any or all?
Ferrari 312 B3.
Oh, got to be, hasn't it?
I always try and get in before Andrew to make sure I get my name on it first. But actually, that said, I love the McLaren M19.
Yeah, I do too. But, was it Gordon Coppock designed that?
I think one of the Matras for me.
M19 was Ralph Bellamy.
Oh, Ralph Bellamy,
just before
Gordon
Coppock.
Gordon Coppock did the 23, that's right, yeah.
Number 20,
The
Michael
Angular.
Lyons on the outside of the front row. Those little winglets on the outside of the nose. One was damaged in qualifying. Still didn't really slow Michael down that much.
In the Brook Bond Oxo colours, I related yesterday how they did a photo shoot with a chimpanzee sitting in the car, because the Brook Bond used chimpanzees going to a tea party in a TV commercial.
How complex is the nose on that March? As if somebody has just put a blue sheet over the suspension components that's underneath, Bruce.
It's at a level of origami I never ever attained. I never managed to do the bird where you pull the tail and the wings flat, but
That car raced with conventional bodywork on with John Watson, didn't it, for Hexagon, I think, at one stage.
I think this is what a lot of people don't realise when looking back, just how much these cars would be adapted between different sorts of circuits, and particularly in this period, you'd have full width nose dams, then you'd have narrow ones, and you'd go to Monza and almost
nothing
shed
at
the
all.
wing.
That particular Brabham we just saw, the 37, was the successor to the 34, which had what they called the lobster claw.
Yeah.
Lobster claw, which Graham Hill raced with 2 radiators at the front.
One to explain that at either span of the front wing, as units on their own, effectively.
There's the former Jackie Hicks Ferrari. Beautiful piece of kit. Very low slung rear wing, but look at the size of it.
Flat 12 engine, of course, boxer.
Flat 12 boxer, yeah.
Now here is the car that we thought almost seemed out of session, the Cooper T79 of Michael Gans. No wings, no fins, simplicity, but it was the last of its era. But the big difference to the cars before had a 3-litre engine at the back.
Very interesting to see the additional brake cooling pipes there going into the inboard brakes on the front end of that car. Very interesting.
Now, just to point out that T79 was a one-off car built by Cooper for Bruce McLaren to compete in the Tasman Series. We mentioned Longford Circuit, a circuit with a bridge.
Yep.
He won there in 1965, but then it continued into 66, but didn't race in a World Championship event.
Number 16 is one of the lovely Matras. That's the Mr. John of B. MS120C. That's a 1972 car. And look at the spaghetti of the exhaust pipes. 12 cylinders on that car. And then Niklas Matil in the 120B, which was the previous year's car. Slightly different nose treatment on that. Still with the 12 cylinder, making a noise like nothing else.
Same engine basically used in the Le Mans winners. Just the most marvellous shrill exhaust note. Cars rebuilt by Hall and Hall, and when I think it's Rob Hall driven those Matras, they have run really strongly because they're very quick.
Matra, of course, standing for?
Aerospace company from France. John's going to tell us.
Mechanic Aviation Traction.
Very good.
Matra. I had to look it up. I knew there was mechanic in it, but I couldn't remember what the last bit was.
Yeah, a Frenchman called Bernard Boyer designed that beautifully riveted car. Remember, Jackie Stewart raced a Matra, and then they moved on to the Tyrrell. But so there was 2 parallel teams at one stage, Tyrrell and the Battery Factory team from Paris, and then subsequently it was just Matra, as Tyrrell moved to their own Derek Gardner designed car.
Interesting.
Well, via a March 701 to start that season.
Via March 701, exactly.
The other name that was on the Mr. John of B Matra, of course, is SIMCA, which is another acronym for Société Industrielle et Mécanique Carrossière Automobile.
You understand why they abbreviate them, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Matra, of course, latterly becoming involved in the building of the first Renault Espace, the sort of wedge-shaped car. That was, I think, one of their final automotive projects. Simca got sort of imbibed into Chrysler,
yeah.
Talbot, and then subsequently PSA, which is now Stellantis.
Yes, Stellantis, a funny name, isn't it?
Yeah. It's one of those names that mean nothing. Isn't
I think it's a name a computer made up, actually.
We move to 1966 through to 1972 in the wider world, a time of great hedonism. Is that reflected in the cars that we're about to see for Formula One Grand Prix? 3 litres from those years. It's Series E, and they're on the grid, ready for their formation lap. 6 years, which saw a very interesting development of the Formula One racing scene. Getting up towards the 20-degree forecast Celsius around Monaco today. The lucky spectators who have been allowed in. It is a reduced crowd for this weekend and the 12th running of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. Andrew Marriott is with Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh. And Bruce, what a grid of cars. Does it reflect the hedonism of the era?
I think, well, the first point there was more power, then the concept about how to harness more power. Now we've got these 3-litre engines, and the extravagance of the design suggested that in every way, but also the way the cars became looking different. They started to have sponsorship appearing on them, and it was a shame sometimes to lose the purity of the team colours, the national colours, but it was just an amazing time in Formula One, and I think the world was still shaking off the excesses of the Second World War and the privation afterwards, because don't forget, modern racing cars didn't really start until the 1950s. There were 5 years after the war when you just made do with what you had, just were lucky to go racing again. You might not have had the fuel to go racing. You know, they were really much tighter times than I think we think when we look back. But it was a time when Formula One was really starting to become just a little bit more professional. But I loved the fact every car had a different shape.
Yeah, this race named after Jackie Stewart, who was the winner in this period in 1966 in the BRM, and then later in the Tyrrell in 71. The last race, 1972, was won in the rain by the Frenchman Jean-Pierre Beltoise. Graham Hill won in 68 and 69.
Eifelland Caravan, Rolf Stommelen car, reflecting the fact that perhaps that philosophy at this time, mid-60s to early 70s, Andrew, that, you know, you could pretty much try anything, you could go your own way. It perhaps wasn't as successful as the designers had hoped, but it was another way to do air intakes and looking behind.
Yeah, and of course you have the March chassis. You were able to design a piece which would fit onto the existing March chassis, which made it easier as well. But yeah, Kalani did an interesting job with that. Just looking at Jamie Constable there with that Brabham BT37. And Jamie's a good, strong runner. A lot of success in Masters Series sports car races. There's some kids who we hope will be enthusiasts in the future.
Oh. Is that a jambon et fromage?
I think it is. It's a bit of... Will she eat all that?
Right, attention, back on the racing. We're all drifting.
Three of us that could help her out, certainly.
Yeah,
Great sunshine, fabulous event. One of my favourite cars of the whole weekend is the Surtees.
There's Michael Lyons' father, I think, behind him with the long flowing hair, Frank Lyons.
Michael Lyons with the distinctive red, white and black helmet and the swooshes on it.
Yeah, it's John Love's car. This car in the Brookmont Oxo colours, but I think originally it was delivered straight to South Africa.
It's a cracking looking car, and when we look down on it at the station hairpin, you can see just how slim it is, Bruce. And a lot of these cars, again, we're looking at the 3-litre engines, and of course that's what we think about. But look at the curve on this McLaren, as opposed, Bruce, to the angular design of the Brookmont car we were just looking at.
It was still experimentation. We describe it as the Coke bottle body shape. You can understand that, and but it was keeping the air, getting the air around the driver, guiding around and over the engine and into the engine through the airboxes, because of course airboxes started to come into fashion. And again, it was constantly working out. You imagine racing in Brazil or Argentina, those scalding temperatures at the start of the season, and you come back and do an early season race in Europe, your requirements are totally different. You need to get heat into those big black round things on your car. And the ways to get the heat into those affected setup enormously. Surprise, surprise. But again, just wonderful, wonderful shapes. Andrew, you mentioned their racing in South Africa. They had their own Formula One championship for a long time.
Dave Charlton and John Love were the two main protagonists. And what we should say, most of these engines, of course, the marvellous Cosworth DFV, double 4-valve engine, sponsored and paid for by the Ford Motor Company, the most successful Formula One racing engine of all time. And the V8 with the most marvellous noise. Started off at about 450 horsepower. The engine was developed, I mean, it ran for over 10 years and ran in sports cars as well. And they got them up to about more than 550 in the end, I think.
It's safe to say in those days and slightly earlier days, power figures issued for engines were often not achieved when they went into the hands of privateers.
No. I saw that particular engine there was prepared by Langford and Peck. There's 2 or 3 people that still rebuild these engines. Langford and Peck being one of the best known. There's
got the boys out. It must be getting warm.
There's the intensity there in Michael's eyes.
Don't tell me that people don't take this racing seriously. That is that is the 1,000-yard stare of a professional racing driver up against Stuart Hall, who is one of the best at what he does whenever he gets behind the wheel.
And Stuart, a world champion, of course, in the World Endurance Championship GTE AM series a few years back in Aston Martin. An England flag up there, and Union Jacks too. Nice to see. I wonder who that is.
A little corner of England that always is Monaco.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah, terrific. I like it.
Well, great to see spectators back at the events. Nice pair of Persol sunglasses on show there.
Ferrari flags from this balcony. What a marvellous view these people have got. I'm sure they're having a nice glass of wine up there and some lovely French cuisine as well.
I'm sure ours is on the way. Don't worry.
But again, I think that just encapsulates what we're enjoying so much. It feels as though the racing season's now starting properly. It gives us all hope as well as enjoyment.
I think that's the key thing, Bruce, that you've mentioned there, that wherever people are watching these pictures and whatever time of the day or night it is, because I know that there are people literally all over the world tuning into this, I hope you are getting the joy that we are trying to send to you, because this looks to me like motor racing. We've been very fortunate to keep racing in America and various other places as well during this past 12 months. And Andrew, Bruce and I have been involved in bringing some of that to you as well. But this feels as though it's an event, Andrew. It's not just a race. Yes, it's not full because it's not allowed to be, but this is an event that is re-establishing itself. You've mentioned the Automobile Club of Monaco a couple of times. I've got to say, they've been brilliantly stubborn, and I say that in the best way, about saying, yes, this is going to happen.
Yeah. I didn't believe them, John. I really didn't think it would. And what a marvellous job they have done. I mean, they're so well practiced. This under the leadership of Michel Bouheri, who's been at the head of the ACM for so many years. Can't give them enough congratulations on what they've done, and these people are enjoying it. We're enjoying it. Viewers all around the world are enjoying it too.
And I like the fact that the ACM said it's going to happen. We're not sure what it's going to look like. We're not sure who's going to turn up, but we are not cancelling any events this year. That's what they said about 6 or 8 weeks ago.
You need to be bullish.
Yeah, I like it.
We've got to get everything back on an even keel. Right, just mentioning the Mike Lyons car, we saw the name John Love on the side. Andrew talked about it against South Africa. When I was talking about the Cooper T79, said it had no entry in the World Championship. Michael Gans's car, no works entry, if I'd read my notes correctly. It did have an entry and it very nearly won the South African Grand Prix in 1967. John Love at the wheel, came home second, shocked everyone. Andrew, tell us the story of that event.
Well, they made a pit stop near the end and they poured some fuel in, and the contemporary reports said that it was running out of fuel and that's why it stopped. But I subsequently found out that it had a small electrical problem which was cured at the pit stop, and they did just splash a bit more fuel in just in case. But there weren't very many reporters out there, and the main British one that was there didn't quite get the full story. That's as it was told to me anyway. And yeah, John Love actually got an autobiography, or a biography of him actually, Rhodesian driver, and of course later we're going to see another Rhodesian driver, although now of course he says his nationality is Zimbabwe, because obviously the country changed its name.
Stand by for action. Anything can happen in the next half hour, is what they used to say at the start of Stingray. Well, this is the first of the slick shod grids that we'll see this Sunday. We'll be taking a break after this to recharge our batteries, lie down in a darkened room and get our breath back. But these Formula One Grand Prix cars of the 3-litre formula from 1966 to 1972 on their formation lap.
Alas, and I don't really feel like saying alas, we don't have Alex Caffey. That Ferrari 312 should have been starting from 5th place, but it clattered into the back of American racer Michael Gance's Cooper, the one I've just been talking about, that finished 2nd in South Africa. But there won't even be a start for Alex Caffey. Big shame, one of my favourite cars in this race, not to start. And also Alex was a star in period, and in historic racing, particularly here at Monaco, he's had some great runs in historic in recent years.
The weather has been perfect for the whole of the week actually, with practice starting on Friday, qualifying all day yesterday, and now race day. Could not have asked for anything better at this time of the year, possibly a little warmer, with a nice high pressure front sitting across most of Europe.
Yeah, look at the rock face there.
There's a hotel built on top of that.
Yeah. I mean, what a fascinating backdrop. See, they're still building a little bit, tower crane there. There was an awful lot of building 20, 30 years ago in Monaco. But I don't think there's any space left at all now, is there?
No, it was the loss of those glorious old villas and replaced by as many stories of apartments as they could make, because the price of land, well, you don't even want to consider it. It would make your eyes water. But then you look at the jewel, that is the harbour side in Monaco. And to come racing here is still, I still sort of pinch myself.
Yeah, when you come down the hill to Poitiers and turn right onto the front, if you turn left and go straight on, there's a lot of big apartments there where quite a number of racing drivers live. So there's a huge amount of racing drivers live in Monte Carlo, and other sports stars as well. I think it must be something to do with the tax.
It is a very beneficial tax regime.
The weather ain't too bad anyhow, but yes, walk around there outside a Grand Prix weekend, and then if you just happen to be there, and you will see them there then as well, unless they're off racing, and they sort of go, what are you doing here? Doesn't equate, but...
What's that new bit called Fontainebleau, isn't it? Just the other side of the palace. And I remember visiting Alex Zanardi there once, years ago. Maybe Alan McNish had a flat there, or maybe still does.
Stuart Hall comes the number 15 McLaren M19A from the Rothko collection onto pole position. Michael Lyons is to his left on the right of the picture in the blue and white Surtees TS9. Then it's David Shaw and Jamie Constable in the March 721 in the BT37 Brabham. That's your front two rows. And when the red lights go out, we'll be racing for Serie A, and Stuart Hall gets an absolute belter of a start from pole position, but he's not got it all his own way into Sainte-Devote. Round the outside for a moment, just thinking about it. Michael Lyons didn't quite get there, but now just a switch back and goes through, going up the hill, and he takes the lead. The pole man has been usurped. We said this would give us a race into Casino for the first time of asking, and the Brabham, the Surtees, is through into the lead. How an audacious
maneuver. How did he do that?
Was that a missed gear by Stewart?
I don't. But we had the 1,000-yard stare from Michael Lyons before. He was imagining not just option A, option B as well. Brilliant start from Jamie Constable. He's got past David Shaw. But I'd love to see a replay. And how Michael Lyons missed the barriers, because the track isn't in a straight line as it goes up the hill to Matinee, and the car was right on the level of adhesion. Slightly dusty out by the barriers. He's got in front. Now, what could Stuart Hall to haul him back?
He's pulled out as well. A decent gap as he goes down to the Nivelle chicane for the first time. Constable in third position.
And these two are old friends and rivals. They've raced around Monaco wheel to wheel in the past, so they know each other's driving skills and talents. And Let's see what Stewart can do there, but that was a big surprise, and Michael Lyons is really on it.
Surtees, McLaren, Brabham march in that order as they come out of the swimming pool at Monaco. I just wanted to say that.
Just hearing that makes me happy. It takes me back to my childhood and these cars when they were just changing in front of my eyes, and the racing was brilliant. The characters were sensational.
Well, I was reporting these races. I'm a little bit older than you see. I was reporting these races when they were happening back in the day, and you have to say that back in the day, the McLaren M23 was considered a much superior car to that Surtees.
Let's see the start again then. Stewart got a decent getaway. Was it the first to second change that stymied him? It was a decent launch from Lyons, but it wasn't spectacular at
I just wonder if Stewart went slightly too deep into Saint-Devote, tried to take a sweeping line. We'll get a look. We can't see it from this point as they come round to Saint-Devote, the first corner, hugging the inside line. But then immediately underneath, but again, we can't see from that point. As they come up the hill, we may get a clue.
It was just a really tight exit from the Surtees and better grip, I think, from Michael Lyons. Whether he planned that or not, as Bruce was saying, he did that, the old cutback, the old over and under, and maybe just got on the throttle half a second quicker, but that translated into forward motion, Andrew, and up the hill he was through.
Move of the day, wasn't it? And I think it will remain that way. Oh, fabulous overtake now. Stewart's got to get his thoughts together now. I see he's using quite a bit of curb. He's got to try and track down Michael Lyons, but overtaking will be pretty difficult, always is around Monaco. Particularly these cars are quite a lot wider than the ones we saw in the previous race, and this is going to be very interesting indeed, and it's all about these two now.
Well, it certainly is, and on that lap alone, a stretched advantage. And unfortunately, the 312 B3, Bowden's car, Ferrari at the side of the track. But just to finish my point, Michael Lyons is actually stretching his advantage. Bowden's got it going again.
I think he's just missed the chicane. I think he's missed the chicane, maybe a fluff downshift, and no, he's come through the chicane.
Did he spin on the exit? Let's have it.
No, he's put his hand up. I wonder if it jumped out of gear there, because it looked like he got it back into gear and fiddled a bit. He'll get back to the pits. This is a 12-lap race, and Stuart Hall is in attack mode. Third place for Jamie Constable in the BT37 Brabham. It's the light-coloured car. You'll see. A little bit of fluid or aspiration, at least, coming out of the top of Michael Lyons' Surtees on the left-hand side. Was it just a little bit of steam in the overflow? Odd place for it to come out of.
It was very strange, wasn't it, where it came? It couldn't have been from a drinks bottle or something, could it?
Stranger things have happened, Andrew. Stuart Hall absolutely committed through the swimming pool complex and just kicks up the back end of the car with the left-hand rear slick as the back of these cars push so much wider than the front. You've got to remember that when you're driving into a gap.
Well, just going back to as they left Saint-Devote on the opening lap, hard on the right-hand side of the track was the driver trying to take the lead, Michael Lyons, but the barriers are coming across on him and he's squeezed through, but he's squeezing everything out of that Surtees. As Andrew said, at the time the M19A McLaren's considered a superior bit of kit, but at the moment Michael Lyons is driving the wheels off that Surtees. He's now 2.1 seconds clear. He's not being hauled in, he's going the other way. What a drive.
35.6 rather, the last time around for the leader. He qualified in a 34.3. He'll have a much heavier car right now. They were in and out and changing tyres in qualifying, so there was a bit of tactics going on to find a spot on the track. I wonder how much quicker Michael Lyons can go. Now Stuart Hall started to wind things up a little bit now, and he's just gone magenta, signifying the fastest first sector of the race, but he's got 2 seconds to make up on the leader. Through goes David Shaw in 4th position in that wonderfully crafted and in some ways crafty march with the Eifelland bodywork on it. Caravan
crackpot.
We've talked about the different sponsors that have come into racing in this period. Of course, Brook Bond Oxo and their chimpanzees. We talked about the lovely Yardley colours of the aftershave, but I noticed the Brabham and we'll see it in a moment. Was driven by Carlos Reutemann on the back wing. It says Argentine meat.
Yes.
I wonder if Bernie was paid in steaks.
2 seconds, 8 laps to go. That's what the pit
It's
reports
come down.
out. Fastest lap of the race that time for Stuart Hall. He's starting to get that McLaren into, well, to use Ron speak, into its optimal area of operation. It's a bit pre-run. 34.8 last time around. It's down to 1.5 seconds, Bruce. And Stuart is experienced enough. He'll see that. He'll know that he's beginning to reel the leader in. So now it's all about pacing himself back there and deciding where he thinks he's got a chance.
Yeah, they're both racing later in the day, and they're both going to be at the front of races coming this afternoon. Maybe they have to conserve themselves a little bit.
12 laps round here, he's going to take it out of them, but not. These guys have driven much longer races and more physical, I would have thought. But these cars are a handful, Bruce. There's no doubt about that. Concentration is everything.
Yeah, I talked about the sticky balls of rubber on the side of the car. Maybe not quite as sticky as they want at the moment, but you can see the cars, even with all that rubber, with these fabulous slicks, still sliding around.
Yeah.
And right now, oh yes, you can definitely feel the hammer is down for the chasing Stuart Hall, but who knows? Big wide cars and track not wide. Can't see Michael Lyons. It's going to be hard enough. Trying to find a way past, quite another thing.
I saw some footage recently from Michelin of the new Toyota hypercar in testing at the Paul Ricard circuit. And the amount of movement that car has in it makes me very excited to see the World Endurance Championship when it opens up in Spa and runs through the season.
Well, the gap is down to nothing. It's 3/4 of a second now. New fastest lap of the race for the chasing Yardley McLaren of Stuart Hall. Michael Lyons will hang on as long as he can, but he's a coming.
My point about cars moving around is, I like to see cars moving around, because if they're not moving around, if you don't know what's going on, it doesn't look like the guys are trying. When you can tell Michael Lyons is trying, because he's just stepped the back end of that Surtees out, coming through Casino Square, and he knows he's under pressure now, Andrew.
Yeah, let's make the point that unlike current Grand Prix cars, it's getting very close now. That the air isn't disturbed so much because of the aerodynamics, and so you can get right behind and make the pass. And I wonder if Stewart's going to do it down into chicane, because he's right tucked up under the gearbox now. No, I don't think it'll be this time.
Didn't get the drive out of the corner again.
No.
That's very reminiscent of what happened when he lost the lead at Zandvoort.
Yes.
He just didn't get the punch forward drive out of the corner from, as the Americans would say, from centre out, Bruce. Just seems as though that McLaren doesn't have the pick up and go that Michael Lyons is backing it in like a MotoGP rider, backing it into the second part of the chicane.
But there was no space between his wheels and the barrier. How Michael Lyons didn't clash them, I do not know. Car control is phenomenal, but I think he's reading everything out. I think Stuart Hall's got a little bit in reserve.
But again, coming out with Anthony Noakes there. Look at how he's getting that power on at milliseconds, seconds, fractions of seconds, easier to say. Now, we've got traffic coming up, and Jürgen Borden, who had that problem earlier on in the 3-1-2.
He's keeping well out of the line.
Well done,
yeah.
Well done, Jürgen. Saw the blue flags, stayed to the right at Massenet.
Well played by the Austrian racer there, much appreciated, because things can go horribly wrong very quickly at Monaco if you're not paying attention to your mirrors and the faster cars are coming through. But the big question was halfway through this race and a little bit more, and it's still the Surtees in front of the pole starting McLaren. And I would like to watch that move many more times to look at just how it worked. And it was almost as though Michael Lyons had just decided, I am coming through.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll talk about it afterwards. I bet they will.
Well, he's established a bit of a gap again to Stuart Hall, who had a charge up to the back of the leader, Michael Lyons, in that blue and white number 20, but couldn't make a move. To me, Michael is spinning up the rear tyres a little more and working the box.
Yeah, we've got more traffic coming up though now.
Stuart just seems a little tidier, and maybe that will pay dividends towards the end of the race. I say that, we're in the second half of the race, going to complete lap 7 as they come across the line this time around. And again, very good driving by, I think it was Mr. John and B, wasn't it, in the mat race it was.
Mr. Guitart, his real name.
So now Stewart has used that and closed up a little bit, but again through the corners, Bruce. That Surtees just gets out of the centre of the corner fractions quicker.
It does, and it's one of those things you can, as they say, you can see with your eye.
You really can see, thank you.
It sounds utter Murrayism to me. Oh, Stewart's right with him again, look. Where can he get by?
Well, not at Mirabeau. People have tried, people have failed over the decades. Not at the station hairpin.
Maybe it's chicane is the most likely place, I
But
think.
watch the Surtees get out of Poitiers here. The next right-hander onto the seafront. Stewart's right there. They turn in, and look at it go! Bang!
He
And
plants it way earlier.
He's on the power way earlier, and he's taken. It starts off. It takes at least a car and a half length from the apex out, and that's turned into what, 6 car lengths in the braking area, maybe a bit more, Andrew.
Absolutely vital, though, isn't it? Yeah, Michael's definitely getting that car out of there quicker. Stewart, though, closed up again as they come towards the swimming hall section. No chance through there.
It's clever driving by Michael Lyons.
Oh yeah, he's a canny guy, Michael Lyons.
Where do you have to be quick here? Coming out of Anthony Nogues and coming out of Poitiers. A little bit defensive for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk gear selection. Gear choice.
Yeah.
I'm not saying in second or third. What ratios have you chosen?
Stewart closer this time than he has been out of Anthony Nogues, and it's a longish run. But again, by the time they get to Sandervoort, bang! You hear that Surtees pick up so much quicker. Look at the left-hand mirror for the leader, Michael Lyons, in the TS9 Surtees. Stewart very good in that second place car through Casino.
What a shot that is, past the tip-top bar and then diving down. The gradient is so steep there. As you can see, the other side of the hairpin.
The bodywork on these two cars could not be any different. The angular, straight lines of the Surtees.
Yeah.
And there's
same
barely a
for
straight
third
line.
place as well.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Barely a straight line on the Yardley McLaren. Jamie Constable being caught now.
Fantastic era this was. Just a fantastic era of motor racing.
David Shaw in the blue fourth place car with the yellow rear wing. Number 27 is the Marks 721. The Eiffelland Caravan sponsorship and the
accoutrement, I think you could say. Aerodynamic accoutrement.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that again, actually. Down to the chicane they go, but...
And he also just point out he's wearing a Rolf Stommelen helmet. Rolf
nice touch.
Yeah.
Rolf, the driver in period. Jamie Constable sticking with his own helmet design, but traffic at the chicane.
Oh, yeah, we
It's
didn't see that, did we?
very well for race leader Michael Lyons. Nowhere else that Michael Gans could go. He had to get round the corner. There's precious little space, but as before, Stuart Hall is able to close in all over again. But he's got to find a way past, and the laps are starting to run out.
Oh yeah, you see, Stuart was frustrated, wasn't he, that made a sign out of the cockpit. There's nothing the guy could do about it, get out of the way just there.
Well, the next car they might catch is Roald Goethe, who is Rothko, and he's raced, and obviously Stuart Hall is in one of the Rothko collection McLarens.
Yep.
Just starting to see offline a little bit of rubber marbles as well, as Jamie Constable still battling in that Brabham BT 37. It's the white and yellow into Casino Square now. David Shaw in the navy blue, Mark 721 behind him.
I just suppose...
big black lines of racing rubber laid out of Poitiers by the Surtees, which was nearly right up against the guardrail on the left-hand side to take the racing line through the tunnel. No ground effect on these cars, some downforce, but that at that speed, that looks quite a handful. That gentle, what we think of now, Bruce, as a gentle right-hand curve in the tunnel. That was quite a handful for Michael Lyons there, the leader.
It really did, and I just want to pick you up. The terminology at Monaco isn't rubber marbles, it's rubber diamonds.
Yes.
Ah, right.
Fair point, well
That's
made.
right. Right. Outside to inside, does it work? Well, not really, because you've got the Virage Anthony Nogues to come next. Thread the eye of the needle they go, and then plant the power, and that always appears to be the advantage to the Surtees. This time, just a tenth of a second closer, perhaps, Stuart Hall, but he's got to start making moves. This is the prime place, Sandervoort. It ain't happening.
Up the hill now to Massenet. Again, a glance in the left-hand mirror, and we'll start the last lap next time around. So what has Stewart got? What life has he got in the tyres? I think, where's the grip? Where's the opportunity? He's followed this leading car. Has a look on top of the hill.
Had a little look, didn't he, there? But very difficult to pass there.
What calculations is going on in Stewie Hall's mind right now about where he can go? He's got one more lap after this one, and every time he makes a move, it seems for the moment that Michael Lyons has got it covered. This is racing at its best. It's just racing at its best. Forget that these are priceless historic racing cars. These are two drivers totally at home with the car, totally at home with the circuit. This is brilliant stuff. Bruce Jones.
All right, Stuart Hall will be thinking about not bending the car, but these are racing cars. Remove the priceless pass. These are racing cars on a racing circuit, and they're being raced, and we can ask for no more. But Stuart Hall will be asking for more. He wants more laps because he's only got one after this one. Is he going to go up the inside into Rascasse? Not quite.
I was having a look. Oh, I think very nearly kissed tyres there. What a terrific battle this is between this pair of British racers. Slide out by our camera.
The best camera angle in the world, full stop.
Last lap, one more circuit of Monaco for the Series E Formula One cars. 3 litres, 66 to 72. And two great exponents of this type of racing are added hammer and tongs into Casino.
This is the point at which Stuart Hall his car is superior, coming out of Casino Square, down they go, but there isn't much space going down to Mirabeau. Looking in the mirrors, Michael Lyons going, if you want me, you've got to go on the outside, I'm not giving you the inside.
2, maybe 3 more chances.
He can't get around there, can't get around the outside there.
I think he's just trying to get in the mirrors and get in the mind of Michael Lyons. Stuart Hall in second place, trying every trick in the book, totally crossed up coming out of Poitiers there.
Into the chicane is a possibility, but it's not close enough. Not close enough.
That's Surtees.
Got the drive, hasn't it, out of Poitiers?
It really has. From the first corner at Saint-Devote on the first lap, when Michael Lyons took the lead, there's been an advantage in that blue and white number 20. To back, final time, swimming pool to come, Rascasse, and then the run up the hill. Stuart Hall is going to, well, unless he's got a Professor Pat Pending kind of stilts to get over the top of that Brabham, I think he's going to finish second.
So he's trying to go down the outside again. Just won't work, too far round.
Now the dash to the line, and it is a decent run to the line. Huge lines of rubber laid down there by Stuart Hall, but still he can't harness the power. And through goes Michael Lyons to win. Oh, there's been a problem for the march.
Well, David Shaw's obviously got too close to Jamie Constable or a barrier, and he's about to lose a place to, looks like Michael Gans is going through. Maybe Roel Goethe has always passed. Let's have a look. Overtake into the chicane. Give it a go.
Came from a long way back, too far back, and couldn't get it stopped. Oh, David will be disappointed with himself there. Through comes Jamie Constable in third position. He'll be on the podium, but that's, 30 seconds in arrears of the dynamic duo that are Michael Lyons and Stuart Hall. What a race. That was not a demonstration. It was not choreographed. That was racing at the highest level.
The only way it was a demonstration of tip-top racing and two drivers on top of their game. But I think whatever Michael Lyons had this morning, I'd like some, because that level of focus was phenomenal.
He's enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was all about that fantastic move at the beginning, though, wasn't it? Remember, Stewart got away first, and then brilliant moves by Lyons, and there was nothing Stewart could do to find his way, because he was right on it all the way, Michael Lyons.
Jürgen Borden struggling to the line with the delayed Ferrari as well.
Yep.
So David Shaw into the back of Jamie Constable. Hit him twice, actually.
Yeah, Constable was able to...
I couldn't quite work out why Constable had lost so much ground. So, you know, it's one of those moves at that point. There was no way that David Shaw could pull out. He committed, but the gap was never big enough to go down.
And lost him a podium as well, of course. Podium at Monaco, you wouldn't like to lose that, would you?
I have to say that's exactly the move that Stuart Hall didn't try.
Yeah.
Because he knew he wasn't quite there, and that's the respect and the judgment that you need when you're driving these cars. These are seriously quick cars. To lap Monaco in under 100 seconds, you are not being pedestrian in any way, shape or form. I think Michael enjoyed that. He's patting the car. I like the little blue tint on the windscreen as well. Looks great.
He's won a lot of races, as Michael Lyons, but I think he'll put this down as one of his best and one of his favourite. Always great to win here around Monaco, of course, which he's done before. I think he's had at least 3 wins here, but nevertheless, I think this will go down as one of his best.
But you know, when you look at cars that are raced as hard as that, it's not the car that won the race, it's absolutely the driver. And there it is, Michael Lyons taking victory by 0.7 of a second from Stuart Hall. That was absolutely brilliant racing between the Surtees and the McLaren. JB Constable did get to the podium despite being spun by David Shaw at the end. And Roel Goethe made it 2 Rofco McLarens in the top 4, with David Shaw listed as 5th but didn't get to finish the race. But that race was all about Michael Lyons and Stuart Hall. Will be remembered for a long time. And just wait, out of the car will be a very happy driver.
I wonder if we'll be able to eavesdrop a bit of conversation between the pair of them. Hope we will. He's going to be racing. Oh, there they are. Look. Oh, that's a nice touch, isn't it? No animosity at all. And Michael racing the Hesketh 308E later in the day. Could have a win with that car as well. Punches the air. Gloves coming off.
The gloves were off earlier when they were racing, actually.
The gloves, absolutely. The gloves were off.
Going back on because he wants to do a few fist bumps.
Over to his mechanics, and then and I'm sure he'll go over to his dad in a second. There's his mother Judy behind.
Driver in his own protected bubble, of course, with the helmet, etc. on and a balaclava, and he did put his gloves back on again before he walked over. Great to see the marshals on the front straight as well. Where would we be without the volunteer marshals? Whether it's a club race or a world championship, volunteers, because they are doing it in their own time, but no less professional than anybody else at the highest level of racing, and we thank them all.
We've seen Michael occasionally a few years ago in a modern racing car, the AF Corsa he drove for a couple of times, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I was a bit surprised he didn't follow up on that career, but maybe money was required. I'm not sure, but Michael,
the overalls that he's wearing there is when he was driving for Kessel.
Yes, Kessel.
Well, Ferraris became his
Ferrari,
speciality,
yeah.
and they both are staunch Ferrari teams, of course. Amato Ferrari's team, AF Corsa, which has grown like Topsy and Kessel, that's getting greater and greater despite it having run for decades.
And of course, Kessel do have a classic
well,
arm as well, which is what is written on the back. I saw the Kessel, I didn't see the classic on the back of his arm.
The father of the man who runs Kessel now, Loris Kessel, was briefly a Formula 1 racer.
And he was he not driving home? No, he gave his place, didn't he, in the Italian Grand Prix? No, you had the 1976, the British teams, Penske and McLaren with Niki Lauda, done for fuel irregularities. So, and then eventually got their place on the grid. Some people gave them back, and Norris was one of those, wasn't he?
I think that's right.
Stuart Hall in the middle, have a professional, mask on at the ready, but well done all round. Plenty to talk about between those two.
Good haircut for Stuart. Didn't not quite aerodynamic enough. Still too much on the top there, Stuart. That was what's costing you the top speed, mate.
Because Stuart has put together a team that prepares those particular cars, so not only drive it so well, it also make sure it runs beautifully.
So, for the final time this morning, take the lunch break after the formalities. We will be back this afternoon. What a hard fought and well won first and second. Well done to Jamie Constable for holding on in third position. It's the Surtees of Michael Lyons in the Brook Bond Oxo colours that has taken the Series E top step. F1 Grand Prix cars, 3 litres, 1966 to 1972. Let's get the very lovely silverware out. And Michael will be Getting a watch from the sponsors, not the one that he's advertising on his overalls. Tag Heuer. Stuart Hall in second with that lovely M19A McLaren. And Jamie Constable making it a 1-2-3 for British drivers in the Principality on this grid. There's the commemorative watch. Yes, looked at his Tissot on his wrist there. Thought, should I be holding this up?
Get the tank tape out quickly. Jamie is a graduate of Caterham Racing, so you learn to slide those around, don't you? Runs a company called Recapital that takes over failing companies and invests in them and turns them around. He's got a very good name in the city for that.
Caterham just changed hands, actually.
Has it?
Yeah, it's been bought by what are effectively their biggest dealer and distributor in China.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been put in, and those of you that know these things might recognise the name Bob Leshley, who was involved with Nissan and the GTR programme. He's been drafted in to help that. That's an announcement made this week.
So now we've got both Lotus and Caterham owned by Chinese companies. Extraordinary.
What a lovely way to end a Sunday morning in a classic Formula One car. And a little drop of bubbles. Great entertainment, gentlemen. Thank you for all the tweets coming in from Australia, the US, from around the world, and of course back in the UK as well as all of Europe. There's an awful lot going on today. Somebody has just pointed out to me on @RSL_studio. But I reckon I'm sticking with this afternoon. I think that's a very wise choice indeed. Michael Lyons takes the win in the Surtees. Big slick tyres, 3-litre engines can only mean one thing. 1966 to 1972 Formula One Grand Prix cars on the streets of Monaco at the 12th edition of the Grand Prix of Monaco Historique. On pole position, Stuart Hall in the McLaren with Michael Lyons in the Surtees, TS9 alongside David Short in the unique March 721, the Eiffeland Caravans car, the blue car, and Jamie Constable making up the second row. Off the start, good getaway by both the front row starters, and Stuart Hall looked to have converted into Sainte Devote, but just struggled for grip on the exit. That was all that Lyons needed. Michael goes through, climbing the hill towards Massenet, and the Surtees ahead by the time they got to Casino Square for the first time of asking. Constable third, Shaw in fourth, and those four breaking away. Extra grip, slightly different gearing on the Surtees, not sure, but it was turned into an advantage, whatever it was, by a very, very good start and huge amount of concentration from its driver, Michael Lyons, who just made the best of what he had to get by the pole sitter. He was only 0.3 of a second slower than the pole time in qualifying on Saturday, but he made mincemeat out of that, really. pulling away from Stuart Hall in the early part of the race. Seemed as if Bruce, as if Stuart was just waiting for the McLaren to come on song in the middle part of the race.
You thought so, and at the middle part of the race they started to get in among the back markers, and each time it seemed to go the way of the race leader Michael Lyons, but Stuart Hall looked high and low. This was his weakest point on the circuit, accelerating out of Portier just where he wanted to get under the rear wing. Lap after lap, Michael Lyons gained a length, 2 lengths by the time they got to the best passing place on the circuit, the Nouvelle Chicane. Look, the gap's too big for Stuart even to try. He had to think of something else. He started trying to make the moves at Rascasse. That was his option, but he was only given one chance there. That was to go to the outside, and that doesn't work.
I thought it was splendid driving from Michael, who may not over one lap, Andrew, have had the fastest car, but he put the car where Stuart didn't want it to be.
He drove sublimely, you know. He never put a wheel wrong. He didn't give Stuart the chance. He wasn't flustered when Stuart really started to hassle him, try and get alongside him at Rascasse and so on. It was an outstanding victory from the young man. And here was where Stuart was just really hassling him, but he just kept his cool. He got good drive out of the corner, sliding towards the camera and then coming towards the start-finish line. 1 lap to go. Could he hang on? Well, we know the answer now. Yes, he could. There's Stuart again, really trying to put his front wheel by the side of the back wheel of the Surtees, trying to just unnerve him, but it didn't work. And young Lyons kept his cool and then headed again round this magnificent circuit into the back. There, Stuart's just trying to get on the inside, gain at Rascasse, but it wasn't going to work. And at the end, well, a great victory there from young Michael Lyons over Stuart Hall. A race to remember.
Jamie Constable survived a last-minute, last-lap incident with David Shaw, who got a little bit impatient, tried from a very long way back going into the Nouvelle Chicane. Jamie managed, after being hit twice actually, to get his car pointing in the right direction and finished half a minute down in third position. Roel Gotha coming through in fourth to take fourth position ahead of David Shaw after that incident.
Roel will be so pleased with finishing fourth. Of course, he would love to be in the podium. He put so much money into the Rothko outfit, the marvellous collection of cars he has.
So Jamie coming home in third, but really fabulous racing. Drives of the day for the first two. Stuart Hall coming up just around about half a second, 3/4 of a second short. And the big trophy taken home by Michael Lyons in the Surtees. Of the morning session.
Well, brilliant has been the predominant word, just looking at stuff flying in the world of Twitter. And people are just going, more please. Well, we've got more. We've got 3 races this afternoon. And we will end with the cars that have ground effects. We'll take cars up to 1980. One sports car race for cars from the early 50s. And the latest Formula 1 cars that we run here will be in those final 2 races. The races will be longer. And if they're a patch on that duel between Michael Lyons and Stuart Hall, I'll take it with both hands.
Absolutely brilliant stuff this morning, and we're really seeing the development of Formula 1 and racing all the way through the history, Andrew, of this fantastic circuit.
Absolutely. The history of the cars, the histories of the drivers, and the history of the venue itself. And coming up to look forward this afternoon, of course, 3 times Le Mans winner Marco Werner is in pole position for the F-Series race, and Jean Alesi, second fastest in that. Michael Lyons is in that race as well. We've got the sports cars that we heard, and lots more beside. Great action coming up this afternoon.
Here's a reminder of what went on earlier this morning with the Group B cars out first. It's all about the Maserati from pole position. Good start there. A bit of a problem for the Lotus on the outside of the front row. Not the first not the last rather, to have had problems getting off the front row, Bruce.
No, it's often a problem in historic racing, but today at Monaco it seems to have reared its head in a big way. Max Smith-Hilliard was the driver who would have taken the battle to Guillermo Fierro Ileta, who we've seen leading in his Maserati 250F, but the little Lotus 16, number 16, with the London Rowing Club Graham Hill replica helmet, or tribute helmet, had to take his way to work his way up through the field, had to pick his way past some slower runners, and did it with great style, going past Martin Hanusa in the white and red Monegasque racing colours on his Maserati 250F, but just keep on chasing. But all along, Guillermo Fierro Ileta was pulling clear. Alex Birkenstock, great race in the Dino 246 Ferrari, but in time he too was picked off as Max Hilliard kept working his way forward.
Yeah, we're going to see Guillermo later in the sports car race this afternoon, aren't we, where he might make it a double. Oh, that was an interesting jinx there from the Lotus, trying to get down the inside into the new chicane, but it's so difficult to do that.
It's not just the sights, but the sounds of these cars that really take you back. If you've ever stood on a grassy bank by the side of a racetrack, then you'll know what I'm talking about. And there's different smells as well. Lotus finally getting going and coming through the field, but really goose cooped from that missed start.
In terms of pace, it was always going to be a challenge for Max Smith-Hilliard in the little Lotus 16 to take on the 250F Maserati. Shame he didn't give himself the chance. Whatever went wrong, let's face it, if it was a gearbox problem, that's not unusual on a Lotus 16. And certainly came to halt him, but he drove very well. But I'm super impressed with Guillermo Fierro Ileta. I think he drove without a single mistake. Backed off on the final lap, didn't need to press on anymore, but you could be right, John. It could be the first of 2 wins for the Spaniard this weekend.
Yeah, a 10-second slower lap on his last lap than we know he could do, but he still had the better part of a 20-second gap to second position. So that's how the morning started off. It was still very low sun and some parts of the circuit in the shade as they pulled up on the start-finish line for the traditional formalities. Guillermo Fierro Ileta taking the plaudits in that beautiful Maserati 250F, our first winner of the day on race day Sunday at the Monaco Historics 2021.
Yeah, the car, he says he treats like his mother and he'll never sell it, and that's the reason.
Second up this morning, we went back in time actually to the pre-war Grand Prix cars and voiturettes. On pole position here, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash monoplace. Dark British Racing green car, sitting proudly to drivers right on the start line. Patrick was a little tardy off the start and almost swamped. Big look over his left-hand shoulder to see what was going on behind him. Challenged for a moment, but then got the car moving again. The light blue Tolbo Largo Team 150C, Christian Trauber in second place in that low-slung car. Once Patrick got it going, like he was going to disappear into the distance. He had qualified 2 seconds quicker than the next fastest, and that was Christian in the Swiss Historic Racing Team, Talbot Largo.
We thought he was struggling with the gearbox a little later. Here's that start again, and he'd even look behind him, which is unusual at the start, to see the Bugatti trying to get through. But as we subsequently found out, apparently there was overheating with this car, and he's well in the lead there, but suddenly the gremlin struck. And suddenly the Talbot was there ready to pounce in a race which normally features ERAs, but not this year. So we had a rare victory in the end, not from a British car, but there. The Fraser-Nash still seems to be going very well here. We had cars into the pits though.
Moccia.
Yeah, Moccia with the older Maserati. And just even three-wheeling it through the chicane, but now struggling with the problem, and there is the Talbot ready to pounce.
Yeah, it was over 5 seconds at one point, came down to about a second and a half in a relatively lonely third position. One of the legion of Bugattis.
That was Nicholas Halusa, and again, lovely seeing him leading out of the cockpit to change gear. And again, any visual cue that just informs you what the driver's doing is taken with great pleasure.
The Amilcar right in the middle, a darker blue of the cars there, second in the train going down to the station hairpin, having a good battle for the minor positions. Then the turning point of the race. Traffic, well, that's always going to play a part here at Monaco, but coming up to lap the number 10 Bugatti 35, the leader was in big trouble. Almost looked like there was no drive, but there was certainly something awry with the car. Was it a misfire? Was it some kind of fuel vaporization if everything was getting too hot? Through nipped the light blue number 22, and Christian Traber would not look back. Ultimately, Patrick Blakeney Edwards coming to a standstill at the side of the track, having coughed and spluttered, or at least the car did, not Patrick, to a halt coming out of the final right-hander at Anthony Nogue. From then on, it was hop sweeps all the way, and Christian Traber bringing the Talbot home to what I'm sure will be a memorable victory for him in that low-slung, leaning back, very relaxed looking driving position in that Talbot as he brought it to the line to pick up the big prize.
Yeah, normally races a BMW 635, very different machine, but there was great sights and sounds throughout this race as they roared past the yachts in the harbour. Another beautiful spectacle showing the majesty and history of Formula One and motor racing in Monaco.
So Traber taking the voiturette devant Gurr before the war. Okay, excuse me. And that will live long in the memory of all the connections of the Swiss historic racing team. Parked up on the start line next to the number 1, and under the helmet a very happy, smiling, slightly tired perhaps, but exhilarated Christian Traber, who took the big trophy in the second race of the morning for the Series A cars.
Moving back then, or going forward in time actually, this next group of 1.5 litre Formula One cars. Just see the Weber carburetors there. Thumbs up, ready to go. Lots of beautiful Lotuses, 3 different marks of Lotus, the 18 and this there on the right hand side, the 21 and indeed a 24 with a couple of 24s. Small grid, super racing, great sights and sounds once again as they stream up the hill.
And once again, problems with the drivers starting from the outside of the front row. That was Nick Taylor in the Lotus 18, the white car with the checkered stripes up it. He had to fight his way back, fell to 4th, nearly as far as 5th. Then he started making progress, but all along Mark Shaw was escaping in the rather newer Lotus 21. There he is, turning Casino Square. A really good run up into second place from Philippe Bonny, but he knew his days were numbered in the Brabham BT2, and the pretty little pale blue car about to be picked off for that second place as Nick Taylor made his advances. So trying to find space at the front, trying to find a way by. Philippe Bonny still hanging on in that second place, pushed hard by Nick Taylor all along. Mark Shaw, who was expected to pull away anyhow, was able to make his escape. And now, finally, Nick Taylor got through and tried to start his chase. He would end up about a dozen seconds down at the end. Drove very well, but must be kicking himself for not getting the car off the line. The Lotus 18, the car that won the first of the races for this period of cars. In 1961, Stirling Moss at the wheel. But really, as the Lotus advanced through the years, you always wanted the newest one. 21 was a great car. In fact, the fact that Mark Shaw took victory in his 21 is a credit to him, because there was some later 24s in the field, but not as well driven as his was. And look how hard Nick Taylor was pushing through the Piscine section. But all along, stretching his legs at the front, was Mark Shaw. Coming up into third place was Philippe Buhofer, making it a Lotus 1, 2, 3, and eventually it would be a Lotus 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race for Prix cars from 1961 to 65. So the mark from Norfolk really coming away with all the prizes.
Yes, remembering the great design genius that was Colin Chapman that owned this team, not just racing cars but fantastic road cars as well, like the Lotus Elite, the Lotus Elan, and so many more. Through the tunnel, always an emotive sight, but the Scotsman never put a wheel wrong, did he? And heading to victory.
Well, we've had a great morning here at Monaco. Hopefully you'll be able to join us for the afternoon sessions wherever you're watching around the world. Thanks for taking some time with us, and we'll be back live with all the afternoon session. Check your local listings for details, but the action this afternoon gets faster, more furious, more frenzied, and even more entertaining. It's the afternoon session on Sunday, race day at the 12th Monaco Grand Prix de Historique. John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones and Andrew Marriott with you to take you through the action this afternoon, and we'll kick off some fantastic entertainment this afternoon with sports racing cars front-engined from 1952 to 1957. Bruce, these cars qualified yesterday, and the reason they are here is because they have a history of being here, and we've got a double pole sitter in this event as well.
The Monaco Grand Prix happened since 1929, but there was an anomaly, if you will. 1952, not for Grand Prix or Formula One cars, but for sports cars. It's a time when the World Championship was moving around a bit, and that is why we've got a delectable field of cars. But for a lot of people not knowing that history, they might think Monaco Grand Prix, always a car with the wheels exposed. Anyhow, this is the anomaly, and if you are the driver who won the first race of the day, Guillermo Fierro Eletta, he's gone from one gorgeous Maserati, the 250F, to another even more gorgeous one, the 300S. He's on pole again. Can he get the double? That is the big question. And an amazing array of cars, John.
Well, go from back to front as far as the grid walk is concerned. Albert Otten in the Kieft Sport from 1954. And a little bit further up the grid from him is the number 16. That's Lutz Rathenau in the Veritas RS2000. Nothing to do with the Droop Snoot Ford there, I noticed.
No, just a few years ahead, but the Veritas was built after the Second World War, largely using BMW underpinnings. They weren't allowed to build new cars, racing cars until 1951 in Germany. But Ernst Loof, racer and engineer, was the man behind all of these. And the Veritas, very popular on a burgeoning German racing scene. Great to have it here.
Quick look at the Jaguar C-Type from Bert Nicholas before we move to Jean-Jacques Bally and the A6 GCS Maserati, wearing its prototype number plates still, I noticed. Prova,
yeah. That's for test, I believe.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
translated. But
proving, effectively.
Proving, yes, yeah. Exactly. But the car on pole position, previously the property of Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits. He raced that quite considerably, but he'll be under stern competition from David Hart. Just going up the grid, Ulrich Schumacher, nothing to do with Michael, Ralph or Mick.
That's another Methuselah Racing entered car. They've had a few cars throughout. Methuselah, a large bottle of champagne.
Yeah.
Balthasar's, Nebuchadnezzar's, and we could go on.
Cologne-based company who prepares lots of these Ferraris and Maseratis and works out of a 1902 fire station.
Oh, Aston Martin DB3S. That's Wolfgang Friedrichs in the number 58 car in that beautiful California sage green metallic. Oh, that may have just stolen me for my car of the day.
But that's the beauty. You always think you've got your favourites pegged down, then around the corner comes another, and to have that just joy of picking and choosing and dreaming. That's what a lot of this is about.
There'll be another one along in a moment.
Yeah,
as they say.
Simon Hadfield's raced that car as well. Not racing this weekend, but one of the best British historic car racers.
Lister Flatiron.
Stephen Bond at the wheel.
That is in fourth row of the grid. 1955 vintage, that car. And we hear Lister Nobily a lot. Flatiron
was a Riley engine version ahead of the Nobblies, and then the Costins as well, the smoother lines of those. But Border Reivers from Scotland took over this car after a race at Le Mans, and one Jim Clark started to show his form in the big growler. So it was great. It's got a much richer history than many realise.
I noticed John, the cameraman, went back to your Aston Martin for you.
Of course he did.
Friedrichs.
The most famous street circuit in the world, Monaco and the Monte Carlo Grand Prix. And this the 12th edition of the Grand Prix Historique. And sports cars, because they did take part in a Grand Prix race here for sports cars, just the 1 year. And so our next grid of cars is the C grid for sports racing cars from 1952 through to 1957, front-engined only. Bruce Jones, a rich variety of cars on the grid. Fraser Nash, Keith, Veritas, Jaguar, Mazdas, Aston Martin, Lister. Super stuff.
In terms of the variety of manufacturers, this is probably the most widespread grid of the lot. But again, like any grid here, the shape of the cars, we're looking at an evolution. But look at the front end, and it's Guillermo Fierro Eleta, Spanish racer, and to my mind, the most gorgeous car out there, the 300S Maserati. And we've got not one, but two of them on the front row, because David Hart, the Dutch racer, will start alongside, but diagonally behind. Then Nicholas Halusa, he's been driving some great cars. He's in a Jaguar D-Type, just to keep Andrew Marriott on his toes. Andrew, very much a fan of the D-Types.
Certainly was. I've still got a dinky of one of those as well, because I just remember the great victories at Le Mans. Of the D-Type. I love the fin at the back and the whole shape of it. And we've got just the one here, which is unusual. Nicholas Halusa at the wheel. It's Martin Halusa at the wheel. There's several Halusas here. And there's an interesting lady, Bruce, that you know all about, sitting in that car there.
Well, Katerina Kivalova driving the Cooper Jaguar. She was around 10th place until the final couple of laps of qualifying, and then not only vaulted partway up the order, up to 4th place in that gorgeous Cooper Jaguar. And Katerina's been racing historic cars for probably a good decade now, and is very, very quick indeed, and gets her hands on some fabulous equipment. Often used to see her in an Austin Healey, but bigger, better, faster, always the way to go.
All Maserati front row, 2 300Ss. Love the period standard oil paint on the side. That's not a decal. That very much looked hand painted to me on the outside of the front row. The Trident glinting proudly in the sun of the pole sitter Guillermo Fierro Eleta. He qualified a full second and a half quicker than David Hart, but racing, as we have seen this morning, is an entirely different proposition, and the run down to Saint-Devote and what happens up the hill to Massenet, that may well decide what's going on in the race.
Yeah.
And who takes the 3 podium positions, Andrew.
Yeah, David Hart, very successful Dutch racing driver in events like this, particularly in AC Cobras, often races with his son. Well, I think I just saw well-known racing driver Nicky Pastorelli right by the side of the car. A nice ice cream for this young lad. He's going to enjoy the action. We're certainly going to enjoy some laps. This race named after the man who, of course, won the only sports car race here, Vittorio Marzotto. So they do that here. Each race is named after one of the most successful competitors of the era that the race embraces. A nice idea.
A very nice idea. And just for your reference, Marzotto won that 1952 Monaco Grand Prix in a Ferrari 225 Mille Miglia, the MM. Alas, we don't have one of those in captivity this year. But when we come back next year, we'll go back to our 2-year rotation. I can guarantee the grids are going to be much, much fuller with some of the cars we really would just augment the lesson we're learning.
You make a very good point there, Bruce. Those watching at a distance now who aren't fortunate enough to be in the reduced numbers allowed in the grandstands here in Monaco, next year will be, you think this is good, next year will be even better. It'll be even goodier because there will be far more cars, because the travel, we presume and hope that the travel restrictions that has kept some of the cars and indeed drivers who've had a little further to travel, certainly from outside of Europe, kept them away, of course, for obvious reasons this year. They'll be back for next year.
We usually see a lot of Americans racing here.
Absolutely
I think we've only got 1 or 2, I think, this year. Interesting to see how the Cooper Jaguar goes. Very unusual car. That this race 3 years ago was won by a Cooper Jaguar, not the same car, but something very similar. But the Spanish entrepreneur, 56-year-old entrepreneur, Guillermo Fierro Eleta, looking for his second win of the day, and he drove that 250F Maserati beautifully. This 300S does use a lot of the components of the 250F. The engine, just an enlarged version of the 250F.
And look at the styling. It's timeless. It's absolutely timeless.
Frankly, if it's not timeless, I want to move back to that particular time, because I think the sports cars of the 50s were just really deeply beautiful. I keep talking about the 300S Maseratis on the front row of the grid, but that DB3S Aston Martin as well. Scott John just enjoying, sucking in that image. It's just such a beautiful car. And the presentation of Friedrich's cars, just off the clock. The inside of his doors are shining, the shiniest part of any car I've ever ridden.
True story is that the hallway in Hyde of Towers, the paint is matched to that particular Aston colour, because through our partnership and contacts with Aston Martin, we got a piece of metal painted that colour, and we took it to get the, obviously it's not metallic, but to get the exact shade for the hallway when we were redecorating that.
I've lived in houses where it looks like I've decorated the car with the livery after it's finished Le Mans.
Well, there's an enthusiast, John. Fantastic story. So, streaming through the tunnel, we had a discussion this morning about how many racetracks in the world had tunnels. How many racetracks are like Monaco? It is unique. It is
big ground zero. Absolutely nothing like this particular circuit. Changed down through the years, of course, but the version that we're looking at now has been relatively static. But as we were mentioning in our qualifying, a little reprofiling of Tabac, which I thought was a couple of years ago, best part of a decade now, is
something like that.
La Rascasse, of course, has changed. It used to be the old Gasworks hairpin, so that's got an extra knobbly bit on it. And as you mentioned, the chicane has moved as well, and the bit round the swimming pool, they used to go straight there, and then they built the swimming pool on the bit where they used to race, and then they built the wall out into the harbour a little bit, so stole a bit of the harbour to do that.
And of course the biggest change was making a proper pit lane with proper pit garages. First time I worked there in a Grand Prix, actually in the pits, was in 1998. It was alongside the track. It's a curving pit lane, and in the mornings, if you didn't look where you walked, you might have found where someone walked a little dog in the night, and you had to dodge around the pine trees with just extraordinary, great improvement. But the start is upon us.
It's an all Maserati front row for the sports racing car grid Series C, 1952 to 1957. All front engine cars as dictated by the entry requirements to this particular plateau. Green flag at the back. Guillermo Fierro Eleta on pole position in the 42. David Hart on the outside of the front row gets an absolute storming start, and the man from P2 has gone into the lead. Now, can he hold it? Can he hold it? He's disappeared, and Guillermo is down to third place, already being challenged by the Cooper Jaguar, Katerina Kvatalova.
With the D-type, what a great start from Nicolas Alusa up into second place. Big story though, can Guillermo Fierro Eleta fight his way back on pole by 1.4 seconds, but what a start from Hart. Woof.
And Hart is leaning on those tyres early on. They will not be up to temperature and pressure. Yes, they've had a drive now from the pits to the dummy grid, and yes, they've had a formation lap, but he's really leaning on that Maserati 300S from 1956, a year older than the car that was on pole position, which is now in third place. And a bit of a drive back required here, Andrew, by Guillermo.
Yeah, very much Italy versus the UK as far as cars concerned, but what can the Spaniard do? This will make this race all the more spicier, won't it? But I think Guillermo should be able to do it, because he was a second and a half quicker than David Hart in qualifying, but certainly hasn't made up much space in those opening few corners, has he? Well, we've seen the C-Type goes through, the Flat Iron, the Aston, the Veritas, the other Ferraris and Maseratis all winding their way through this very tricky chicane section.
And it wasn't only drivers making their way forward, unfortunately, as well as the pole setter going backwards. The Aston Martin in the middle of the shot there lost 2 or 3 places. Number 68, the moss green metallic, he's got some A6 GCS Maseratis to pick his way past, and they were going well. Up front, though, that was just an astonishingly good start from David Hart. I thought his advantage would come in all the decades of racing he's done in keeping his tyres sweet, but he got them sticky. So it really, really worked.
Whatever he did it spot on when he launched, because it was like he'd been fired from a steam catapult on the deck of an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
Thank you and good night. Just salute the man on deck as you disappear.
And I tell you what, I think the biggest gain has been Nicholas Burns. He started down in about 10th position in the C-Type Jaguar. He's 2 cars behind Kivalova.
Guys,
he's
not seen Guillermo on that list, were we? I don't think.
Oh, no, you're right.
No, he's dropped back. He's dropping back the 42.
He must have a problem.
No, he's not in the pits, but he might just be going in. Let's have a look at the start again. He was going nowhere, not even nowhere fast. And the D-Type from behind, Nicholas Salusa, had to pull hard to the left and crank it to the right. Trying to see who else lost out. Not rolling, but just not very well.
He was
No
looking,
wheel spin. He just didn't have enough revs, I don't think.
he was looking down at the gear shift as well, so maybe that was some problem. Maybe it was in the wrong gear, but well, we'll see. Is he still running?
He's not listed as being in the pits unless my eyes have gone bonkers.
Also, I've not seen Stefan Hammelmann in his Maserati A6 GCS. Not sure he even took the start, to be honest.
Well, actually, I think he started leaving the grid a little bit early. He was at the back of the queue as they went onto the formation lap, and I sensed that he went a bit before his time.
There's David Hart then in this beautiful Maserati. The car that spent most of its life in South America. That's where it was raced. Taking a lot of curve though. And where's the Jaguar? Who's pulling away from the D-Type.
4 seconds further back and falling back. And I think it might have been a transponder error from Guillermo Fierro Eleta, because I've got him scored now in 3rd position.
Right.
I just caught a glimpse of the red number 42 in the background.
Yeah, I was just trying to reset my screen. It was having a bit of a scramble. They were obviously trying to work out where he was and what had been going on. So Katrina Kimmel, not in 4th, she's not in 3rd, she's in 4th, but being pushed really hard by Michel van Dugenduyk. And in behind him, Nicholas Burt in the C-Type. This is what we want, multi-manufacturer racing, trying to share the same with the tarmac in the C-Type. Tucking up the inside of the Maserati. Job very well done.
That has just become the new pass of the day, because that actually is not possible to do. Take the tighter line out of Raskas and out accelerate into Anthony Noakes and make the pass into the right-hander before the run onto the start-finish curve. Brilliant.
It's not like there's not much pace in the Maserati. Seeing it trying to fight back in what is now 6th place. They go to Saint-Devote. Got to look behind him. Jean-Jacques Bally is tucked in behind the multi-coloured helmet. There it is, blue at the front as well, trying to get in on the action. But let's see what the gap is between first. Well, my screen's gone. It's got Fierro Eleta back in the lead of the race. So it's
and David Hart has dropped back. So is there a problem with the transponders?
It's got to be, because every time I look, it's rotating around. But last time we saw, David Hart was leading this race by about 4 seconds, enough almost not to be able to see the chasing Nicholas Salusa in his Jaguar D-Type.
Screaming down the hill into the hairpin here, what we are calling this weekend station hairpin, and almost an overtake, but we can't do that just there. But great wheel-to-wheel racing, excellent stuff.
Taking the wider line in the number 50 car, Nicholas Burt in that C-Type, trying to get onto the power a little bit earlier. Katrina Kivalova was taking the tighter, more defensive line through right there, and the Jag has gone through, drags through now. Can the Maserati do it on the brakes? There or thereabouts, quite got braking distance. Katerina moves over. That was getting a little bit too close.
Meanwhile, at the front of the race, we've suddenly got the D-Type Nicholas Salusa right on the tail.
And that is Guillermo. So that is Guillermo. That's the 42 car. So that car, which we thought was dropping down.
Well, you know what? David Hart is not listed on my time.
He's dropped out of the top 10 now. So
he's in the pits.
So David was the one that had the issues of the two front row starters. I'm pretty certain he got into the lead.
I'm sure he did.
So Guillermo has recovered from his bad start, and now...
Well, he's gone from third to second, and second's become first because
Correct.
David Hart has pulled off.
By process of elimination and perhaps a little bit of detective work, I think we've worked out where we are now. But the battle for the lead down towards Mirabeau is the 42 300S Maserati, which just makes a glorious noise as it accelerates out of all of the slower corners, and the shift up from whatever gear Guillermo starts in to whichever gear he shifts up to.
Look,
You just drive it like that all the time, you just squirt it.
But even the sound is elegant, the noise it makes, the shapes could not be more elegant, could not be more suited to the French Riviera, particularly Monaco. And I love this rear shot that goes to the tunnel. You can sense the tail end of the car is starting to get loaded as the corner slightly tightens the curve through.
Oh, damage!
Contact, front left-hand corner for David Hart. Oh, dearie me, that hurts to look at.
So what happened?
So what happened?
So this was Raskas. He's got straight on at Raskas and couldn't get the lock on and raised the steel barrier on the left-hand side and immediately brought that car in. So that was from the lead. Great work by tape operators. I know it's not tape nowadays, but I say that with much love.
Oh, you feel for him, driving beautifully. David Hart leading the race, no pressure from behind, and just maybe a momentary loss of concentration. Maybe he didn't get enough heat into those front tyres, but sort of Brabham's leap almost. Jack Brabham, 1970, that patched the track, lost the lead in the race to Jochen Rindt. So cruel. So for fans of the Maserati 300S, they've got one back in the lead of the race, because there it is. Drew Sandermont already in among the traffic. There's the chasing D-Type in the background. Car 54, Nicolas Halusa. He's had some great runs in the last few years in historic racing. And polite with it. We like that. Going past
Fraser Nash. Yeah, and this is a very early D-Type one. They raced these cars for several years, but this is the first year factory car, short front nose. They lengthen the nose of these cars, give them a bit more aero bite. But this is a terrific looking car, very famous car, and he goes down. Can he get around the outside? I wouldn't have thought that's possible. No, it wasn't, but it was a brave and bold attempt by Halusa, the German, one of the family racing here this weekend, and he's putting the pressure on.
That was down into Massenet, trying to go the long way around and then get the run down the hill to the station hairpin in OKV1. Very famous number plate on a very famous car. We've seen that on a number of black and white pictures down through the years.
Absolutely, yeah.
That won't be the last attempt for the lead from Nicolas Halusa, though. I just sensed the moment all three of us were cringing, just thinking, do not have contact when they got to Mirabeau. But Guillermo Fiero Aleta, haven't seen him race too much, but I'd certainly like to see him race more in the future, because he's really impressed me. He was super clean there, and he retained that lead.
That Maserati, you talked about it sounding elegant and looking very elegant. It's also rides quite elegantly and almost quite comfortably. It rolls quite a lot, but it's doing it in a controlled way, Bruce. I'm really liking the body language of that car, and it's graphically different, Andrew, to now the indicator flashing on the Jaguar behind it. Oh, that's been cancelled. Well done.
They use a lot of components from the 250F Formula 1 car for that. It is basically the same engine stretched to 3 litres, but some of the other components are common with the marvellous 250F Mazda, and it's a very effective piece of kit, isn't it? But the D-Type still keeping him honest. Up the hill they go again, charging up past the expensive shops into the Casino Square. Just a magical race circuit. We've got all these names that have been with us all our racing lives.
What I like about Guillermo Fiero Aleta at the front of the field here, he's driving his own race. He hasn't blocked. He hasn't felt the need, Bruce, to go defensively. The car rides the bumps on the way down. Well, they're the first time he's gone defensive into Mirabeau.
I think his driving style matches the car. It's elegant. He's not taking any liberties. He's keeping it tiny.
There's a bit of Sterling Moss in him when you see him behind the wheel. A relative paucity of movement, looks relaxed. And Moss always used to like to do that, Andrew, to psych out his opposition, to make it look like he wasn't trying hard.
Absolutely. We so miss Sterling. Sir Sterling Moss, such a marvellous racing driver and wonderful guy. But yeah, you said it's elegant. Everything about this meeting's elegant, isn't it? The prize presentations are elegant. Oh, Simon! Get that opposite lock on.
Well, full marks for the Austrian. He's on maximum attack.
Yeah.
International, an Austrian in a British car, a Spaniard in an Italian car in Monaco. This is the sort of stirring of this magical pot.
There's a big age gap between these two drivers as well, interestingly. The Spaniard's 56. Alusa, I think, is maybe in his 20s.
Well, they are both driving with verve. We'll see that.
Just past the halfway mark. I wonder if the D-Type can find a way past. This was a D-Type, as I said, a factory car. I think it finished second on the one. I don't think it didn't win the races. OKV1 is absolutely original, beautiful. Let's see what
Traffic ahead.
That's coming to the Fraser Nash.
Fraser Nash Le Mans Coupe with Matchy.
Keeping well out of the way.
You know, I think these drivers, a lot of them have spent decades racing in historic cars. Respect is a really important element. And somewhere like Monaco, they've got much more chance of making a mishap by blocking the faster drivers. And yet, I think they've been really, really well versed and briefed on what they're doing at this meeting. So well done to the driver of the Targa Florio.
Ulrich Schumacher maybe making a little bit of progress in the 26 car there. The 20. Oh, squeaky.
That was a bit too...
Oh no.
Oh dear.
David Grouse has got reason to grouse, unfortunately.
Yes.
Oh dear.
That is very triangulated. That would be the approach to Piscine or Tabac. So at the exit of Piscine, he's pulled off, dropping too much. Oh, I hate seeing a better racing car.
Oh, there's two.
Oh no.
Oh,
we might see what happened. Well, he's got front and rear damage.
I think that's Jean-Jacques Bally, isn't it? In the
I think so, yeah.
S6 GCS.
And this car's got front and rear damage as well, I think.
Certainly
definitely
front right on the Fraser Nash.
I think I saw a bit of rear damage as well. Can they push that a bit out of the way? I hope they can.
Well, what we've got to do is sense exactly where the first follower, Jean-Jacques Bally, has parked. We can see precisely at the exit of Piscine where the Targa Florio has been pulled to a halt with David Grouse.
Yes, there's a shark bite out of the rear right-hand corner. Andrew, you were spot on. Does that kind of match, would you say, with the shape of the Armco barrier? I think it might do.
It's gone in hard there. See the name De Philippis. She was the first woman ever to race in a World Championship Formula 1 race.
Maria Teresa
De Philippis died only recently. She used to run the HM Pilot Society for the Grand Prix drivers here. But, well, that's quite a crash helmet, isn't it? But it certainly hasn't helped him today.
Wow.
So we never like to see that. So the marshals doing their impeccable job of warning everybody approaching with those double wave yellows. But the Maserati, that really is a very sorry.
A lot of damage there.
That's both ends of that car have been comprehensively dinged.
Wow.
not
the sort of panel beating we like to see.
Well, it's facing the wrong way in
Correct.
the track. We can see the coolant or whatever has been dropped, the liquid on the surface. So I'm just wondering if one spun. Here's my guess. One has spun going into Piscine. The second car coming through has been the Targa Florio, and it's connected him, having been unsighted.
I think the dents in the back of that car pretty much match up with the... Oh, that's big.
No,
yeah,
so
that's
he's had his moment, but I think something had happened before then. But there's no red on that, so he hasn't hit the Maserati.
Yeah, I agree with that. But look at the back of the car. You can see it's been in the barrier there as well.
Clever work using that little dolly to move the car.
Excellent
under
work.
the front suspension.
And it's always the factor, isn't it? On a street circuit, to remove a car is very difficult indeed. You don't always have the facility to get the cars away, but they're doing a cracking job here.
Nice use of the crane as well. And they're being very careful not to do any further damage to that lovely Fraser Nash Targa Florio. David Grouse is out of the car.
And the driver talking there, I think, might have been the one out of the Maserati. He had a Maserati overall.
That was Jean-Jacques Bally, I think, is the other car involved.
26 or 28?
28, yeah.
Schumacher, perhaps, but let's see.
Schumacher's
Schumacher's
running.
in
He's in fourth,
So,
yeah. I
Okay,
think
there's the answer. It was 26 then.
I remember the number on the Jean-Jacques Balin car was the same as the he had a particular shade of style of number, which I remember from his earlier drive. Threw my eye to it. Starting the penultimate lap, and at the front of the field, Guillermo Fierro Eleta is still leading by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I think that Nick Halusa's dropped back a little bit, hasn't he? Maybe discretion being the better part of valour here. Wants to be on the podium, but he's definitely dropped back. And the 42 car looks as if Guillermo's going to head to a second victory. But whoever knows at Monaco, this place can bite you.
Does he need a second watch? I mean, really?
Yeah, well,
There and a spare.
he can put it on eBay, maybe.
That's justified enough for a Maserati driver.
As somebody said to me when winning their second watch at the 24 Hours of Daytona, I have two wrists, don't I?
Wow. Well, what about that Andy Lally, I think, won about 5 and he's given nearly all of them away. You know, he retains one, I think.
So what can Nicholas Halusa do? Well, he's just done his fastest first sector, the fastest first sector of anyone. He's taken half a second out of the leading Maserati. Gap was almost precisely 2 seconds on the start-finish line. But again, as we see in these races, John, different cars are fast at different parts of the circuit. And one senses through the twisty bits, the Jaguar is that little bit better.
I love the sound of Guillermo just heeling and towing down through the gearbox as they come. Such a long braking distance. Andrew's been talking about this all weekend. And the very precise manner that he changes gear. I agree with you two gentlemen. I think his driving style is impeccable. Really lovely.
Yeah, well, John, we ought to start thinking about driver of the day, unofficial driver of the day, really. The Spaniard's got to be in the running with these two supreme drives of his in the two Maseratis.
And another car that is looks like it's UK registered. Certainly that looks like a UK style of plate. Last lap then for the sports racing cars here on the streets of Monaco for the historic Grand Prix 2020 edition. The delayed 2020 edition has now arrived. And looking to make it 2 race wins and 2 race poles from his 2 race starts this weekend is our leader in the 300S, the number 42, Guillermo Fierro Eleta. And
it's easier to make a car look, your driving style look ragged around somewhere like Monaco, but such is the performance of Guillermo Fierro Eleta leading this race in that 300S Maserati, car number 42. Even its flow, watching him come through Matinee, pour it right down the hill out of Casino Square. He's just on top of this car. He's not pushing it too hard, he's just doing it spot on.
He's going to beat some traffic, maybe on the chicane though, isn't he? Will he get held up there? Will the Jaguar be able to close?
I think the Jaguar's dropped back even a bit further now, Andrew, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. So it goes past the Veritas.
Now, got to get the braking point right here. Does that nicely.
Albert Ossen just in front, trying to stay out of the way, but your options become a little bit limited. He's had rear bodywork damage.
Yeah, it's
right rear looking somewhat second hand.
And if he slows very much, he will be passed by the Veritas, so he's got to really keep on his toes. Looks for Aftermau right in behind him. But for our race leader, Guillermo Fierro Eleta, he won first thing this morning and he's about to make it 2. Just a handful of corners to go, and he really, really has driven beautifully.
Fabulous day for the Spaniard. Businessman does a lot of work in South America, but here he is heading towards a second checkered flag of the weekend. And there he goes. Beautiful Maserati sound, colour, and victory goes to Guillermo Fierro Eleta.
Second place, Nick Halusa in the Jaguar. It'll be a wee while before we see the number 50 of Nicholas Burt in the C-Type.
It's worth pointing out that Nicholas Burt started 10th on the grid, 10th to 3rd. A great drive by anybody's reckoning.
Yeah,
a few cars got a little bit bent, but stunning driving from the lead duo in particular.
Still waiting for Burt to come across the line.
Well, he's only just coming out of the tunnel, therefore that gives you... I love it when you can get placement where they are on the circuit relative to the finish line. He's still got a few corners to go to William Martin. He's got to go the whole way along the harbour front.
And Katarina Kivalova has lost 4th place to Schumacher as well. That happened a wee bit earlier on. Here comes our 3rd place on the podium. He's only got about a second, by the way. That is Schumacher behind him, who is really charging and leaning on his Maserati. Now, how much does he... He's being caught. He's being caught hand over fist here. I'm not sure how much...
It was 1.1 seconds at the start of the lap. It's down to about 2/3 of, a third of that. So he's gained, but he was never going to get enough. But a good charge all the same from Schumacher. So the C-Type Jaguar takes that 3rd place.
Yeah. The Leslie Johnson car raced in the Mille Miglia. Didn't do that much work in period. And with that big roll cage, which indicates to me it might have been racing in America at some stage. But nice drive from him. He'll be pleased to be on the podium. But what a performance by the Spaniard, Guillermo, and a great weekend for him.
Great recovery after...
Yeah, that was a bit...
That's the first chink in his armour that we've seen, Andrew. He did not get off the line, but what he didn't do then was compound that by, there was the spin for the 12.
Oh,
that was a big hit for that number 12 we were looking at earlier on, and that was the Albert Otten machine.
The Wolverhampton-built Kieft.
So the results then will show it's another win for Guillermo Fiera Eleta after not his best start, I think it's fair to say. Recovered his composure and his speed and takes it by 5 seconds or thereabouts from a couple of Jaguars. First from Halusa, second from Burt. Schumacher in 4th place, and the top 5 made up by Katarina Kivalova as she dropped 1 place from her 4th position qualifying. I think we're seeing a really good driver here that hasn't been as well known to us perhaps as 1 or 2 others. The Marshall Cam at the entrance to La Rascasse there.
What we don't know, John, about next year is whether they'll repeat the sports car exercise, because sometimes they have a Formula Junior race instead, don't they?
They had both in 60.
Yeah. Oh, look at now. We're getting a good look at that.
It was the 28 Jean-Jacques Bally with that black numbers with the white pinstripe highlight. That was both ends of that car. That is going to need some artisan work on it. It's not going to polish out.
Serious panel beating there.
The driver who must be kicking himself the most, he could have been heading for that number 1 position, David Hart. You can see the tear in the barrier, not in the barrier itself, but the covering of the barrier at Rascasse, where he went straight on in the other 300S Maserati.
But there didn't seem to, we saw the car in the pits, didn't seem to be that much damage. Maybe the wheel was against the tyre, but a little surprised he stopped.
Unless there was another problem that had caused him to go off. Did he have a brake problem or a sticky throttle or something like that? It was a very odd accident. Very odd indeed.
It was almost like a steering problem in some ways. It could have been just something that snapped so he couldn't turn right.
I hear a whooping and a hollering in the background.
Oh, look, he's got the Maserati Tridents on his gloves. That's a nice touch.
Of course he has.
Haven't you, Andrew?
Don't we all?
Never
savages, Andrew.
Never driven a Maserati. There he is. And you can tell he's been working a bit hard. And the smiling.
But look at the emotion on his face. The emotion on his face. That's how much it means. He's been there once earlier on today in the 250F, and he's done a delightful double on the streets of Monaco. Opens, doesn't have to climb out of this one, can open the door. How lovely.
Lovely little crafted hinges.
Everything is beautiful about these cars, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic.
Well, I don't know if Mark Knopfler's watching this. He might be wondering why he sold that car. Quite a good race in his time. The Dire Straits, marvellous guitarist.
Brake fluid in the bottom. I got no brakes at all.
No brakes at all.
Yes.
So he was struggling, and
that was an awesome drive.
Nicholas saying that he was leaking brake fluid. It was coming out from underneath the bonnet. So perhaps it is getting a little bit warmer and the brake fluid's starting to get a bit toasty. You can't boil your brake fluid if you're not careful. Awful thing to have happened. So the three drivers, well, Guillermo knows exactly what the situation is. I suggest he might take a wee bit more time with the glass of Verb Clicquot that he'll be offered afterwards. He has a second Laurel winner's wreath to take back to the race shop, and he's going to get another one of the lovely trophies. Isn't it fabulous to see the emotion when he was sitting there in the car, the realisation of what he just achieved?
Yeah, we've seen that from people who haven't even won, who've taken the third place. Remember Ewan Sargent bowing down, who's putting his head on the wheel and patting the steering wheel of his car, because it is special, it is Monaco. And also, it's not just that, they've had a good race, and Nicholas Burt had possibly the very best race from 10th up to 3rd, so no wonder he's so happy. Some distance behind, but it matters not. He had proper wheel-to-wheel racing, and he made it up the order.
I never saw you.
I never saw you.
No, he was just off, not that far away from getting lapped, actually. He was about a third of a lap away from getting lapped. Such was the pace at the front of the field. More great racing, more respectful racing, and that's what we like to see. So the trophy presentations will come first, then the winner will get the commemorative Hoya Monaco Historic GP watch, and then we'll have the national anthem for our winner. That's the format. Wherever you are in the world, on whichever of our syndications you are watching, websites, outlets, etc. Thank you for being with us. 2 Formula races to come. You will not want to miss them. But for now, revel in the second victory of the day for clearly dyed-in-the-wool Maserati enthusiast Guillermo Fierro Eletta. 250F winning car this morning, and the 300S. That is a nice double up. Nice to see the arm on the shoulder of the young contender alongside him, Nicholas Haluza, driving Martin Haluza's Jaguar D-Type. Very nice to see the respect there.
Well, they will cross swords again in different cars at different circuits over the next few years, but really for Guillermo Fierro Eletta, this has been his meeting of meetings. Oh. What a lovely shot over the flanks of his 300S. Beautiful camera work there. And any time you look at these cars, it just should make you feel good.
Throughout, we've seen some marvellous camera work, haven't we? Both the cars in action, but also down on the grid and so on. Congratulations to those guys doing this in very difficult circumstances, of course.
And now the national anthem for Guillermo Fierro Eletta. I would say that Guillermo is close to tears there. That's great to see. Standing on the top step of a podium, hearing your national anthem played. Fantastic.
Well, I think, you know, you have a successful career in business, as Guillermo clearly has, but no one plays you the national anthem for succeeding in business. To get it played, your national anthem, for what you've done in sport is super, super special. I remember talking to Swedish racer Alexander West a few years ago, burgeoning with the Garage 59 team, but there was an event FIA Nations Cup where you raced for your country.
Yeah.
And he said this, you have to understand, is very, very special. Very few people get to play or do some sport for their country, whatever the sport is. So it is something we don't always think about.
I'd be a bubbling wreck. I've got to tell you.
Yes.
I would be no good at all.
It's all done with style and class, though, isn't it? This, as befits Monaco, of course.
Yes, perfect. Great emotion shown there.
Is he going to have a sip of that wine now?
I think he will.
Oh. Cheers.
Well, I think also for
Oh no!
the loss of elegance, I'm afraid.
Oh, he's
It
got
had to be the youngster.
He had to be.
If you can't beat them, spoil them. No, that's not.
Oh, there's a towel at the ready. You see, they've thought of everything.
Third place then for Nicholas Burt, coming up through the grid, having started back on, I think, 10th position, Bruce, wasn't it? And he really fought his way through. Nicholas Haluza, well, he gave it everything. Started to lose brakes in the Jaguar towards the end, as also braking problems for the Maserati that won, but you wouldn't have thought that by the way that Guillermo Fierro Eleta was driving. So that explains why he was taking his gear changes so carefully. Sports cars were the main event at Monaco just once in the history of this great motor racing mecca, and to commemorate that, our Series C grid full of front engine 1952 to 1957 sports racing cars. Two Maseratis on the front row, and those two cars glinting splendidly in the afternoon sunshine. Pole position man Guillermo Fierro Eleta, his second pole of the weekend. Not a great start from him from the outside of the front row. David Hart got the whole shot, and going through into second, the Nicholas Haluza driven Jaguar D-Type. Our pole sitter dropping into a distant third as they headed up to Massenet for the first time. Katerina Kevalova in fourth position where she qualified. And at the front of the field, early pace from David Hart, trying very hard indeed, even before the heat was in the tyres. Car moving around under power.
Very good to see this again, John, because we weren't exactly sure what had happened. It's nice to really understand what happened in those early stages. But the Spaniard, as you said, the one chick in his arm making that poor start. But then what happened between with the Jaguar D-Type?
So Hart then leading out with a huge lead. D-Type looked like it missed a gear coming out of Saint-Devote. And
that solves the mystery, doesn't it?
No second invitation required for Guillermo Fierro Eleta. And the leader, who was driving away, making an uncharacteristic mistake and just going straight on. It was a bit of an odd line going into La Rascasse, and he wasn't going to make that turn. That was whilst he was in the lead. That ceded the top position to Guillermo Fierro Eleta. And he and Nicholas Haluza put on a brilliant show, Bruce.
Their driving styles could not have been more different. You see Haluza hanging the tail out. He was sideways, leaving the grid, trying to get around the pole starting car. But then in the space of moments, we lost two cars. David Grouse, the Fraser-Nash Targa Florio, had a big clout coming into Piscine at about the same time we lost Jean-Jacques Valley, his A6 GCS Maserati, crumpled both front and rear, a sight we never like to see. Out front, though, the driving was exemplary, and constantly Fierro Eleta just eking his way clear. There were further attacks from Haluza, but it was smooth, it was tiny out front.
Both drivers struggling with fading brakes towards the end of the race, and in some ways, maybe you can understand then why Guillermo was able to consolidate, because his driving style is so smooth. You could hear him using the gearbox to try and slow the car down, but his downshifts were absolutely precise, making sure he was matching the revs so as not to do damage, and using the brakes only at the very last moment to get the car slowed down and turned in particularly noticeable as he came out of the tunnel and headed down to the Nouvelle chicane.
Just looking at that David Hart incident again, I think he thought he was going to make it. It faltered, didn't he? Right in the middle of it, and I think he thought he got enough lock, and then he just quite hadn't. But there's the checkered flag, and the second win of the day for the Spaniard. Outstanding driving, and wonderful to see that beautiful Maserati take victory here at Monaco.
2 pole positions converted into 2 victories for Guillermo, from Nicolas Halusa in second place, and in some ways possibly an even better drive coming up through the grid for Nicholas Burt in the number 50 Jaguar. It's the C-Type. He had a lot of cars to pass. Very lurid spin and contact with the barrier for Albert Otten in the Keith Sport, but that was all going on behind the 3 drivers who headed to the podium. And Guillermo knew exactly what the formalities would be like, because he'd been there earlier this morning on his 250F Maserati. The underpinnings of the 300S somewhat similar. Slightly enlarged engine for the 300S, but very much based on the 250. Second trophy of the weekend for the Spaniard. So, gentlemen, rather more bent panelling than we like to see for these races, but you've got. I'm very, very impressed with Fierro Eletta.
Yeah, it's undoubted his cars are superbly prepared. They're both cars that ought to be at the front end of the grid, but you've still got to drive the thing, and the fact that he took the battle, out-qualified David Hart, who is absolutely no slouch at all.
I do wonder if he's had some coaching from somebody in Spain.
I'm sure he has.
I don't know how old he was when he started racing, but not that long ago, so he's come to it rather later in life, and I presume that somebody has coached him really well, because he does drive superbly.
Yeah, I actually felt with David Hart starting alongside, Guillermo was quicker in practice and qualifying, that I just sensed that David would have a stronger hand later in the race in shadow, and maybe Guillermo would make a mistake, but no mistakes were made other than the failure to get off the line very well. That shuffled the pack. It took a few laps for Guillermo to get up to speed in some ways. The first 2 with Halusa in the D-Type in between seemed to be making their escape, and David Hart indeed did escape. You could see how hard he was pushing as he really struggled to get the car turned in at Massenet.
And that was the first lap. That was the first lap, Bruce, and it was noticeable, wasn't it, just how hard Hart, having taken the lead from the line, was pushing to try and get that gap.
And a few others got shuffled backwards, unfortunately. Wolfgang Friedrichs there in the Aston Martin lost a few places. Meanwhile, going forward was the C-Type up from 10th place, Nicholas Burt at the wheel. He's got ahead of all the cars in this image. Not that one, though. That's David Hart stroking it over the bucking ride. And here, this looked like the battle for second place, but at the very moment that happened, it actually became the battle for the lead, because this car, David Hart, in the barriers, out of the race, into the pits.
He's there, okay. Get it round. No, not getting round.
He thought he was going to make it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And then realised at last that he wasn't. If he'd realised a bit earlier, he might have been able to get on the brakes a bit harder.
What do you think of Guillermo then, Andrew? Yeah, you and Bruce see far more historic racing than I do, and I have to say he's impressed me this weekend in everything I've seen him do.
Yeah, I just hope he's going to come over to maybe Goodwood and Silverstone and some of the historic meetings here. Oh, they're a very sorry sight, though. Maybe he will. I know he's raced at the Nürburgring quite a lot, and at the Le Mans Classic I saw the Peter Auto stickers on the side of his helmet. So let's hope he can be tempted to come to the UK.
Actually, that helmet design that was Bally, wasn't it? Jean-Jacques Bally.
Yeah.
The first time I saw a glimpse of that
Alexander
through the
Wirtz?
Encore, I thought Alexander Wirtz. Absolutely, Alex has popped out from home, left Julia with the kids, and had a quick run.
Or maybe Jean-Jacques got here and went, oh my golly, I left it in the hall when I left home, and who's got a helmet that I like down here?
Yeah, I think Bally's based here in Monaco. Lovely shots there. Look. And the sun slinting off the bodywork just adds to the whole emotion of it, doesn't it?
Totally, Andrew. I just
See, look at the front end of that car, though. When he went through there, which patently is what David Hart did not do, he wasn't on very much of a different line there.
No.
Which makes me wonder if something did actually go wrong with David's car.
But Monaco, you have to be inch perfect,
Well,
millimetre perfect, don't you? And he wasn't, and that was the story.
Yeah, fair point. Well made. So 2 more races to come this afternoon. Thanks very much for your tweets coming in from all over the place. And also a big thank you to our production team here in the Principality and beyond to make sure that the pictures and our sound are getting to you on whichever one of our syndications you're watching. The ACM site, by the way, is a mine of useful information about this event, and I
complete with the programme that you
Yeah,
can.
I
download.
heartily recommend the online programme, which is over 100 pages. You can flick through it, and it is brilliant. Bruce and Andrew have been poring over that at every waking moment, basically.
John, when I get home, I'm going to spend a lot of expensive printer in and print it all
print
up.
that
Have
out in
it,
colour.
Yeah.
It is worthwhile, isn't it? Yeah, very much so.
Interesting, the picture we're seeing, there's a couple of satellite dishes on the right-hand corner of the pictures, beaming the pictures up to you.
Oh, good spot, Andrew.
Yeah, very good.
I was looking at the yachts living in the
yeah.
dream world, but
Not the big yachts that we see at the Monaco Grand Prix, and maybe not...
They're not small, Andrew.
No.
The little tiddlers in the foreground is about the size of things that I look at and sort of lust after, but...
A few years ago in Cannes at the film festival, when our film Steve McQueen, Man of Le Mans was playing there, our wonderful backer, Barnamy Grimes, rented Chris Evans's ex-Eddie Jordan yacht, so we stayed on it for 3 days.
Nice.
How the other half live, although it's not the other half, is it? It's the 0.00001% live. And the crew was magnificent, the wine was great. It was a wonderful experience.
again, just looking back at the start of the race, you have to play a bit of guesswork, don't you? You have to balance your risk. But look, even Katrina Kimalova and the Maserati A6 GCS alongside couldn't find space at Zandvoort. One effectively rode over the curbs, and behind them another Maserati ran just completely inside the corner there. But the first two got away. Everything was tidy.
Yeah, and Bruce, you have to remember, think of all the racetracks. There's very few racetracks where the start is so close to the first corner, and a very challenging corner at that.
Well, you know, line of vision is something you don't get a great deal around Monaco, and what happens beyond Zandvoort is frankly a mystery to those starting any further back than the third row of the grid.
Well, now we've got a big change of machinery here. Of course, we're moving up to relatively recent Grand Prix cars coming up.
In our minds.
Yes, in my mind.
No. This, you see, this again is I refer you to a comment that we made off air some time ago when Bruce and I worked together in 14 and 16. I had to do this event. I had people say to me, I didn't know you were into historic racing, and you know, fantastic. And I said, this isn't historic racing for me. These are the cars I grew up getting interested in Formula One and motor racing on.
Yeah.
Obviously, I always liked sports cars, always did, but you didn't see that sports car racing as much.
This pole position car, I ran the press conference to launch that car.
Get it.
Yeah. We did a
Ex-Gunnar Nielsen car, isn't it?
Yeah. Marco Werner at the wheel.
And who's that behind? A Ferrari driver in a Ferrari car. It's the 312T, Niki Lauda's car. Sean Alesi on board, but there's the most fantastic tweet. It's got some moving footage of Alesi flying around in qualifying in that car. Damon Hill, so funny with his tweeting. Big lift in the tunnel, just saying.
Banging on the metal barriers coming out of the swimming pool as well from Alesi in qualifying.
Well, we commented that his control, his fast twitch fibres still work very well indeed.
Now, what we want to see is if Rene Arnoux car has been repaired, because he chopped a wheel off it yesterday, remember?
Yeah, coming into Tabac, a little tap, and then a big tap with the barriers on the outside of the circuit. The corner we sort of think of as Martin Brundle's leap from his days with Tyrrell.
Porsche Junior driver in a Formula One car. I don't think he's ever raced single-seaters before, Julian Andelauer. And
I haven't seen.
Ever seen? Oh, just that shot. Ever seen Ray Grant, the mechanic for James Hunt, leaning into that car? We called him Kojak because he had the most magnificent afro hairdo.
So the cars are being fettled in the pit lane prior to going out on their formation lap.
If you look down under the Tag Heuer gantry, you can see a pale blue car at the back of the line. That means the Amon is coming out. It didn't set a time in qualifying. So the car that was really pretty dreadful for poor Chris Amon back in 1974 has got Fred Fatien. And Fred is really heavily involved in the GPX crew. They've got 11 cars. Not in this race, 11 cars here competing at Monaco this weekend.
I think they've got 4 in this race, haven't they? Yes, they have GP Extreme. You've seen them if you watch endurance sports car racing. Ran a couple of Renault RS01s in the Abu Dhabi 12 Hours a few years ago, and they've been all over the place with all kinds of different manufacturers.
Well, they won the Spa 24 Hours a few years ago with the mighty Kevin Estra. I take no prisoners leading their attack.
This is the Hesketh that James Hunt won the Dutch Grand Prix in his first win. That is the car. And did somebody say that the Embassy liveried car was not the Lola but the Shadow?
The Shadow DN1.
Well, look at the car, because I just saw it. Look at it now.
Well,
I think I saw a Lola badge on the front of that.
Did you? Well, hold on. That might not be the one. There's one.
There's one.
I tell you what, Ewan Surgerson, we saw him wearing a London Rowing Club Graham Hill tribute helmet.
That's the one, is it?
He's the one. That's what's tripped us. And there was another one entered on the list, but hasn't been out.
Yeah. So a marvellous era of racing this. And
which cars won the Grand Prix, Bruce, in the period from 73 to 76?
I will tell you, because I've got my piece of paper, I should know it anyhow. Jackie Stewart, the Tyrrell 06 in 73. Roddy Peterson, a Lotus 72E in 74. Then Nicky Lauda, 75 and 76. First in the 312T, the car we're seeing here this weekend. And then the 312T2, the latest evolution in 76.
And that's why Serie F is called the Nicky Lauda race.
Of course.
Yeah.
Much missed. When people talk about sporting comebacks, with due deference to Tiger Woods, who fought back from all of his surgeries and personal problems, surely Nicky Lauda's comeback has got to be one of, if not the great sporting comeback of all time.
100% with that. Tiger Woods got another fight back now, hasn't he? But let's just
all the best on that.
Let's just ponder the guy on pole position. 3 times in succession Le Mans winner, Marco Werner. 3 times American Le Mans Series champion. Winner at Sebring, winner at Daytona, a man with a fantastic sports car history, but started his career very much in single-seaters by building his own Formula Ford car. And he has raced successfully here before, in the past in a Ferrari, but now he is in this Lotus 77 ex-Ronnie Peterson car, also raced by Gunnar Nielsen. And in qualifying, well, he had almost 2 seconds over Jean Alesi in the Methuselam racing Ferrari.
I just want to correct one little thing. We said that Julian Andlauer, though he's still yet young, hadn't raced single-seaters. When he was 15, turning 16, he actually finished 8th in the French Formula 4 Championship. But then it was straight into Porsches at a really young age to go to a car with a roof.
Good.
He's been mighty since.
Good bit of research, Bruce.
Marco Werner on pole position.
Yeah, Chrome cars are the sponsors of that and the backers. Here's Jean Alesi. How marvellous to see Jean. Obviously, former Ferrari driver, but not in this car, of course. Did we see Arnoux? I don't think we did, did we? No,
negative.
It was quite a lot of damage he did.
Well, he'd be back further down the grid because, in fact, he was listed down in about 12th position on this grid. So, McLaren M26, Michael Lyons, 1 win in the bag, the same pre-race stare, just focusing on what lies ahead, and he certainly made it pay off in the last race, the one before lunch, 73 to 70. Sorry, the race from 66 to 1972 Formula 1 cars, when his getaway was key to everything that followed.
Yeah, McLaren M26, the car that was a successor as a Formula 1 car to the M23.
Marco Werner on pole, as we said, and he earned his nickname Magic Marco for qualifying. He was a good racer as well, but my goodness, over a lap or two, he was absolutely without parallel or peer in his Audi Sport days in the American Le Mans Series. Didn't matter what the circuit was, the wide open spaces, the fast runs at places like Road America, the tight bull ring at Lime Rock Park, or on the streets of Trois Rivières. We're going to take another 3-year snapshot of Formula One engineering and innovation, 1973 to 1976, the 3-litre formula and a grid of cars that is absolutely outstanding. I know we've said that a lot, but really the organisers here have done a phenomenal job in A, getting the event on, and B, attracting such quality, not perhaps in the numbers that we've seen in the past, but it certainly hasn't, for me, detracted at all, gentlemen, from this event. And in some ways, with a bit more room around the track, we're seeing some great racing, more power to the elbow of the ACM. These Grand Prix cars, for many, will be their introduction, if you're of a certain age, your introduction to Formula One racing, and certainly in the UK, the sort of era when we were starting to get better coverage on the one of the two channels that we had at the time.
But, of course, in those days, if you couldn't afford to go to the Grand Prix, you could go to the non-championship race. There was always one, sometimes two. So there were many more races for European fans to enjoy back in period. But let's take a look at the grid. We mentioned the Lotus 77 with the remarkable Marco Werner on pole position by the best part of 2 seconds. Jean Alesi back in the Ferrari. Hurrah! He's second fastest, the 312 B3. Then a McLaren M26, Michael Lyons, 1 win to his name already today. And look for the young gun, Julian Andlauer, almost never raced a single-seater. Well, not since he was in his mid-teens. He's a sports car racer, but he's done a great job to qualify 4th fastest in the March 761. Next row, Lucas Alusa, back on another racing car, McLaren M23. Then the Lola T370 of Jamie Constable. Look on down the grid, and it's a memory game for so many of us. Cars we loved. Cars not always that were at the top of their game in period, but some of them, with the passing of time, have managed to shape them up. But really, we've got a lot of Grand Prix winners, including that Hesketh 308B that won the Dutch Grand Prix 75, and it didn't beat just anybody, it beat Niki Lauda in a straight fight in his Ferrari.
But notice near the back of the grid, Stuart Hall in a McLaren M23. I mean, it stretched over 2 periods of racing, that particular car, 2 of these groups here at Monaco. But I think Stuart had some problems in qualifying.
He was right behind Arnoux when Arnoux hit the barriers,
wasn't he? He only did 4 laps, so maybe we could see him come through the field. Very unusual livery of this McLaren here, with Roel Gotha at the wheel, and Bruce knows the full story with that.
Well, when you see a Tyrrell 007, you automatically expect it to be racing in the livery, the elf blue that Ken Tyrrell's cars were. But this was bought, having been raced previously by presumably Jody Scheckter, Patrick Depailler, and was painted in Gulf livery, Gulf Rondini Racing, for the inimitably named Alessandro Pacenti Rossi. That's a quick name. And he raced that, not with great aplomb, through 76.
I noticed Tony Siler's name on the entry as well. Is that the Tony Siler that was the Porsche racer as
well? The guy that races a Lola T70 and wins at Daytona these days. Yeah. He's never stopped racing.
He doesn't stop.
He runs a body shop in Switzerland when he's not racing. Yeah, a nice shadow there. And some more young fans, and they're enjoying it, waving at the camera, of course.
Shadow. There's an interesting story that we haven't got time to tell if we sat here till a week next Tuesday.
Come on, let's give it a go. No, I tell you what, we've got some racing to commentate on.
And they're the Durex 30s. Look, remember Alan Jones? I handled the sponsorship of that car. I still have.
You've been involved with anything,
we were.
Anything that is controversial or at the edge.
Well, there's
Mariotti was there.
There's big stories with that, and we haven't got time to go into it, but it was a marvellous sponsorship, and it was used brilliantly by the advertising agency. Had huge 48-sheet posters with a picture of that car, and then underneath it said the small family car. If you know what Durex do, you'll understand that was so clever. There it is. Different shape again, you see. Very nice shape. And
yeah, air intakes again along the side of that car.
TS19, that's Surtees. And some little bit of tank tape at the last minute. And then we got some of the more one-off. We got the Token. You see the green car, number 42, Token RJ02. And there's a big story.
Right, so there's another Porsche driver then. That's Matty Campbell, who is another Porsche Works driver. Won Porsche scholarship.
Now we had a different driver.
They changed the driver. Was that Matty then? Definitely.
That was Matt Campbell. Yeah.
Okay, so yesterday it was the motocross driver Jeremy Loisel, and we decided maybe this wasn't the circuit to learn how to drive a Formula One car.
He'd done a bit of racing in a Renault Clio. It's a bit different to a Grand Prix car.
So then moving back, Philippe Bonny in the Trojan. Now let's go back. Let's just check. We're going past the Tom Grice shadow. Just want to check if that is indeed Matt Campbell, but the Aussie, he can do no wrong in a Porsche sports car.
There's the 16 car. Let's have a look again.
And there's the Token.
The Eamon at the back of the car we were debating earlier, Ewan Surgerson in the white and red.
Yeah,
Embassy Racing
shadow.
shadow.
That is the shadow, isn't it? Yeah. That was a great spot, that was. We should have picked that up.
Yeah, but further up the grid, we've got the Lola T370 up near the front, Jamie Constable. So same livery on two cars.
Yeah, well, Graham Hill, of course, switched his team from one to the other. And then they went on and built their own cars, of course. And the great Ian Flux was involved as a mechanic in that. He's got a book coming out soon. And there's going to be some revelations in that, folks.
I almost don't dare open the thought of opening the front cover.
I don't know if they're going to put a lawyer on it, but they need to.
There'll be some very interesting stories could come out of what Fluxy has to say.
And I'm told he really has written it like it is.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't imagine he'd do anything else. I think he's hoping to have it published posthumously.
I can't imagine Fluxy committing to doing anything without doing it properly. So if he's not going to do it properly, it wouldn't have happened. So fair point, well made. Still a little bit of shade now, afternoon shade on the start-finish line. Jean Alessi in the former Niki Lauda driven Ferrari on the front row with Marco Werner alongside him.
One of the
T7,
John,
77.
One of the things I love about this meeting, there's always surprises. It's a bit like Goodwin. We haven't seen John Alessi racing here before, and we haven't seen this combination. And every year they come up, well, every 2 years they come up with something interesting and different.
Nico Hülkenberg's been at the circuit today, and the former Formula One driver has been saying that now he's got a bit more time. This is exactly the sort of thing that he would like to do.
I want to see Charles Leclerc. He was in the paddock on Friday. I'd like to see him here racing.
He won't be allowed though, would he?
No, isn't that sad?
Well,
you know, he can wear sunglasses and a cap. When drivers want to turn up places and not be spotted, that's the costume the disguise they put on. And if you
then look at what happened to Robert Kubica.
Oh, yeah.
You see, with the rally car accident, and teams invest a lot of money in these young drivers, and they want to protect their assets.
Yeah, the people have damaged legs and things, falling off mountain bikes. It's legend. Look at that spot there.
You know, that is a great... Exactly.
Playing tennis, Montoya.
Yes.
Never got to the bottom of that.
Yeah. But again, that was a fabulous shot, showing people on the side of the sort of... the Castile, looking down over the circuit. And I did watch, I remember one year I went to watch one of the support races up there, and it's rather nice. Coffee in hand from the cafe behind, looking out across the harbour, but most importantly, down onto the circuit. And all the noise comes up the hill towards you. Fantastic.
A driver of this period, Alan Jones, turned up at a very important Italian Grand Prix with his wrist all bound up, and I was handling the PR for Williams at the time. Now, what had actually happened is that he punched a van driver in a road rage situation, and he hurt his wrist quite badly. He just about still drive. We wrote a press release saying he'd slipped in the shower, and everybody believed it. He subsequently, at a South African Grand Prix, retired early, went down to the Leyland Vehicles Hospitality. Some South African tractor buyer said, "Oh, why did you blow the car up?" And he took one gasp of breath and he just punched him in the stomach, and the bloke collapsed.
By the way, our responsible adult has been doing a bit of digging and Guillermo Fierro Aletta has beat the Silverstone Classic a couple of
Has
times.
it? Well, we missed him.
2015 and 2017.
Oh,
Okay.
I was there in 17, so I'll have to take the rap for that.
So you'll have to look him up now.
I will.
Okay, well, that would also explain why he's just so completely comfortable. Andrew had pointed out he'd done some historic racing, but just not in front of us. But sadly, just in front of you, Andrew.
Yeah. But the
John Alessi has signed the side of the car that he's racing in. There's a little sticker on that, and he's signed it, the scrutineering sticker on the side of the car. Brilliant.
Wonder if he's been back in the gym for this.
He looked, I tell you what, he looked pretty fit.
Yeah, he did.
He looked pretty fit. His upper body certainly.
The Hesketh 308B is not a moving.
No.
It's a big, big shame for Jean-Denis Delatraz, who was qualified 7th. So
He's got a bit of Grand Prix experience. He did 3 Grand Prix, didn't he, La Rousse?
Come on, get it pushed.
Oh, that's...
Oh no, he's been told he can't push it.
so some other people were coming up to push it. It said marshals were coming to push it rather than team members at that point. So there they are.
Ah, yes, that was.
That's a more sensible thing.
team
You
member.
need the
That's uphill
people
there,
off
you know.
the circuit. So
That
come on,
is
fire
just a
up,
little bit
Jean-Denis.
uphill.
Fire up it.
No, not yet.
Yeah, smoke. It's going to go.
That's coming off the marshal's shoes, I think. Come on, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well done. He's going to get his race.
He might not be able to take his grid position though, so he'll be coming from the back.
So we're just pre-ground effects here, aren't we, Bruce? It's just starting to come in.
Well, we got the Lotus 77 on pole position.
Yeah.
It was the Lotus 78 that started to weave the magic of undercar
Yeah.
aerodynamics.
Yeah. That's the final race of the day, which we'll see after this. Marco Werner just weaving to get a bit of temperature into the tyres. The former quiet man of the Audi Le Mans squad, 3 times a winner in a row.
So you can pick your favourites, but I think for a lot of people, the 312 B3 Ferrari was probably one of their favourites before we put Jean Alesi in. But I think having an amazing star and an amazing car wins the prize.
Now, just because we like you so much and we know how difficult it's been in the last year or so, we're going to make this one 18 laps. Okay, so 18 laps for you. So don't rush away when we get to lap 10, because we're barely halfway through the race.
And if this race is good as the race for the previous bracket of Formula One cars, where we had that amazing ding-dong scrap that Michael Lyons just managed to win from Stuart Hall, I think we're in for an even bigger treat this time around. The field is more competitive more of the way through, and some of the main protagonists, in fact Lyons and Hall, are both in this race. Not quite at the sharp end. Lyons starts 3rd, Stuart Hall will be starting from 9th position in his M23 McLaren.
I'm going to make a little bet with you both. I bet he doesn't finish 9th.
I think you'll be right, John. I think we're on a good one there.
I think it'd be very short odds.
Again, the all-important start here, and a rush into that very difficult first corner and up the hill. What is going to happen here?
Grand Prix cars, 3-litre formula, 1973 to 1976. On pole position, Marco Werner. Jean Alesi in a Ferrari to his left and slightly behind. Who gets the whole shot? Oh, brilliant start by Alesi, and pulling out behind the Michael Lyons as well, who did a rocket start the last time we saw him in the Formula car in the Surtees in one of the previous races. But it's Alesi that leads up the hill in the 27, former Niki Lauda car, through Massenet for the first time. Werner taking a very unconventional line to the left-hand side of the road there in the Lotus 77.
Who is going to be bravest without the grip at the moment? The tyres are cool, they haven't got the heat in. Down they go to Mirabeau, and Alesi, that really cracking start, he's hanging on. But, you know, I really sense the pace we saw from Marco Werner yesterday. He was exemplary in his form. He's going to be closing in very soon indeed. But you grasp your chances when you can. Alesi did just that. So it's Ferrari leading Lotus, McLaren and March as they dive into the tunnel. First 4 getting away.
Jean Alesi leading in a Ferrari. I never thought I'd say that again, but wow.
At Monaco. add that bit in as well. Through the Nouvelle Chicane for the first of 18 laps. Unless he's just glancing down there, checking the gauges maybe. Great to see Marco Werner's helmet back in an open-top car as well. And he is tracking that Ferrari. He's very close indeed. Knows he has to be right up the tailpipes of that car as they come onto the start-finish curve. Gets a much tighter exit from Larascaz through Anthony Noakes and onto the start-finish curve now. Down towards Sainte-Devote. That Ferrari's got some ponies. Prancing horses, definitely.
And a lot of
hooves going.
Yeah, a lot of racecraft in John O'Lacey. He'll make that car pretty wide, but Werner thought about going on the outside. Now he's trying either side.
So just see the way that Alessi just drifted gently across to the right-hand side, as much as to say, I don't think so.
You don't lose that, do you? Werner hanging it out down the hill, hard on the brakes.
That's a quicker car and driver combo in second at the moment, Bruce, but the skill at Monaco is turning that into some kind of passing opportunity.
Yeah, now I'm just thinking, absolutely so. It's nearly 2 seconds to good for Marco Werner in the Lotus 77 in qualifying.
Here he goes.
Now, this isn't change. We're going to change. We're going to McLaren M26. Sorry, it's Michael Lyons in third place. He should be able to get a little bit closer to them, but it's a question of how much this little battle slows itself down, because we all know when you get two cars taking compromised lines, they will not be as quick as when they're racing on their own. Yes, the M26 is starting to come, and Julian Andlau is staying with that battle in fourth place as well. But Werner, well, the move is coming, maybe in about 2 seconds' time. Oh, not quite.
We've seen a pass done there in some of the earlier plateau, but I'm not sure that these cars with so much better grip can do that. Now the cut back again up the hill. Surely he's not going to go into Anthony Noakes. He thought about it and placed his car there, and that's really messed up his exit onto the start-finish line. So he'll have to start that whole procedure again, where he claws his way back to the two big balloon tyres on the back of Jean Alesi's Ferrari. And here comes the third place car as well, Michael Lyons. An absolute picture-perfect start by Alessi, Bruce.
Absolutely tidy, but of course, you know, the first corner comes very soon after the start-finish line at Monaco. So if you've got a little bit more momentum, you can really start to make it pay by the time you get to that first turn. But the barriers come up at you really quickly. You take a look at the escape road and hope you're not the one who's going to break too late and set themselves up it. But second became first for the Ferrari. Jean Alesi's done everything right, but Marco Werner, with Michael Lyons starting to catch the pair of them as they tussle for the lead. The M26 1.2 seconds behind them on the start-finish line. So it's not a 2-horse race, it's going to be a 3-horse race, unless Marco Werner can get past in the next lap or so.
Marco Werner racing against a veteran of over 200 Grand Prix, just the one win, but a fantastic, and now he has another look. He can't, he just has to tuck in, because Jean Alesi remembers all those old tricks, and he's going to do everything he can to keep the Lotus behind. Another little look.
Alessi's very quick on the exit of the swimming pool. He's got a beautiful line through there. How many times down through the years, gentlemen, have we seen this kind of battle on these streets at this track, where a clearly quicker car, either by engineering, by dent of circumstances of being on the right tyre at the right time, just simply cannot get by the man in front? You could reel them off, they've all been classics.
Yeah, I mean, Monaco is a race that is frequently having people on comeback drives because there's been an incident of some sort or unkind placement of traffic. I just want to point out, it is actually still listed as Jeremy Loisel.
Yes.
Not Matt Campbell, even though alongside his name he's got an Australian flag, just to confuse matters. But let's not confuse ourselves. Our 2-car battle at the front of the field is now a 3-car battle.
And now a 4-car battle.
And I'd suggest from the lap times that it is still Loisel that is behind the wheel of that.
Did we see Stewie Hall at the start of the race or not? Because he's not got round to the end of the first lap. Fred Fatien, we lost him in the aim, and that was starting at the back of the grid. So it's just not been kind for him. But the driver he fought so hard against in the Formula 1 race just before lunch, for the period of cars before this, and Michael Lyons winning. He's in third place at the moment, just coming into the background of the shot in the M26 McLaren. And Julian Andlau, what a run for him in the March.
Fatien is running in the number 30 GP Extreme Airman. He's off the back a little bit at the moment, but that car is running and scored in 15th position.
Oh, sorry, yes, it's on my screen and not on my screen. It's in two
Exactly
positions.
so.
Retired and still going. So, well, the Yeoman is going further than the operative inferior.
Here comes Werner again, jinks to the left-hand side. He's going to have to find something else on lap 5 out of 18.
Look,
and Lauer, the fastest man at the moment.
Well, there you go, in 4th place, Catcham. He's getting back into the swing of single-seaters. You know, one thing that's going through Marco Werner's mind, he's thinking, well, John Hindhaugh said that Jean Alesi looked pretty trim in his T-shirt. Let's find out how his fitness really is. He's going to work. And for Alesi, well, this could be the time. No, have a look, keep him unsettled. But Jean was always a good defender in a racing car. Still is.
We've seen this sort of action in Formula 1 racing, haven't we? You've got 20 or 30 laps and they can't get by, despite having the faster car, which Werner clearly has, or the faster car-driver combination. But Jean Alesi doing a magnificent job. And again, the Lotus goes to the inside, and I don't think it's going to make it. No, it didn't.
The Lotus is quick out of the corners, but ultimately does not seem to have the top speed, even when they're not in considerable haul in the air, but the Ferrari is making. Werner is again punching out of the corners. This was the Michael Lyons tactic, wasn't it, in the Surtees earlier on? That car was so good out of the corners. He was able to defend, but it's clearly a little more difficult. And we've got 3 cars now. We might as well call it 4, because Adler is right there as well, Bruce. Now this could spice things up a little bit, and I'm just looking to see when they're going to hit traffic, and the answer will be, well, if Fred Fatian is just going through Santa Voort now, so these guys are going to catch him very quickly.
And the other way you can look at it, John, is the fact that if the McLaren can get onto the tail of the Lotus, then suddenly Marco Werner can't push Jean Alesi so hard. But in turn, Michael Lyons in the McLaren has got Julian Andlauer using his slipstream, getting closer and closer. So suddenly, but where are they going to go past Fred Fatian? Well, having a look up the inside of the Casino Square, quite well done there for Fatian for keeping out of the way.
Jean cutting across the nose of the Lotus in 2nd place, all the way up on the curbs through the station hairpin. That's fine, they're quite flattened out there now, and there's block paving to the left hand side there. No longer allowed to stand there if you're a photographer, of course.
Now, in the days when I was handling the PR for this Lotus 77, I would have been having a go at you, John, for not calling it a John Player special. The black and gold famous livery, of course, and Werner still pushing hard.
And it was entered as that, of course, Andrew, and that's the point, isn't it? It wasn't just another sponsorship decal on the side. This was the entrance licence was held in that name.
Very big commitment from the tobacco company. All that's gone away, and lots of tobacco companies, of course. Camel involved, and Chesterfield, and Marlborough. Of course, we see the Marlborough livery just going through now. A big promotional campaign.
More back markers up ahead, and it should be.
Oh, that was close!
And there was a touch there.
Yeah.
Certainly from Alesi on Loisel. Just wandering around in the braking area for Sander Voort, and Alesi made up his mind to go to the right hand side. He's neither lost nor gained there, I don't think, but that was a very scary moment. Coming up to complete halfway round lap number 7 at the moment.
All the time he's having a little nibble, isn't he? Just see if he can get his nose in there. But
absolutely
there's no space to do it. All right, tries it.
Oh, not the Portier.
Oh, no.
That was nearly a gift for Michael Lyons, but look, he has now got right on the tail. He gained half a second on the leading duo, and now it's a 3-car battle. Julian Andlauer is falling away a little bit, but this is the opportunity for Jean Alesi to actually maybe get away from Marco Werner if Lyons can get into Werner's tail and start nibbling at the back of that Lotus.
Extraordinarily entertaining stuff.
I'd be happy watching these cars go one at a time because I love them so much around Monaco, but now we've got more traffic up ahead. Ewan Sergeson has suddenly got company. Will he keep out of the way? Yes, does it very well on the run towards Rascasse. Now they've come up on the Trojan. The back markers are coming thick and fast onto the nose. of this lead battle, but it's still Jean Alesi clinging on to the lead from the faster car of Marco Werner. Oh, I thought they were going either side of the Trojan. Oh, dearie me.
Strangely enough, not much difference in the age. Jean Alesi's 56 and Marco Werner's 54. So, well, it's life after 50, isn't there? Look at this.
I should hope so.
So should I.
So what is Werner thinking at the moment? He's keeping the Ferrari driver honest, but he's not really had a proper little poke down the inside anywhere. I mean, he's not really been able to be close enough. He's had a couple of half chances, but that's all they've, not even that, quarter chances maybe.
Yeah, but there's good news, because he dropped the McLaren. The McLaren of Michael Lyons lost out in traffic as they were going past some of the tail enders, and now it's all back to the purity of the two-way battle, and a little bit of a mistake from Jean Alesi going out of Portier into the tunnel. The Lotus is closer than ever as they sweep through that long right-hander out of the shade into the light, and maybe this is the chance down the inside. No, a car length too few. Oh, it didn't work. To trying there, but Jean Alesi using all the tricks, and we saw yesterday, didn't we, how he hasn't lost his reflex action, some massive saves as he got accustomed to this car, and again through the Piscine section. It's a look, but it's not going to work, is it?
No, and the camera foreshortens it a little bit as well, doesn't it? I think Werner's just going to try and keep the pressure up all the time and see if he can get Alesi to make some little mistake.
That's all he can do, because he can't force his way by.
Can't, not round here.
Let's just watch these cars for a moment and revel in the sound of these Formula One cars from the mid-70s. Sunday afternoon, the sights and sounds of Monaco. Yes, please. Can we do this every week?
Absolute wheel-to-wheel combat between these two old veterans of international motor racing, stars in their two different disciplines. And Jean Alesi hanging on there. And this proved to be a real bonus for this meeting to have Jean Alesi here. But Marco Werner, the sports car ace, keeps the pressure up. There's a little quirk here, John. The Ferrari chassis was actually built in the UK. Ferrari, before this car, they were having a little bit of a dip, as they do from time to time, and they went to John Thompson to build the chassis because they hadn't really got the same technology as the British guys. And it certainly works very well, doesn't it? Oh, now he's... I just thought he might be... No, it's still even Stevens, isn't it?
It really is. And these 312 B3s, it wasn't just Lauda winning in them. The German Grand Prix won by Clay Regazzoni, second in the Constructors' Cup. And after a period of slightly difficult years for Ferrari, and particularly with Niki Lauda starting to guide the team along with Luca Di Montezemolo, it began to go the right way, and the titles began again from 75.
Well, Werner really coming out wide from the Casino Square, very close to the barrier. Exacting stuff.
We're coming up on the Surtees now, where they're going to pass it. They want to pass it before the tunnel, but they're not going to, surely, unless the driver pulls to one side. No, he hasn't really seen the blue flag in wave vigorously, but Piero Latini continues on his way. He's got to stay over to the left. He does, but this is another chance, yet another chance for Marco Werner to get a real toe.
It's just not close enough. Oh, closer this time than he has been, but still not close enough. And Alesi feeling the heat and deciding to take the defensive line. Is this Werner's chance? He's looking to the inside, but there's so little braking now at Tabak now that it's been opened out a little bit. Not quite the chance that there might have been a few years ago. Now, this time a slightly different line from Werner, who does not go. Oh, he's hit the cut. He's hit the arm core.
He did.
Right rear on the arm core from Werner. That's how hard he was pushing. Did take that different line coming out of the swimming pool. I wonder if that slightly threw him off. They're urging on their driver with the waving of arms as if to say, go faster, go faster. Do press that right-hand pedal a little bit harder, please.
Leave me alone. So I actually think this battle is so close that it may well be settled by traffic. I hope it isn't. Because we've got 18 laps, we've still got 6 laps to go after this one. And time again, out of Casino Square, Marco Werner running so wide, just trying to carry as much speed as he can, but has to be careful. Last lap he hit the barrier. Now let's take a look at the replay. Jean-Denis Delatraz in the Hesketh, diving up inside the narrows.
Nice. And then making another manoeuvre.
Passing the unusually liveried Tyrrell.
And he went past the aim, and of course he started stone last, having failed to get away at the beginning of the race on the formation lap.
So here he goes!
Side into the braking area. Can Alessi get it stopped?
He can't turn in.
Wow! Oh, he's touched him. Ran into the back of him, I think, there.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, there's a problem getting past the Eamon in the tunnel, and it compromised Alessi, and that was just the opportunity for lap after lap. Marco Werner has got close getting into the tunnel. By the time they come out into daylight again, he's lost 1 or 2 car lengths, and that just means he can't attack into the chicane. This time he could, and they did actually get to have a little bit of a kiss down there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to make it, actually, but Lacey, well, he's lost none of that skill, has he? Driving brilliantly.
Oh, no, this is much closer across the start-finish line. But again, the Ferrari does just stretch its hooves a little bit and pulls out enough so that Werner is not there. Do you know what? You start to realise, don't you, when you get through these years, the more grip on offer from these slick-tyred cars and a little bit of aerodynamics, there's so few places where you are actually braking hard here at Monaco. It's a lift, it's a drag of the brake.
And again, Werner was right out against the Armco barrier as he came out of Casino Square. And look at the line that Alessi takes through the old station hairpin, really cutting the corner.
So the big question for this duo is there going to be another car that's going to interrupt the flow of their grouping, and which of the drivers, the leader or the chaser, Alessi or Werner, is going to benefit? I thought that was the moment there with the Eamon going through the tunnel, but somehow, just somehow, Alessi stayed on. He's got his bloody mindedness absolutely back to the fore.
Marco Werner, Magic Marco, as he was termed in the American Le Mans Series, so good at qualifying, needs to pull out a couple of qualifying style laps here, but he has not got the clear track. Right ahead of him is the Ferrari of Jean Alessi. This is magnificent to watch. Magnificent to watch. Hello, Liberty. Hello, calling Liberty. Are you watching?
But look, Alessi just knows precisely what he's doing. If Marco Werner could get clear, he would pull away. He's 1.9 seconds faster in qualifying. Okay, he probably knows the Lotus 77 better than Jean knows the 312 B3 Ferrari. But Jean has done just enough to stay at the front, but can he keep it going for another 5 laps? Here comes the attack, going wide yet again. The Lotus in the way of the 312 B3, down past the tip-top bar. Mirabeau, and then down to old station hairpin they go.
Is there somewhere where he can throw a dummy and get Alessi maybe to go the wrong way? Because Alessi is definitely defending right now.
Back marker in front of them, about to be lapped, trying to see which car that is. Is that the Trojan, perhaps? Let's have a look. I was trying to identify it from behind. It says, look, it's one of the shadows. Out of the tunnel they go. That is passed with ease. I think that's actually Tony Seiler in a DN1. That would make sense. Tony running in 9th place overall. Next target is Raoul Goethe for them.
But if anything, the man from Dortmund's a bit more ragged, isn't he, than Jean Alessi, because he's just trying everything to get past. There they go again. Absolutely wheel to wheel.
It's just lovely to watch.
Must be so frustrating, John. They come out of Frascati. Here's my chance. He's not got a good exit. Oh, hold on. The next corner is upon us. And the next one is not exactly a wide sweep. The garage, Anthony Nogues, it twists right and then left, but it's never more than one car width wide.
More traffic to come, and it's Raoul Goethe who is next to go a lap back. Needs to keep an eye on the mirrors. Does so into Casino.
Sort of does so.
It's going to be Werner that loses out. He was offline there, but I don't think that's going to be a problem for Marco. He'll get that back. Question is, what has he got left in the next 3.5 laps?
And again, this just emphasis on how important the start is at Monaco. We've seen it earlier, and we've seen it again now. I don't know what Marco Werner can do to get past, because Lacey is driving so well.
Yeah, and the thing is, the next car they're going to catch, the next person they're going to lap is Jean-Denis Delatraz, who is another 17 seconds up the track, probably about 15 seconds up the track now. So they will catch it, but not for a lap or 2 or 3, and they haven't got that many left in the bag. So it may have to be someone they're lapping twice that may interrupt their flow. But Jean Alesi has not put a wheel wrong. Nearly got caught out by the Avon about 3 laps ago, but just somehow got it into and out of the Nouvelle chicane without being passed by the Lotus. But Marco Werner presses on in second place. He wants that win. Will it come his way?
He's as close as he ever has been this time around, but we know it's just not the power from the Lotus down that front section of the track. Right, we're on to plan Z now, I think.
No plans left.
Not much for us to say here, because we can't add anything to this. I always think it's the job when we're talking about television pictures to add things. There's nothing to add here, Bruce, is there? This is just outstanding.
We got another back marker pulled out of the way immediately. That was really, really well done by Ewan Surgeson. So not always easy for them to look in their mirrors. In fact, doing their own job, but coming down the hill at Mirabeau, he must have seen the flash of a red car and a black car behind him, and he knew they were coming, kept out of the way before the station hairpin. Well done, Ewan Surgeson.
Yeah, you have to say this doesn't really need commentary. It's just so good.
There's been at least twice when I've realised I perhaps should have been saying something, and I'm just absolutely enthralled with this. I am transported back to my early teens. This is absolutely why I became a big motorsport and particularly a Formula 1 fan.
Look, John, if you obviously you're a big football fan as well. If you watch the match from the 70s, I'm not talking about the 1973 Cup final, but what I am talking about is you go back and the crowds would look a certain way, the players would play in a certain way, the equipment was.
Oh, he's hit him! He's hit him! And into the wall. Werner, right front damage, right rear damage on Alesi's car. Now, was there a little stumble there from Alesi that caused that? It just seemed maybe there was a cough or a splutter, and Alesi goes into the wall with the right rear.
Now, is there any damage on the Lotus? Because
right front wing.
Right front wing. Okay, so this
right front wing. Interestingly, so he must have wiped across from right to left.
What we need is the shot coming out of. Let's have a look. Firage, Anthony Nogue. The Lotus is good.
Great exit, Bruce. Well, there's black marks on the road as if Alesi had spun the wheels up.
We've already got a puncture, but that's probably from hitting the wall.
That was
what would suggest?
Well, that's a strange one. I have to say my first reaction was that there'd been contact, but having now seen it from behind, I'm not so sure. And what was the black marks behind the Ferrari? There's definitely a wee bit of damage to the nose on the right-hand side of the nose of Werner's car.
Well, that, I think, was probably in avoidance, trying to go past it. But I'm just wondering if something broke on Alesi's car to cause it to suddenly stop accelerating.
Yeah, maybe right. Did he miss a gear or something?
Well, quite possibly.
Yeah.
That's probably the most likely.
Marks, right where Marco's gone by. They've got rid of that car. Oh, no, there it is. Much further down.
Now, what we didn't quite see was John just waving or gesticulating as he went past. The body language, his shoulders are down for Jean. He would have loved to have had a win, on a racing return, but to do so here in a Ferrari would have ticked many, many more boxes. But the driver we thought might win this race, on pole by nearly 2 seconds, fought so hard, but could not get past Alesi until a lap and a half ago. Marco Werner heading for victory. His Lotus a little bit bent, which is that nose going to drop off. Let's have another look.
What do you reckon here, guys? Alesi's going to the wall anyway. Yeah, there's a touch. Yeah,
definitely a touch.
Yeah, great work by our replay team. So I think it was the centre of the nose first, which then unloaded the back of the Ferrari, hence the wheel spin and the black marks, and then the Ferrari wiped across the front of the Lotus.
But had the Ferrari slowed, because they accelerated out there together
lap after lap.
Yeah,
and the Ferrari seemed to get the better of the Lotus once it had got out of the corner. So it is an odd one. Marco's not that type of driver, for sure, and particularly he was never that type of driver in his career.
Well, just think about it. I mean, for lap after lap, they've been accelerating flat out of that corner. There hasn't been anything close to contact. So my vote is that something slightly went awry in John O'Lacey's cockpit, whether he missed a gear or whatever. But for Marco Werner, with 1 lap to go, suddenly it was presented to him, but it would have been just as easy to be wiped out in the same occasion. Would have, so his avoidance was quite remarkable there. And unfortunately, the Surtees has spread debris all over the track.
Coming out of Casino Square, running down the hill, and radiators exposed. Never a good thing in these cars.
Well, now we've got to move for second place. We've got Julian Andlauer in the march all over the tail of the M26. They're getting towards the scene of that crime where the Surtees was dropped. They'll get it in 1 corner's time. There is the yellow flag. Clear, but then there's the debris on the circuit. The M26 clips a bit, fires it up in the air.
Fast. Red flag, it's over. I have to say, I think that was driving through that incident too quickly there from those guys. The red flag is out, so Marco Werner, it will go back a lap. So what happened to the Surtees? Oh, got the proper old-fashioned tank slapper coming over the top of the rise. And planted that distinctive nose. Actually, I think it might have gone through the guardrail and spun the car around. Pieces of the car spread across the track, and a bit of the nose cone certainly went through onto the other side.
Yeah.
So Marco Werner also with damage to the nose, but nowhere near as severe. There was 2 hands up off the wheel from Marco there as he was being congratulated by the driver of the second place car, Michael Lyons.
Yeah, big mistake there, Piero Lottini dropping the Durex Surtees. But Marco Werner just kept the pressure on, but I think we're pretty clear between the 3 of us that something faltered in the Ferrari.
So it was not an insubstantial hit, Bruce, was it? It wasn't as if he just tapped him. It was, quite...
If they were both under hard acceleration, the incremental speed of one to the other would be tiny. Not enough to have done that.
That's my point.
It's not a tipping point for the car.
And continued contact on the back. Now, listen, I know that it doesn't take much to unsettle one of these cars, and we're going to have the slightly unsatisfactory picture of the 3 cars with the Ferrari being recovered behind as Marco Werner gets out the car. I wonder if he's got anything to say, so we'll keep an ear peeled for that. The number 7 in second is Michael Lyons. He's saying, I think he missed a gear. That's what that body language means to me, Bruce, from Marco.
Absolutely. He was so crazy, said Michael Lyons. Of course, he had quite a good sight of it for a long time, and then only just recently fell back. And again, Julian Andlauer, massive applause to him for that run to 3rd place in the 761 March. I think he might fancy a little more time in single-seaters.
Well, let's have a bit of a shout-out for Fred Fatien, who runs that GPX organisation, and put the young Porsche driver in it. They see quite a lot of damage. That's strong, though, that nose.
That got underneath the back of the Ferrari. That's what unloaded the rear end of the Ferrari.
Yeah.
And that's why there was those 2 black marks from the racing slicks. That, which is what I have to say, that confused me immediately, having not seen the super slow-mo. And
Body language there. What happened?
I think he's looking for Jean, actually.
No one wants to win after there's been contact, and you can see that's in Marco's body language as well. He wanted to win, but he didn't want to win with contact, and unfortunately I don't think he had any choice in that whatsoever, if indeed Alesi suddenly missed a gear in front of it. But you think how many Grand Prix in period were lost by a missed gear change?
One missed gear change out of potentially thousands in a Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think he still wanted to try and find John Alesi. He's looking round.
Mark, I've got to tell you, Mark was not changed at all since I was interviewing him, talking to him in the American Le Mans series.
Yeah, about 10 years ago, wasn't he? Stopped a bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, all of that. Still kept his hand in, doing various other bits and pieces. Did a bit of GT racing. And clearly enjoying this today.
He does a lot of historic racing now. He's got several different cars. He actually owns his own Tyrrell Formula 1 car, but he hasn't raced it yet. He spent a bit of money buying that. And even a bit of sanitising, look, before you get on the podium.
He should have raced for Tyrrell Imperial. They'd have given him one of the cars. Well, not so much given, but...
Yeah.
No, indeed. He's
Take...
still looking around for Alesi, isn't he?
Yeah.
He is, yeah.
It's because of the red flag. No, the red flag classification is not the last lap, so this is why they have to...
Now, because of the red flag then, if we go back, how far do we have to go back to put Alesi in the lead?
Well, he didn't get to the finish line. Oh, no, I'm not talking about the lap. The lap he was on, he hadn't reached the finish line. So,
so it'd be 2 laps. I think that there certainly seems to be some consternation about where the result is going to be taken from. So if you're online on the ACM.mc site, keep an eye on the timing and scoring function.
There's only 1 lap. There was the red flag, so 1 lap before you, 2 laps from the end.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they're talking about, isn't it?
Michael's saying just there.
I'm not sure. I heard that before. I'm not sure. It's never over till it's over.
And I was really close about one situation there on Casino, and they made immediately where it was there, they made from Mirabeau a yellow for nothing.
I saw, yeah, I saw.
In the Mirabeau a green. So they try everything.
Well, we concur with that. Marco Werner really did try everything several times.
He's still a proper racing driver, isn't he? I had the run on him, I could have got him, and then there was a yellow for nothing. And then there was a green at the next post. What was that all about? I tried everything, he said. Brilliant. Brilliant. Proper motor racing. Doesn't matter what era the cars come from.
Yeah, obviously you have to get out,
but it does add a little extra spice, doesn't it, when you're at Monaco? Monaco Grand Prix in F1 cars.
Well, your opportunities to pass are so limited. You can't just sit back and wait. You've got to be there grabbing any single one that may come your way. They had the vagaries of traffic, and then eventually, if it got sorted out by a simple missed gear change, most unfortunate.
I think behind closed doors a bit of discussion about this result, actually. It's how far they go back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are they going to go back one? It's when they put the red flag out, I suppose, will come into play there.
The garland has not yet been placed on the shoulders.
Where were the cars where we first saw the red flag? We saw the battle for second place just going past the spun, the Surtees that hit the barriers, and then just after that we saw the red flag. But where was the race leader at that point? It's going to be marginal.
It's after those 2-3 cars went through the debris quickly, isn't it?
Yes.
They then put the red flag out, I think.
Yeah, for my money, they were travelling a little bit quickly under double yellows. Right.
I think we've got something happening.
I think we've got Jean Alesi, have we?
Well, if Julian Adler is going to the podium, that means therefore that he is still classed in 3rd place. If he doesn't go on the podium, then he's 4th.
I'm not technical. I'm not technical. I'm just state manager. I don't know. You have to see what they're
Oh, we're being a bit naughty and eavesdropping, which we shouldn't really do. But
Everything you do for Mr. Alesi normally.
So a little bit of needle going on.
I've got a strong suspicion we're going to see Jean Alesi declared the winner of this.
Me too. Yeah.
yours, huh?
Huh?
It's still yours. In my mind,
It's still yours.
You are third. I'm third.
Oh, it's certainly not his.
it's your race.
He's been, so what's
Penalised?
happened is he's been taken out of the results, or has he been given some kind of
Penalty.
penalty?
Yeah.
There's been a penalty applied. That's what's happened. And Michael Lyons has been declared the winner.
I think it's a 15-second penalty. I'm just looking at the timing screen. Marco Werner listed in third place. 14 and a half seconds in rear from Michael Lyons. So that would just about put that together.
Okay.
So Julian Andlauer has been promoted to second place, just a whisker in front of Marco Werner. No, sorry, 14 seconds in front.
Michael Lyons, very sweetly. Oh, Werner's not going to stand on the podium. Come on, Marco.
Yeah, but we think that it hit the back of him because of a gearbox problem. It's not his fault. I don't agree with that.
It's difficult to prove either way, isn't it?
Yeah.
And without the kind of telemetry that you would have nowadays, it's basically what we've seen and what's on the circuit cameras. And the stewards, whose job I would not like to do ever. Plenty of things I don't mind doing at a racetrack. Pretty much anything, actually. But being in race direction or in the steward's room,
Well,
it's not high on my list of things to do.
Marco's got the mask on. He's absolutely furious, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's taken the trophy, is he?
Yes.
No, he puts it on the ground. No.
Yes. And he hasn't stood on the...
No.
This reminds me of the BMW losing Petit Le Mans in the last 8 minutes years ago, and JJ Lehto not wanting to stand on the podium on his own. And here's the national anthem for Michael Lyons, declared the winner after a penalty for Marco Werner.
Of course, the Chrome Cars team still has the opportunity to put in a protest to the stewards over that penalty. Whether they will or not is another matter. But nice.
Controversy,
Yeah,
no doubt.
yeah.
Controversy there. I mean, you know, great. Formula One controversy. The incident again.
You can't see from that angle that the Ferrari didn't accelerate as much as we think it might not have done if it was a missed gear change. It's impossible to judge from that.
But John made a good point. When they're both accelerating like that, you know, that was a hard hit. And I can't believe that Ferrari hadn't slowed up suddenly.
It was a substantial, and Marco's left his trophy. I don't think he's done that by accident.
Oh, absolutely not.
It was a substantial and continued bit of contact, and that's odd when both cars are accelerating at full speed.
Yeah, and as I said, maybe one would be going 2 kilometres an hour faster than the other, so you don't get that level of pivot.
Certainly lifted up the rear. It was enough to lift the rear of the Ferrari to break traction on the rear wheels. And the damage on the nose of the Lotus was on the very middle of the nose, which is almost like a wedge shape, and that's clearly gone underneath the middle of the back of the Ferrari. Michael Lyons.
What a nice touch.
Very nice.
Notice they've swatched the numbers around. See the damage on the nose there where the Goodyear sign should have been. There's already some.
But there's no beef at all between Michael Lyons and Marco Werner, and he came out and said the race is still yours. But that is such...
Yeah, but I'm still having the watch.
I noticed the watch is now entrusted to the team, but he's made a point.
Now, was that his team or was that Marco's team, actually? I don't... Now you've mentioned that, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Third position for Marco Werner after the implementation of a time penalty for contact with Jean Alesi in the battle for the lead with a couple of laps or so to go. Julien Andlauer in the March in second position, elevated from third, and elevated from second to first, Michael Lyons for McLaren's M26. Second top step of the podium for Michael Lyons today, having won earlier in the Surtees.
So there is a strange position. The car with the 3 in front of it has the winner's trophy on its nose after the last couple of laps. And Jean Alesi's car, I think, is still being cleared away in the background, having hit the wall in the lead. But we think there may have been a misgear change or whatever happened. The Lotus hit the back of the Ferrari, and that was that.
Formula One on the streets of Monte Carlo has, down through the years, often seen phenomenal battles where a car with better performance, either from the driver or from the machinery, has found itself out of position and has then had to try and regain the top spot. In our Series F Grand Prix cars from 73 to 76, the 3-litre machines provided us just such a piece of competition. Jean Alesi from the outside of the front row in the Ferrari 312P3 got the start that he so desperately wanted, having qualified almost 2 seconds slower than the Lotus 77 of Marco Werner, who was on pole position. Outside of the front row, converted into the lead, and from then on, it was the Alesi and Werner show. Just a brilliant start, exactly the right amount of wheel spin from Alesi to claim the lead. Werner having to defend against Michael Lyons in the McLaren M25. For a wee while, there was 4 cars with Julian Andlauer in the battle, and then the leading pair began to break away. Interrupted by lapping traffic, but still Werner was able to find the pace to get on to the back of the leader.
And we knew that Marco Werner had the pace, as you said, John, on pole by nearly 2 seconds. He was always able to close up again, even if he lost a bit of ground in traffic. Time and time again, he got on the tail of Alesi. Looked a little, there was a feint here, a feint there to see what he could do, where he could find a way past. But Alesi was back in the cockpit of a Ferrari and determined to take a win. Near contact going into Portier, and every time they slightly stumbled, Michael Lyons closed in the McLaren M26. Jean-Denis Delatraz picking up places, should have started in the middle of the grid, didn't get away in the formation lap, so he attacked from the back in the Hesketh, was going great guns. He'd have loved this run. Through the tunnel they went, still Alesi just in front of Marco Werner, going past the Amen as though it was standing still. Almost was, and somehow, just somehow, Alesi managed to get turned into the chicane. Little bit of contact, little bit of nose damage there for the Lotus. That wasn't the last time the Lotus hit the back of the Ferrari.
Alesi having to drive defensively and make sure there was not anywhere near a Lotus width between his Ferrari and the side of the circuit. It meant sometimes 1 or 2 unconventional lines. Well, Gautam Mitchell, he was out of the way through the Casino Square part of the circuit as the leaders stormed through and the battle continued. Werner tried everything, pushing right up to the back of the Ferrari on a number of occasions going down the start-finish line, but couldn't translate that into a passing opportunity of any great note at Zandvoort. And then contact between first and second. Alesi in the wall, the Ferrari damaged. Hand out of the cockpit from Alesi, not happy. He knew that there'd been contact at the back of his car, and I'm sure Marco did as well. But what were the circumstances? Did the Ferrari stumble? It was significant enough to unload the rear tyres of the Ferrari and leave 2 black marks on the road. Alesi disappointed, the Ferrari broken. Werner carrying on to take the checkered flag, which came early because of another incident, not for the former Niki Lauda car on the start-finish line, It was the Surtees that went in very heavily at the exit of Casino Square, over the top of the rise. Car gets loose. I've got it. No, I don't. Nose wiped off.
Waved yellow flags at the top, and immediately below it, suddenly out came the red flags. Debris on the track, and that meant the Lotus came through. It had already gone past the scene of that spin. Victory for Marco Werner, or so we thought. Second place for Michael Lyons, and third place for young star Julian Andlauer. However, that wasn't how they were called up onto the podium after considerable debate, because it seems a time penalty of 15 seconds was added to Marco Werner's race time, and so the garland was given instead to Michael Lyons. No frustration between them at all, but a change of the order at the very end.
As so many times in Formula One down through the years, not a little controversy. Michael Lyons making the gesture of putting the winning trophy on Marco Werner's Lotus, but that, of course, was the third place car.
Well, we can see these highlights again, but coming up, the last race, the Series G. And if you thought that was a cracking event, full of controversy, full of great racing, well, we might have a repeat in the final race, because it was very close in qualifying for the race coming up, and Michael Lyons is going to be right in the middle of that one.
Been a busy lad, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I understand Marco's frustration, I do, but there was contact, and absent any other information,
well, that's
race
it.
Control can only look at what they could see, and they saw contact. Contact ended up with Alessi in the wall, and that's the leading car taken out of contention. And let's remember, this is not deciding a world championship here, Bruce. You know, yes, it's serious racing, but very strong messages sent in historic racing about respect for your competitors.
Exactly so, John. I'm just focusing on the fact there was some brilliant scrapping in there, and have a 4-car get the breakaway group, and watching how they negotiated the traffic as well. It was Monaco exactly as it was in period, and always will be. But it was great scrapping, and for some of the people at the tail end to find not just 1, 2, but 4 cars trying to come to lap them was a bit of a scary moment for some of the parties concerned. But up front, the quality of the driving was truly excellent between Alessi, who wasn't taking no for an answer, effectively. He was just going to say, I'm staying in the lead of this race. And Marco Werner, we knew the Lotus 77 in his hands was quicker. We saw that in qualifying, nearly 2 seconds to the good. But if you're not given half a chance, you're not going to get past. And that's precisely how Jean Alesi controlled this race.
There was not a scintilla of a chance given by Alessi. He covered every move pretty decently, Andrew.
Yeah.
Was he aggressive in his defence at times? Yes, he was, but this is Monaco. It doesn't take much for you to put the car in the right place.
Absolutely marvellous spectacle, this racing here, but particularly that event. I'm still feeling a bit sorry for Marco Werner. I honestly think it was a gearbox problem or something with Alesi. We'd love to hear from him. I don't know. I expect it will come out later. But there we are. That's racing. But, you know, a bit of spice of controversy always helps, doesn't it? Just emphasises and underlines what a terrific event this is here at Monaco. And I'm just looking forward to next year's already, really.
I have a strong suspicion that some of the images that we've been watching this afternoon from this race will make it onto a few sports bulletins around the world this evening. Not in the way we wanted it, the historic Grand Prix of Monaco to be featured, but it's a worthwhile story. Jean Alesi back in a Ferrari, leading a race at Monaco and ending up in the wall.
Well, you only had to look at the number of photographers around his car on the start grid to realise where the focus of the story was. And I will remember their battle at the front. I'll try not to remember the fact that the Ferrari didn't get to the end of the race. I'll remove that from my memory. As you say, it's not part of a World Championship. It's a standalone event for historic cars. But is it always a shame when there's a great scrap, particularly for the lead, is spiked.
Let's hope that they come back next year and continue this battle. That's what we want to see.
It doesn't matter how many times you watch that incident, it's unfathomable to me that Marco had that much extra speed out of nowhere. He hadn't been able to do that lap after lap. But from Alessi's body language, it would appear that he didn't think he'd made a mistake, so not a missed shift. Which would have done exactly that, Bruce. We've seen it so many times. You know, a missed shift and not getting back on the power or dropping the car into neutral and just even for a moment, that's like putting the brakes on in these cars.
Oh, entirely, but also the car is sort of unweighted as well, and you're going around a curve there, don't forget. It's not a straight at that point, so unloading the car all the easier, but I would like to see a side-on and a front-on impression of what happened there. We've been treated to the rear on, and it's quite hard to judge, but the way the Ferrari suddenly snapped to the right was... I'm still trying to work that one out, really.
In my mind, it's
You are third. I'm third.
It's your race.
Michael Lyons, the rather the benefactor, but not the way he wanted to win that race.
And remember, he had a view of it, Michael.
And he had been watching it develop as well, Andrew. Great to have in this comeback year for the Monaco Historic Grand Prix. Alessi there, and we have Charles Leclerc, the current team leader at Ferrari, earlier in the week. I think it was there on Thursday, and that created a bit of a stir.
Well, don't forget, we should have had René Arnoux in a similar Ferrari 312 B3 in this race, but unfortunately he clattered the barriers at to back in qualifying, so they thought he'd have defended just as robustly if he'd been in the lead of the race, wouldn't he, Andrew?
Absolutely he would.
Yes.
And he had quite a bit of speed, didn't he, before he did chop that wheel off the car. Disappointing they couldn't repair it. But there we are. I think we take away a lot of great memories from this meeting. And one memory which has been a long-standing one, making a good start on Monaco is so important.
I think that's probably the best start of the day today that we've seen from Alessi. Clearly lost nothing in terms of his clutch control, finding the biting point and getting the rear tyres spinning to the perfect amount. That at the start from the same second spot on the grid by Michael Lyons in the Surtees earlier on. Probably the two things that I will remember. Some great passing, both in the sports car race and in the Formula races. And what has the final race in store? So we're going to move on to 1977 next and bring on the downforce.
Bring on the downforce. This wasn't a circuit where downforce didn't play the role that it did at fast open circuits like the Österreich Ring and Silverstone, but certainly getting your car set up. But just the way the cars worked, and it's what it led to, John, in the years that followed, the transformation of Formula One. One of many transformations of Formula One.
Constant evolution, Formula One, really, isn't it, when you look down it? And once in a while, you get that revolution. You get somebody who wakes up in the middle of the night with an idea, remembers to have a notepad and piece of paper alongside them, jots it down, and comes up with movable skirts on the side of a Lotus or the Brabham fan car or whatever. The
sometimes
Lord diffuser more recently.
But sometimes over the years you realise you've been speaking to someone possibly in a bar at a race circuit or something, and they've told you something that maybe 2 years later that idea has formulated and reached fruition. You go, oh, why didn't I follow that up? Well, I was on my third pint at the time. I can certainly tell you some stories about that, but maybe it won't make me look very good indeed or very perceptive at all. But
yeah, and it's when you sort of put two and two together and you think you've got an answer, but the answer was probably one more than the answer that you had. And maybe you haven't got quite all of the of the component parts.
Yes, of the equation.
One more person. If I'd have only spoken to that other person that weekend, I would have had the whole story, and I'd have been miles ahead of the game. Yeah, know it.
Well, very famously, one particular Formula One correspondent went down to Tyrrell and failed to spot something that he maybe should have spotted. It was a little bit different this time of motor racing. The car had 6 wheels on it.
Yes.
The P34 Tyrrell, 1936. It's 36, I think, not 76.
Guys, I went to the launch of that car, which is in Regent Street in the then Ford showroom. And, of course, we walked in and there was this car. And what they'd done, they made a little fillet of wood between the two front wheels. So there was a cloth draped all over it. And it quite obviously had 4 wheels because there was the shape of the front wheel, because they'd made this little wood fillet. And when they pulled this sheet off, the room, for 5 seconds, it went completely silent, and then everybody just broke into applause. Everybody was staggered by it. How do they keep it secret, though? Because think of the leaks that might have come out of the tyre company or something like that, or the mechanics or whatever. But and it was a good racing car, that, but it had a bit of a problem locking up wheels. And they have been racing those cars.
Martin Stretton raced one for a while.
Very successfully, yes.
Yeah, when you think nowadays of the access to social media, anything that can be kept a secret in any form of business, but particularly in the sporting world, where any tiny little incremental advantage plays such a big part.
Look, and some of the onboard camera footage, you suddenly spot someone's doing something slightly different with their steering wheel. You've got to try and work out what they were doing, but it must be something, so the paranoia takes over. But there's always a story in Formula One. And whenever I look at the Warsteiner livery arrows, as we see coming about to lead out, I do think a cooling beer would be a very nice idea. I don't know why. Pavlovian in a way.
Well, that is the pole sitting car for our next grid. Another one of the GP Extreme, GPX machines. And Jordan Groger, South African driver in that number 30. Michael Lyons once again from his favoured number 2 spot on the grid. Didn't quite get the start from P3 last time. I wonder if there is just a little bit of an advantage of being on P2. We've seen the slick tired cars do very well from P2.
But we've seen other people with the earlier cars not getting away. I'm thinking back to Max Smith-Hilliard at the start of the day.
Yeah.
And there was someone else on second position. So I think it's just a difficult grid. It's not entirely smooth. Surprise, surprise. It's a stretch of public road. But let's see how these cars can get their power down. Of course, their real beauty is when they're at speed, and that's when all the undercar aerodynamics and the ground effects start to really, really show what they can do.
Well, now Michael is racing a car, the Hesketh 308E. We can see Marco again. He's now looking on at his next race.
He's at the pits.
Yeah, but the 308E that Michael Lyons is racing is a car that he's won a lot of races in the Masters Series. He'll be very familiar with it. Well, still the discussions.
See, I've just leaned closer to the screen to see if I could hear better. That just tells you how much I'm engrossed in what we're doing here in the booth. All I actually had to do was turn up my headphones. I think Mark will realise once the camera was on him, he didn't want to say too much more. And the cameraman and all of our camera operators actually have done a cracking job this weekend. From Friday onwards, they were busy. Been some absolutely extraordinary images, very evocative. Weather's been warm. It looks like it's clouded over just a tiny bit. Yes, it has.
Big surprise in qualifying for the man who placed in third in start on the second row of the grid, the Frenchman Evan Stevenart. And did you know, John, he's a twice winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours?
Truck racing or bikes?
Bikes, right. Cycling, yes. Won it in 16 and 17. But this is a bit different.
Some motorcycles, yes?
No, pedal bikes.
Pedal bikes?
Yeah.
Right.
Gosh, so this must come as a bit of relief, something else doing the work.
Yeah. And he's also had a lot of success in the Andros Trophy. But look at those lovely Essex colours.
Love that.
The Monaco-based oil spot market trading company run by the Zorro-hatted David team. Oh, scrutineers.
They're checking how close Michael Lyons is to the roll hoop.
It should be fine on the basis he's been racing that car for quite a number of years, and he stopped growing when he was probably 16.
Yes, has he got anything in his back pockets, though? That's the question. Damn, I left 2 copies of the programme in my back pockets. I'm now 13 millimetres over height.
It's the winner's watch from previous race. He took it back.
That's right.
Jamie Constable and the ex-Alan Jones machine there.
Seen him on the podium once. Will he make another visit to the top few steps? He's starting from 7th. It's a big call from there.
And that nose on the Warsteiner arrows. Almost could have sold that to BMW. Almost a double kidney griddle on the front of that car.
I was quite amused last night to see on Twitter people, having seen this Warsteiner car in qualifying, said, I really fancy one of their beers. You can buy it in the UK, I believe.
Other beers are available.
Yeah, now that's a car I think that Tiffany Dell tried to qualify here at Monaco.
Yeah, a season of much changing. And then we were talking yesterday of Patrick Gaillard. He had quite a few races in the car. Tiff did too, didn't he? Did the Belgian Grand Prix, I think, and then tried for this one, but with limited chance in the car.
Yeah. Not bad for a guy who won his first racing car in an Autosport magazine competition.
Yes. What's he got up to since? I must try and find out.
Yes.
But Tiff, what a star.
He's a good guy to follow on Twitter as well, actually.
Yeah.
Effervescent.
He never misses the opportunity, as you might expect, to comment on anything that's going on in the motor racing world.
Now, talking of people... Sorry, go on.
And I love working with him. I've read his book several times. I still drink out of one of his How to Do a Proper Drift Sideways mugs. And all of his tweets are hilariously funny.
The Shadow DNA being shoved to one side. That's Pierre Bryce Menna. So that's one of the GPX cars. He's one of their managers.
He's the team manager, isn't he? Yes, and he masterminds their success in endurance sports car racing with a Porsche. I just love that Essex colour scheme still, and all the chrome on it.
It was, after the black and gold of so many years that you associated absolutely with that mark. It was literally a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, as you know, John, I had a long career in the sports marketing business. They were a good client of ours, Essex. The best bit was when we put their helicopter on the top of their double-decker hospitality bus outside the Albert Hall. And nobody knew if the roof of the bus would take the weight. Unfortunately, it did. And just by the way, we got Ray Charles to sing for all his guests, and we got Mrs. Thatcher to go along to the Albert Hall for the function as well.
Of course you did.
We did.
Did you have chimpanzees, or have I got my wires crossed?
No. I never had it. That was not my idea. I never had anything to do with the chimpanzees.
Oh, what a shame. It's horrible. Not about the chimpanzees. It's a shame for Pierre Bryce Menna. You've got a team of cars to run, your chance to enjoy yourself, and your car gets to pit exit and then won't fire up. Let's hope it's at the back of this line of cars. One of 2 Shadow DN8s potentially in this race, but for now, beached at pit exit. There's the other one with Jamie Constable in. That will be starting from 7th place on the grid, just behind the FW07B Williams with Mark Hazel at the wheel of that.
I love that Unipark sponsored car.
Still looks crisp.
It does look crisp.
Oh God, the Unipark sign.
I think that stalled when the cars in front stopped to do a practice start. Starting and stalling.
So what are we seeing? As the cars get closer to contemporary, they become more and more temperamental. Who'd have thought that?
Who'd have thought that? Yeah. Well, yellow flag waves. Somebody ought to get out. He needs a push.
He needs a push.
And it's downhill after that anyway.
Yeah, once you got round that corner, and it's actually, the tunnel is much longer. I can't remember its length now than you realise. Once you think, I'll just nip through the tunnel, sometimes before the cars are coming, you've got to nip pretty quickly. So the sights, as they ever have been at Monaco since the first Grand Prix in 1929, fast cars on the circuit, but in the backdrop you've got Monte Carlo itself and you've got the harbour. It still works for me.
This is another 18-lap contest.
Ensign has got going, John.
Excellent.
So hopefully that will enjoy 18 or at least 17 laps. This might be one of the cars that's not at the front end, so therefore it could well be that. It's down the tail of the field. 2 of them, Luciano Biamino in this one, the older car, 179 with Paul Tattershaw. So they'll be towards the back of the grid.
In my garage, I've still got a Unipark banner from one of the years that they sponsored Radio Le Mans. It's up on the back wall.
Yeah, they did a very good job with their sponsorship, Unipart. They were
Alan McNish's personal sponsor for a very long time.
Yeah, before that, of course, they had their Formula 3 team, bought Nigel Mansell. They backed Nigel Mansell in that.
The Dolomite engines. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the Metzario, the floorbar Metzario in trouble. I like the oddities. They make me smile. But unfortunately, this one for Bruno Uzelot goes nowhere.
Well, I wonder why he stopped there. So the engine just said no more.
I think what's been happening here, Andrew, is in an effort to get heat into the tyres there on that outlap. That wasn't a formation lap. That was an outlap from the pits. People were slowing down and virtually stopping to do a practice start. And it's caught one or two people out. And he'll get a push from there. And so long as it restarts under the push, he should, on the formation lap, I presume, be allowed to take his place again.
I would have thought so. I think the marshals are just waiting for the word from race control. They
absolutely
go and
right.
do that. They're that Penthouse sponsorship we mentioned yesterday, the Penthouse pet lying alongside it, and the that was a sponsorship organised by Guy Edwards and Rupert Keegan, the driver of that car. Very much a Playboy racer, and they're absolutely right. Is it going?
No.
Isn't it going? No, it's not going. It's...
No,
shake
ahead.
it. Yeah.
It fired, but it doesn't want to run.
No, we need to get him out of the way, really.
One more time, chaps. No, he's pulling it off.
Oh, I think there was a gap there, though. We might be able to get it through there. No.
When you chart the motor racing history, and my goodness, there's plenty of it here at Monaco. Look at the years at the late 70s, and that's where we're going now. The ground effect years, extreme aerodynamic, not normally required here on the short and relatively slow circuit of Monaco. But the cars were certainly spectacular in both their looks and their sounds. That's where we're going next for our final race of the 12th edition of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. Metzario will not be taking its place on the grid. It has expired on the outlap. We haven't reached the formation lap as yet. The final time today, Andrew Marriott will join me, John Hindhaugh, and Brace Jones, who has the grid for our last race.
There's an Arrows A3 in the middle of the grid, but there's one on the front row. On pole position, South African racer Jordan Groger did a great job, but Michael Lyons in the 308E Hesketh pushed him very hard indeed. Evan Stevenart, a bicycle racer, has now got power under his right foot. He's third in a Tyrrell 010. And another one, identical car, Mike Cantillon alongside. Then Stephen Brooks, Lotus 81. Starts from fifth, and Mark Hazel starts alongside him in the FW07B. A winner, then we've got Jamie Constable, Shadow DN8, another Arrows A3, Alain Ferte. Yes, he won the Formula 3 race here twice. And look further down, Fritz van Eerd, who runs and races for the Racing Team Nederland sports car outfit in the World Endurance Championship, starts from 14th. I think we've got a couple of missing cars, though, because we lusted after some that haven't made it out beyond qualifying, but up front it's all super fine. Down at the tail, big shame there for the unusual, really, really unusual ATS D4, based slightly on the Cowson. The Metzario team, it just didn't quite get its designs to work, so they took on another car, but at that stage, a small team with a small budget trying to get, ground effects to work. It was too much for a mountain to climb.
And the French driver, Bruno Uzelot, who also is the entrant for that car, will be distraught, I would think, not to be able to take up his position on the grid.
So pole position man Jordan Groger came to Monaco for the first time 3 years ago here, and none of the historic people had really heard of him. He'd been only racing in the Creventic series up until then, and he finished a magnificent third in the same car he's racing today. 3 years ago, the race was held in wet, slippery conditions, and Martin O'Connell won it in an ATS from Max Smith-Hilliard, who we saw earlier in the day, but hasn't brought his shadow out this time. So Jordan Kroger, first race of the weekend, the very last race, but definitely a man to watch. But I think there's going to be a lot of pressure from Michael Lyons. And Michael very much on form, isn't he? They're the Skol sponsorship, the well-known Swedish beer, somehow sponsoring a Brazilian team. Richard de Villa, who died recently, the designer of that particular car.
Yeah, what a great chap he was as well. Always worth listening to. Fritz van Aert driving that one. The man behind, I think it's not an exaggeration to say the man behind the careers of quite a lot of young Dutch drivers, including Max Verstappen helped him out. Rinus VeeKay racing on the streets of St. Petersburg later on today in IndyCar was his early career to him as well.
The Ensign we've just seen won the race, not the last one, but the one before that was one with Alex Caffey driving.
There we go. Now, one of the cars that didn't make it around the circuit yesterday in qualifying, I'm delighted to say, is on the grid, albeit at the back. The JS11/15 Ligier, and a friend of mine, an ex-racer, just said, be nice about the car, it's one of my favourites.
Yeah,
they were fabulous cars.
The driver there, Matteo Ferrer-Azar, is sort of half Spanish, he's a very international chap, but if you speak to him, he sounds completely English. A couple of years ago, he was the Masters Formula One champion in that Ligier and has been managed by Peter Collins, formerly team manager at Lotus. And Ferrer-Azar did race in contemporary cars in the Formula Renault series and then switched to historic, so has done an excellent job. I suspect that car, if it's working okay now, will come through the field up into the top 4 or 5.
It's a great looking car. It was, again, you said, Bruce, you like the oddities, the different cars. Well, mainstream car in terms of its manufacture, but it looked very different from those around it with those flat sides and the strips on top. I loved that car.
Ligier did things differently when they got into Formula One. You think of the fabled teapot that Jacques Lafitte raced so effectively with a great big air scoop at the start of 1976. But then, of course, they had their golden years with Didier Pironi sort of just putting off remarkable feats. And the teams go up and they go down, but it's on the grid, which is great.
I think I maybe defaulted to the Ligier because at one time they did have the red, white and blue Talbot T on the front of those cars.
With your connections, John, of course.
Yes. Ran Avengers for a very long time in my early driving career. And my dad had run Chryslers and Talbots as well. Peugeots graduated onto with a 205 GT. There's the Candy Tyrrell for the cyclist, Evan Stevenard, the Frenchman.
Yeah, it's been very successful in ice racing in the Andros Trophy. So we've certainly got car control, we'll know that for sure.
Well, he won't have to wait for his tyres to get warmed up then, will he? Could be deadly on the first lap.
Andros Trophy gone to all electric now, of course. Perfect for that form of quick-fire racing.
But I think really all eyes are going to be on that Hesketh on the outside of the front row. Michael Lyons has taken 2 wins here today. The second one by default that he wasn't looking for, and it was gifted to him with Marco Werner being penalised in the previous race. But can he make it 3? To do so, he's got to pass this man, the pole starting Jordan Groger. I must say, that gold livery just still works today, still crisp.
Look, a steering wheel that actually just steers. Oh, no buttons.
It won't catch on.
No thumb wheels, no paddles.
It's not a control system.
It is not.
It is. It controls the front wheels.
It's an interface purely for the front wheels.
Absolutely.
Exactly right, Andre. Exactly right. Talking to the latest generation of Porsche GT Le Mans drivers, the RSR 19, when that car was launched into the States, beginning of last year, was it the year before now? What was it, 20? No, beginning of 20. And talking to all of the works drivers, Fred Makowiecki, Earl Bamber, etc. The guys who had done the prototype racing with the hybrid were fine with it because it was pretty much identical to the prototype. The guys who hadn't were having to take the operating manual, the owner's manual, for the steering wheel, which was 48 pages long. I kid you not. Absolutely extraordinary piece of kit, including brake balance, paddles, either side of the wheel, so you could change your brake balance on the fly, corner to corner, and it showed up on the, obviously on the LCD or OLED dashboard that it had in the middle of the screen. So not a steering wheel at all, actually. A whole centre console full of buttons and knobs and connectivity to the car that just happened to steer the front wheels as well.
So whatever you do, don't let them see that Arrows A3. It will just make them very upset.
They won't understand.
No.
But that's a racing car, and our modern road cars. So my Audi A5, I've got quite a few buttons. I can turn the radio up and down. I can do all sorts of things with it.
Can you?
Yes.
Yeah. I prefer a steering wheel that is... I don't mind a flat bottom, but round mainly, yeah. Certainly with something over the top. I do like to have something over the top. I'm not one of these ones for the sort of bow tie Batmobile steering wheels. I'll take flappy paddles for changing if I have to, but I'd much prefer a steering wheel with nothing on it at all. And indeed, I'm trying to think if any of our cars have got buttons on. No, I've got more controls on my motorcycle than I have on any of the steering wheels.
Again, still at this era of motorsport, 40 years ago, I know, it doesn't seem like it, so many different designs of nose and air. Although we were now in ground effects, they were still coming from a lot of different directions.
Well, and there was no cut and dried solution, Andrew. They were still in a discovery phase at this point.
They were still sitting in front of a drawing board with a pencil, as apparently Adrian knew he still does, and drawing it, not doing it on CAD-CAM.
And they're trying to prove
that's the biggest problem with motor racing. CAD-CAM, everyone's got the same computer, still keeps coming up with the same answers for all of them, so they all look the same.
If you drew something on a piece of paper, then you had to build it, and then you had to go out and test it on an airfield or in a wind tunnel or whatever, and prove your theory. And that wasn't always the easiest thing to do, Bruce. And some wild and wonderful ideas.
But what you forget is back then they were allowed to go test it in the middle of a season. That's why cars evolved in the season. Now it's thin gruel in comparison.
Well, except it all happens in virtual reality. They've got gigaflops of terabits and gigabytes and all of it that they're doing, and even that now has had to go into the resource agreement.
But also the rules were much freer. If you wanted to have a V8 engine, you can have it. If you wanted to have a flat 12, you can have it. You can't do any of that. Everything's so prescriptive. And we're old farts. We said, it was better then than it is now. Well,
it was different.
But it was different. There was still fabulous racing now, as we've seen in the first two Grand Prix. But this was variety, spice of life.
There were still people who dominated through any era of motorsport, whether it's Formula One or anything, because somebody builds a better mousetrap. Nowadays, it becomes harder and harder to build a better mousetrap. So when you think of what Mercedes AMG have done and completely dominated the sport in a time when the rules basically are there to stop you coming up with great ideas, they've actually done a very, very good job indeed. It helps that they have got a great team and they've got a very good driver. See, I think two very good drivers. I think Valtteri perhaps doesn't get the credit that he deserves for particularly the development of that car, because as we all know, Lewis doesn't do testing, doesn't like testing at all, and it doesn't give the feedback. It just never looks like he wants to be there when the pre-season tests on. But let's get to the here and now then. Final race of the weekend for the 12th running of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique.
And let's really concentrate on the start, because it could be absolutely crucial again.
The number one on the nose of Michael Lyons will start from position P2. Jordan Groger in that Arrows A3 will be the man on pole position. Michael Lyons has proved already that he can get a car off the line here, particularly from that left-hand side of the grid.
Well, let's just go down talking about variety. We've got Arrows, Hesketh, Tyrrell, Lotus, Williams, Shadow, Arrows, March, ATS. 9 makes of car in the top 10 positions. Isn't that great?
Yeah, and 10 in the top 11, because the next one up was a McLaren, which is another different manufacturer. Fantastic. What a weekend of racing we have had for the 12th Monaco Historic Grand Prix. Bringing the curtain down, the cars from 1977 to 1980, 3-litre Formula, Grand Prix Formula 1, aerodynamics, downforce, ground effect, big noise, big speed, bit excitement, and hopefully lots of entertainment for us in the next 18 laps. Jordan Groger on pole position in the Gold Flash Dyna sponsored car, gets a fabulous start, but Michael Lyons in the blue car from position 2 also gets a good one and rockets around the outside. That was brilliant from Lyons. That wasn't a bad start at all from Groger, as the Ligier has to shortcut the Sainte-Devote corner. Everyone going in there 3 and 4 abreast. That was not a bad start by Groger. I like the start, but the shift, I think, from first to second may have been a little bit tardy. And certainly that number 1, dark blue, Hesketh, really hooked up in the second phase, they would call it now, Bruce. And again, Lyons has done the seemingly impossible and beating the pole man to Sainte-Devote.
But what we've had before is a slower car, as we had with Jean Alesi getting in front. These two were separated by only under a fifth of a second in qualifying, so this is going to be really, really tight. Trying to hang on in third place, got Evan Stevenart. The Lotus, the Essex Lotus, has gone from 5th to 4th in the hands of Steve Brooks. But that move by the Ligier driver right at the back of the field gained 3 places by running across the corner into Sainte-Devote's Matteo Ferrer. As might happen at the back. Did he hit the barrier? Did Jordan Groger hit the barrier at the back?
Yeah. He did. That wasn't just a push either, Andrew.
He's got a puncture.
Right rear puncture, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. He's punctured it. Oh, Groger's blown it, I'm afraid.
It's staying on the rim. Is he coming in? And further back down at the Nouvelle Chicane.
Well, that's the M26 that was started. Christophe Dansenborg obviously quite possibly got too close to another into the Nouvelle Chicane, hit the brakes, round it went.
Well, I'm surprised, I thought that tyre was, I thought I saw smoke coming off that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely moving around too much on the rim there, Andrew.
You can't carry on like that.
It was a big hit. That wasn't just a glancing blow. Maybe slightly in the aero wash of the car ahead. And as far as that incident, I think that was on his own down there, Bruce.
I think he maybe just got slightly too close to Christophe Dansenborg to the march in front of him. Patrick Dobreby had to adjust his line and just lost it coming down that slope into the Nouvelle Chicane. Hopefully we get another look.
Arriving at the Nouvelle Chicane, facing back towards the tunnel, probably not means it's not going to be the best result on the streets of the Principality. He'd already been into the wall. Yellow flags are out at that part of the circuit. Little lock up by the leader, and he's got straight on. Now, and So has the second place driver. Now, there must be fluid down there, but that is not going to play well at all with race control. Waved yellow flags, and yes, I know there's fluid down, but they arrived there very quickly indeed.
Definitely fluid, because there's no way, if one of the drivers had made a mistake, you could just about take that. Both of them going around. But anyhow, battle rejoined. Is that right rear tyre deflating on the Arrows A3? I can't see it at the moment. I really can't.
It looked like it was about to come off the rim 2 laps ago.
I thought I saw smoke coming off it. Of course, you don't use that right rear so much around here. And it seems to be coming from the outside, doesn't it?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Start again. Lyons. As I say, Groger got a decent start. So did the Essex Lotus from P3.
Jamie Constable got an absolute stinker down the middle of the grid. You can see him just pausing. Cars going both sides. Oh, so frustrating. Qualify well and then just don't hook it up. But out front, wow, what a start from Michael Lyons.
Well,
again,
I think you have a bit of an advantage with these cars from P2 because very quickly, if you drive a straight line, you're on the rubbered in line heading to Sainte-Devote. And I wonder if that second phase just kicks in about there and you've got a little bit more forward progression.
You're seeing it from the outside line, more visibility into the corner, more of view of what's ahead. Waved yellow flags, doubled wave yellow flags, so debris and what else as they go down the dip to Nouvelle Chicane. This time they stay on the track at that point, but the red and yellow Warning flag is held out. The McLaren M26 still facing backwards up the escape road. Hopefully all that debris is now out of the way. I'd hate any of these battles to be interrupted by a tyre going down because of running over the sharp stuff.
Well, I've got to tell you, I think Kroger's been very lucky there, Andrew, to get away with that clang on the barriers at Tabat. He's close there on the exit of the swimming pool complex as well. That's where Jean Alesi twanged the...
Jos Verstappen and Max Verstappen, father and son. They'll approve of this sort of action. And I tell you what, if Jordan Groger gets the end, he'll deny he ever hit barriers. If the team haven't seen it and he gets away with it, he'll forget to mention it.
I suspect that Josh and Max will be supporting Fritz van Aert, of course, who's here this weekend. We spoke about their connection to the man behind Jumbo Supermarkets, driving the Skoll car earlier on.
I'm still seeing puffs of blue smoke, aren't I, off that right rear?
Yeah.
I can't believe it will hold up the whole 18 laps. I've been proved wrong several times this weekend, so let's just see what happens.
It doesn't even look like it's knocked the wheel weights off. I can still see the tape holding the wheel weights on that right rear.
You know, sometimes you even get when someone's clanged into a barrier that's got sign writing on it, sometimes the paint just coming off the edge. The paint you've removed from the barrier with that side-on contact. But yes, we will keep our eyes firmly fixed. But right now, he's just not able to get close enough, Jordan Kroger, to Michael Lyons. And Michael is super late on the braking. They both are, as they go down into the Nouvelle chicane. But in terms of their pace in qualifying, what was it? 0.187 of a second, the advantage to the golden car, the Arrows, the A3. But it's the Hesketh, the 308E, leading this race.
Kroger's leaving no margin for error anywhere, exactly as you have to if you want to be quick. The Leyland Williams is out. The FW07B.
Another good one. Something's happened in the tunnel, or maybe it happened at the entrance to the tunnel at Portier.
Mark Hazel driving that car, and he was already getting... Well, he spun. He spun.
We know the fluids were down, the warning flags were there. Unfortunate for the Welshman. Round it goes.
He'll be disappointed with himself there, because that's not the first time he's come to that area of the track.
You know what?
He was just on a different part of the track, maybe.
Yeah, he was close to two other cars. He might have just been on a line that he wouldn't be if he was coming in on his own. Fabulous camera angles as the Ligier makes up ground.
And so it's Matteo Ferraraza in the Ligier. He's got up quite a few spots, hasn't he?
Pierre Bryce Minor. He was the one who wasn't getting away at the outset, I seem to recall. Ferraraza, hold on.
Yeah, the Ligier.
That's the shadow that is
the Ligier, sorry,
Pierre Bryce Minor, yeah. Meantime, the leaders through Portier back under the tunnel for the 5th time out of 18. Here we go again, wherever you are in the world. Fortunately, you haven't bought a seat, because you wouldn't be using very much of it at the moment. Joining us here on our various syndications and broadcast partners. And this is bubbling up again to be another cracking, classic Streets of Monaco battle, where a slightly quicker car is trailing. But yeah, even if you're a very much quicker car here, it is so difficult to turn that into a passing opportunity. So all the same tricks of the trade that we saw being played out by Jean Alesi and Marco Werner, they will be playing again, except this time playing the part of Jean Alesi is Michael Lyons, whilst this evening being Marco Werner is Jordan Kroger.
Doing a wheelie over the fake curb, effectively at the approach to, at the apex of Saint-Devote. But it is going to be this battle again. It's fairly soon they're going to have to do some lapping. And that gives the opportunity. It could go either way for either of these drivers, but as they are, all the answers, all the lines are covered by Michael Lyons.
Michael likes driving the car with his right foot. He likes rotating the car. If you look at him coming into a throw, it's a touch at station hairpin again, just on the back end of Michael Lyons on that Hesketh 308E.
It's damaged the front end plate of the wing, hasn't it?
On the Arrows.
Yeah, on the Arrows.
Not so crucial around here.
No.
We're just going back to Michael's driving style. He does like to rotate the car with the right foot. And they're coming down the inside there now.
I'll see this.
Groger then cut the chicane, didn't he?
Yeah, he went straight on the chicane as well. He's getting a bit ragged now. Well, he's been ragged all the way through the race, actually.
So is that the opportunity for Michael Lyons to make good his escape? He's pulled out to about just over a second, in fact. A second and a half at the moment. As they come through Anthony Noakes, big lines of racing rubber being left out of the final. Right-hander on the start-finish. And down once again to Sandoval. He click off the laps very quickly here.
0.7 of a second was the gain. The Hesketh getting away, or more to the point, dropping away Jordan Groger by 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap of the race by the race leader. 1 minute 34.1. That is 2.5 seconds slower than their times in qualifying. But he's busy in the office. He's got company, albeit slightly falling back.
Long gap back to third place, Bruce.
Yeah, Evan Stevenart running very cleanly in third place, but he's got Alain Ferté getting closer and closer. Ferté still racing, sort of returned to racing about 4 or 5 years ago with largely the Dubai 24 Hours, and since then been doing a couple of seasons in French GT4, but this is much more his style. And car 15, Ferté starting in 8th place, another Arrows A3. There it is, just flashing through the shot.
Yeah, Alan won the Formula 3 race, a very important Formula 3 race twice here at Monaco in the early days of his career when he was in his 20s.
Essex Lotus versus Ligier Chitans. Fantastic.
And Jamie Constable, you know, right with him. He was the one who made the dreadful start. We saw cars going to his left and to his right long before they got to Sandoval. So this little battle could run the whole way to the finish. Great.
That Ligier's made up a lot of positions, hasn't it? Yeah, yeah. That was way out. That was...
Well, he had no running on the course either, did he, effectively?
Yes, but at the start of this lap, the Ligier was Jamie Constable behind and Steve Brooks ahead, but now Steve Brooks has dropped back and the Ligier is escaping.
Listen to the noise. Listen to the noise.
Beautiful Cosworth V8 engines and wheel-to-wheel racing again.
Constable looking down the inside at Tabak, but he was beaten off by the number 12. Stephen Brooks in that Lotus 81, the Essex Lotus.
I've still got a couple of the original big Essex stickers from the day. Yeah, all that chrome.
It was a pivotal, not a pivotal moment in the history of Formula 1, but the use of metallic livery.
Yeah, I
really did shine on a grader.
Yeah, I take it that was film. That isn't painted on those cars. That would have been the sort of getting into the first use of vinyls and films and foils and things like that, Andrew, was it?
Absolutely. And so the Essex company were involved in the what they call the oil spot market. David Team, who was the sponsor, used to buy a tanker full of oil on the ocean.
Constable down the inside too.
Oh, got him.
Got him at the top of the hill.
Yeah, so he bought tankers full of oil on the ocean and he sold them when they were a bit further along and made lots of money doing it for a while. Very good character. Always wore this sort of this Zorro type hat. Oh, the Arrow's pulling off there.
As Jordan Groger, maybe the tire is finally going down, or maybe
he's going back to the paddock. He can go back to the paddock.
Oh, sorry, he is. They can slide the gate out of the way.
Yeah.
Frustration, but it did look as the race was progressing that Michael Lyons had it increasingly under control. At the start of that, they were.
Now, has he had another issue there? Yeah. And yes, he has.
The left rear wheel.
It's the left rear.
It's now at an angle.
Yeah. Wow, that's the opposite side to the one that he clanged.
Yeah, I think the rear suspension's broken there.
Well, I wonder if that was as a result of that, or maybe he's clipped the curb somewhere further round. I was about to say, I wonder if he's had another incident just before we saw that. Well, that's very disappointing for Jordan.
He was all elbows out, wasn't he, on his laps? Yeah, frustration at getting beaten away from the line.
So the gap now is comfortable and manageable. Half distance this lap.
23 seconds now back to Evan Stevenart in second place. The Hesketh leading, and as you say, John, he can cruise home. He's halfway through the race. In fact, Michael Lyons hasn't been able to cruise anywhere to his 2 wins so far today, so this feels like an alien experience for him. But Evan Stevenart, what a run for the cycle racer turned car racer, and Alain Ferté could be going back to the podium at Monaco. That would be great to see.
Another great story, full of stories. This car designed by Frank Durning after Harvey Postlethwaite had moved on, and I think they have talked with Frank quite recently about the setup of the car.
Change of position. We've suddenly got Alain Ferté not in third but into second. So there was an Arrows A3 in second. There is an Arrows A3 in second, albeit further back, and with a French driver, not a South African.
And then Mike Cantillon, we haven't mentioned him. But
Sorry, I have got the wrong Tyrrell.
Yeah.
It's Cantillon behind him, and up just a... There was another Tyrrell hitting the barrier.
That's Cantillon doing an Alesi, is that we're calling that now. That's what he pinged that in exactly the same way in qualifying in the Ferrari.
Well, Cantillon's in the demolition business, so I hope he doesn't demolish his car.
Started early.
Yeah.
So 2 Tyrrell 0-10s, 1 in second with Stephen Hart just getting out of the top of the shot. Number 3 and number 4 with Mike Cantillon in fourth, fancying a podium in third.
Listen to the engines as they climb the hill, and that distinctive V8 howl being reflected and reverberating from the buildings around the street circuit here.
It was just the sound of Formula 1. Let's take a look at the contact with the tyre on board.
Just a kiss, wasn't it?
It was.
If that.
That's perfect.
Not the full René Arnoux thump that we saw in qualifying yesterday that led to him not starting his Ferrari.
It's not moved the crash part, the catch fence though, doesn't it?
It moves it a long way. I remember being warned the first time I went and stood at the kink on the Mulsanne straight not to touch the barriers. If someone hit them further down, your arms would be broken, they said, even 100 metres away.
Yeah.
It's quite a thought.
Well, that's what they're meant to do, dissipate the energy, of course.
Cantillon with Irish heritage, that's why he's got that colour crash helmet, doing a good job. Races his car very regularly in the UK. So he's used to this machine. He's not so used to driving it around the streets of Monaco.
Nice to see that Alain Ferté is stuck to his original helmet design, the white with the 2 shades of blue. I could go down a whole rabbit hole here talking about helmet design. I shall resist, but it's fab. It's fab to have him back, and just great to have him in that old racing helmet.
Great scream of the V8 across the start-finish line. I think Ferté's struggling with a bit of understeer, actually. Keep an eye on that.
Oh dear, our Dutch friend, Frits van Eert, out. He doesn't just have his Fittipaldi, has, I think, every model of Minardi ever made, or certainly the vast majority, in a huge collection, but just such a nice guy. He'll be frustrated not to have taken that Fittipaldi F7 to the finish.
Right, traffic here. 22 is Paul Tattersall in the Ensign N179. He stays out the way.
Well done.
Right, when they come through swimming pool next time around, or this time around, shall I say, let's just have a listen to these two cars, because that's the Poitiers. It's one of the places where the cameras are closest to the track. And we get to hear the sound of those lovely V8s. Second, third and fourth in. Oh, he's hit the inside wall!
Oh, no.
And has he done it? He's done the tyre!
Yeah.
He's done the tyre! Oh, Ferté with a flat, frustrated. And
would all drivers who have yet to hit any of the tyre walls or barriers report to the podium?
Yeah, both.
Just misjudged the turn-in.
Yeah, both the front and the rear are flat, actually.
Oh.
Wow, we've got all action, haven't we, these last couple of races? Goodness me.
The Ligier is suddenly firing up the order. You see Patrick Dobrabry into 5th place. That's become 4th. And Ferret Azza, can he, from the very tail of the grid in that Ligier, we know he's quick, get up to the podium. He's up to 5th. There's still time.
Andrew predicted he could get in the top 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, Andrew was saying that without expecting that so many people would have fallen out. So there might be a podium.
Yeah, could be a podium in this. But just still the last third of the race left, and we could have more action and excitement yet.
Right, what have we got? Michael Lyons in the Hesketh leading by a comfortable 23 seconds.
There's the car.
That's Alain Ferté has managed to get back to the pits. Second place and third, Tyrrell 0-10s. Evan Stephen Hart, Mike Cantillon, Patrick Dobrabry hanging on to 4th, but the Ligier, Matteo Ferrer, Azza is right on his tail in 5th. The Ligier is a coming.
That's the battle. That is the battle with the battle for 4th and 5th at the moment, and if there is to be a podium for that Ligier, I think he has to get through in the 4th position as quickly as possible. Leader Michael Lyons then at the Rasgas. Listen to that engine.
What he's got to do, of course, is just keep his concentration. Sometimes it's harder when you're just on your own, you're not focused on the car in front. Alain Ferté would be so disappointed. He would have loved to have got a top 3 finish here and stood on the podium for the first time since those Formula 3 wins. back.
Do you know, I've
in
just
the period.
realised what I've been missing from motor racing. And it's not just the exhaust noise, but when the cars are picking up, you can hear the intake noise as well. Almost that suck of air that if a small child was walking nearby, they'd be sucked into the trumpets. There's so much being pulled into there. It's fantastic, isn't it? Picking up from lower revs. Now, just a moment or two ago, big sideways slide for Mike Cantillon, held on to it coming out of the swimming pool, as he's having a very decent, he's got the fastest lap as well. Cantillon then chasing the number 3 Tyrrell.
He obviously made the car faster by clanging it into the barriers at the back. He's now got the perfect suspension setup.
Works fine. Works fine. Leave it like that for the next race, lads.
That Hesketh at the front's going quicker than it did in 1977. It finished 12th in the Grand Prix that year, that car.
It's still right, isn't it? Oh, no, it looks as though Evan Stevenart had a slightly slower run through the tunnel, but it was an optical illusion or a trick of the light. Still the slippery surface flag, or the warning flag, the red and yellow flag at the entrance to the chicane. There've been more than a few incidents there.
I notice everybody's coming down very tight to the left-hand barrier.
Which makes it hard for them to turn in.
Which makes the corner tighter. Nobody's going to drive around the outside of you because there's full yellow. There's a yellow flag there, albeit stationary, but that's the same. No overtaking, of course. What it suggests to me is that all of the rubbish on the track is on the racing line, and that's why they're not using it anymore. Don't want to be the guinea pig to try and clean it up.
These Tyrrells were driven mainly by Derek Daly and Eddie Cheever, Michel Alboreto. They were the people. Derek Daly, of course, had a big flying moment at the start of a Monaco Grand Prix, upside down, going into the first corner.
I think one of the cars he hit was the other Tyrrell, as I recall.
I think it was, yeah.
He gained 4 positions, but sadly had to land at some particular point. Up the escape road he went.
I did see a Formula 3 race once where the guy crossed the line upside down and was credited with finishing 3rd.
I saw Paul Stewart win a Formula 3 race at Snetterton, crossing the finish line backwards.
Yeah. Famously, Lawrence Van Teur at Pau went across the finish line on the car's roof when he was driving for Audi. Got his position, battling with the man who became his teammate, Earl Bamber.
Nothing in the rules said the rubber's got to be down on the deck.
No, just driver has to be with car.
Yes.
So
See
Steve
how
Brooks
much of the car, does it?
Yes, Steve Brooks pushing to try and get 6th place back off Jamie Constable. Constable was behind a handful of laps ago, but he's in front now. Constable, in terms of pace, has had the better pace, but he was out-qualified by Brooks, so this could be flipped around. Constable had fought back from a dreadful start, probably lost 4 positions before he got to Saint-Devant, but Steve Brooks now starting to come on strong. Lotus into the chicane, but in fact, nice line by the former Caterham racer. And just up ahead of Constable is Patrick Dobreby, so he's been passed by the Ligier of Matteo Ferre-Aza, who is now into 4th place. His target is those 2 Tyrrells up ahead.
Go Ligier, come on, I want him on the podium now. Pay me back for all those years of Chrysler and Talbot Adventures. Chrysler Sunbeam as well I had. This is magnificent stuff, isn't it? Oh, the Essex Lotus! I think it was just the rear wing that clipped the metal barrier there. The left rear wheel was very close indeed, but it certainly seemed as though something flew off the car. Maybe it just dragged up a bit of debris from the track surface.
I think you're correct in that. I don't think anything came off the car, but Patrick Dobreby suddenly has lost positions, and the order keeps on changing. Jamie Constable's gone through, and the march is falling back. The Lotus has gone through as well, but another couple of centimetres, and that would be another casualty for this race.
He's trying very, very hard in that Lotus.
Yeah, he missed the barriers, but certainly by now he should have started breathing again, I feel.
Lighting up the rear tyres every time he applies throttle. There's no gentle progression to flat out on the throttle there. Now they're starting to take, these guys are taking a more traditional racing line there. That's looking a bit ragged. but not at the front of the field. Lap 16, 2 to go at the end of this one for Michael Lyons to make it 3 wins this weekend. Effectively, if drivers were scoring points this weekend, he would win the meeting.
Definitely my driver of the day, 30-year-old Michael Lyons, the reigning Masters Formula 1 champion. Well, the reigning from 2020, of course. And doing a great job of this Hesketh thing he loves so much.
And for the Ligier fans, I might have egged you on just a little bit too much, for which I apologise, because Matteo Ferrara, having got that JS 1115 up into 4th place, unfortunately he's 26 seconds down on the battling Tyrrells. So unless they have a clash, he will not get to the podium. But a great drive from the back of the field.
Well, you did mention Tyrrells running into each other. Don't wish that.
I don't?
No, I don't wish that. I'll take that back immediately. I don't want people to think I'm being spoiled, because I'm not. I want everybody to enjoy their racing.
You want everyone to win, John. It's
everyone.
A modern sentiment.
Yes. North London Skill Sports Day, everyone gets the win. On to the penultimate lap then for the most successful driver this weekend, Michael Lyons. Behind him, 2nd and 3rd, Evan Stevenhart and Mike Cantillon in the pair of Tyrrell. Every time they swoop past that camera, the howl of the V8, that is music to my ears. Can we clip that so that I can have that on the way home, please?
2 Tyrrell 010s, still going very strongly, and well, they might not stay in this position, had they? So much has happened in this race. Over that bump, hard on the brakes.
Mike Cantillon had the fastest lap a little while ago. I don't think that has been beaten so far. He's throwing that car around with abandon.
He's incredibly positive in the car, but Stevenhart seems to pick up speed at other points on the circuit. But in terms of attacking the low-speed corners, your man is Mike Cantillon. Astonishing. So, will he manage to do it? We're on the penultimate lap. Mike Lyons is way clear, 16 seconds to good. He's probably turning out of Piscine as they're turning out of the chicane. In fact, precisely where he's
well done.
At on the circuit.
Well done.
Right, he's got traffic. He's coming up behind the Arrows A1B. Should be able to pick it off. Doesn't have to be, well, he can afford to be cautious. Smoking away a little bit at the back of the car, but he can pick it off coming out of Sandervoort, one would think. On to the final lap. The finger is held out.
You. Hey, you. Yes, you. That's who I'm talking to. No, that's not what it means at all.
Oh, no.
And the battle for second.
Stevenhart is out, so the Ligier will get to the podium. We didn't want to clash, but unfortunately we've had one there.
And it was, well, was that, I think that was a little ambitious going into Anthony Noakes.
He went in hard, didn't you? See the barrier move back. If Marco Werner got penalised for what he did, or didn't, then there's got to be a penalty here as well.
I tend to agree if consistency is applied, so we might yet see Ligier in second place. Half a lap to go for Michael Lyons. What a weekend it has been for the 30-year-old British driver. He's won almost half of the races this weekend.
He must be cursing the fact he didn't go in the sports car race, honestly.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, true enough.
But he has just driven impeccably. He's been really, really focused. He's been clean in battle, and he's been quick throughout.
Clearly enjoys his work, and why wouldn't you? But he's applied himself well. His driving style is aggressive. He does spin up the rear tyres, but he's got the measure of these cars. Yellow flags at Anthony Noakes, which will be replaced in the eye line of Michael Lyons by a checkered flag, the last one of the weekend for the 3-litre 1977 to 1980 sport cars, and it's the Hesketh 308E with Michael Lyons behind the wheel, who wins it across the line in second, and I say that deliberately. Mike Cantillon in the Tyrrell 010.
12 seconds in arrears. The car that will come home third is the one that gets John super excited, the Ligier JS 1115. And driven incredibly well, having started from the back of the grid. John can't speak.
How can you not love that, with those big flick-ups towards the back of the car, and that Gitan blue and white sponsorship livery. Looks like somebody's pushed it flat. You've designed the car, somebody's pushed it flat. Look how low the side pods are.
He was really pleased with that drive, wasn't he?
So he should be, right from the back of the grid. If across the whole weekend, it would certainly be Michael Lyons who would get the vote for driver of the meeting. But I think that Ligier coming through, albeit with a bit of help from people throwing themselves at the scenery, I think that's a very good drive indeed by Matteo Ferrer-Aza. That's a big car to get round here. It looks... I'm sure it's no wider than all the rest of them because there would have been regulations.
But it looks bigger.
It looks big.
Yeah,
it
funny,
does. It looks massive. Marshall's out trackside for the final time, and thank you to them. All of our medical staff, the doctors, intervention, clear up crews, and everyone working on post. Simply can't get motor racing underway without all of our volunteers and officials. Thank you. Thank you so much. Michael Lyons has had a brilliant weekend.
He couldn't have had a better one, could he?
Well,
But he was so magnanimous, wasn't he, over the Verner situation, I thought.
Yes.
You know, and he handed the trophy back, put it on the car and so on. And we say that there is a chance that that win might get reversed, but I think it's unlikely.
Well, it looks, at the moment, unofficially, Michael Lyons wins by 12 seconds. Mike Cantillon in second place. Will there be sanction applied for the contact with his competitor, with the Tyrrell? A number 3 car, Evan Stevenart. So coming through in third on the road, Matteo Ferrer-Aza in the Ligier, running its number that it ran in period, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. Quite a lot of people have done that, which is
I like
really
that.
Nice, yeah.
Like that, and the style of numbers as well, which is good. There's not a mandated set of numbers. It is as they would have been in the time, which is fabulous. Appropriately enough, then, for Michael Lyons, after the meeting that he's had here at the 12th Grand Prix de Monaco Historique, he has the number 1 on the car. He has the number 1 position in the final race of the weekend. What a meeting, what a weekend, what a race. Emotion, excitement, entertainment, you name it, we've had it. Bit of controversy as well, Andrew.
Absolutely, drama all the way. Terrific. Michael Lyons punches the air. What a weekend for the 30-year-old, with his family there to cheer him on. He steps out of the car and
But I mean, he gets the biggest prize of all, the fastest cars of the entire meeting, the youngest Formula One cars, and he's made it stick on some cars that were several years younger than his. So, and for one of the minor teams, but that Hesketh 3080 has been developed, but let's not forget, Michael Lyons is a very, very quick driver.
And don't forget, when you get bored of driving the Ligier around, by the way, that finished in third, if you ever would do, you can actually get your Hot Wheels car out and run it down the side pod, because it's got those 2 bits that stick up to manage the air.
Someone's got to say to Michael, come on, please show some emotion after winning a race. Oh, hold on a second. You've got the lot. Well done, Michael. Great job.
There are 2 drivers there, both of Irish heritage. Frank is Irish, and Mike Cantillon too. Takes off his crash helmet.
How do you sum up what we've seen from Michael Lyons? He takes this area of motorsport very seriously. He could be racing in other things, he has done, but he takes it seriously, Andrew.
Read a recent interview with him where he says he'd really like to race in LMP2. Somebody ought to test him.
Absolutely so.
I have no doubt that he would be ridiculously competitive. If he can drive those cars, which probably have slightly less downforce than a current P2 car,
and drive them so exactingly around this mother of all circuits as well.
3 trophies, 3 watches.
Mum Judy there.
Sorry, guys.
And Michael pushing
Well
through.
done.
Yeah.
Well done.
I did hear the word beers being mentioned,
Oh, yeah.
along with his mechanics, so I think Michael's buying tonight.
Well, I would think so. I would think so. Well, what an event. What an effort it has been by everybody concerned. The organising club, the Automobile Club of Monaco, pulled out all the stops. There you go, he wasn't racing with his sponsor's watch on, but he's putting it on there to go and get a different watch.
Yeah,
Needs a calculator to work out how many he's had round there now.
No, I think he said it doubles the number of wins I've had round here, because he had 3 coming in, and now he's got 3
Wow.
more.
Just fantastic that this event was able to go ahead. A few spectators around as well. And that we've seen such competitive grids. Not perhaps the biggest grids. Certainly, I think everyone would understand the situation there. But mid-teens for most of the later grids and a good variety of cars. I think that's been the key, Bruce, in the earlier grids.
If you took up watching motor racing just yesterday, you'd have learnt so much looking at the history of these cars across from the early 20s, nearly 100 years ago, through to 1980. But for Michael Lyons, 3 wins this weekend. Happy, happy, happy.
Michael Lyons steps onto the podium and the top step of the podium for the 3rd time this weekend, this time in the Hesketh. Second place, Mike Cantillon. Well, he has escaped sanction for that rather forceful move into Anthony's Noakes towards the end of the race, which did for Evans Stevenart. Shame for Evans, because Frenchman was doing a really good job sitting in second place at the time. Trophy for Mike. And what a run in 3rd place for Matteo Ferro Aza.
And of course, John, the great news is we haven't got to wait another 2 years to see it all happen again. We're going to get it again in a year's time.
For the 3rd time for Michael, after he picks up his watch, we will hear the national anthem of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. A nice new Monaco, Hoya Monaco historic special edition for Michael Lyons, and here's the national anthem. Let's just enjoy that moment with Michael Lyons. Final podium of the weekend. When you look at what Michael Lyons has achieved there, Bruce, he's driven some very, very nice machinery. But it spans quite a long time. And what we were talking about earlier about drivers in their careers having to get used to the changing landscape of Formula One, Michael's doing that, but he's doing it in the space of a weekend, not in the space of 15 or 20 years as a career.
Entirely so. Just to compare the Surtees TS9, he drove so well earlier today, and also the fact he's done 3 races in a day in 3 different Formula One cars, one just before lunch, probably only a single course lunch for Michael, and then back for 2 more. Just fabulous. And just looking at his parents, Frank and Judy, their pride in their boy, you know, it's massive. And, you know, they give him the cars to go and race, and he really, really delivers for them. And what a great stable of cars he's got to play with. But he still has to make them get to the front of the field, and that's what he does with great style.
Starts in each of his races have been absolutely superb. Twice from second position he's taken the lead, once from third he moved up to second and then made his move later on. Glass of Verve Cliquot, enjoy that one, gentlemen.
John, just reading a tweet which sums it all up. 100% agree with Sean. Some of the best Formula One racing I've seen in a few years. Really enjoyed that race. Got the feeling the commentary team were enjoying it as much as we were. Yes, of course we were.
Even more.
How can you not? The Ligier from the back of the grid to third for Matteo Ferro-Aza. And that polished rear wing reflecting the light around Monaco. Mike Tantilon might think himself a little bit lucky to have held on to second place after his robust move late in the race. And Michael Lyons in the Hesketh 308E, a car that looks distinctively different from the other two. 3 cars on the podium there, Bruce, that absolutely represents the variety of what we have seen this weekend. The most up-to-date Formula One cars for the 12th running of the Grand Prix of Monaco Historique were from the years 1977 through to 1980. By the time Formula One was in this period, the science of aerodynamics was beginning to be understood more and more. And the discovery of ground effect, forcing the air out from under the car to pull the car down on the road with the negative pressure, was really being exploited. Jordan Groger on pole position, got a decent start but couldn't hold on to the faster starting Michael Lyons, who made the jump from P2 to P1 in the blue Hesketh 308E. Further back, the Ligier had to go on the inside of Sandevaux, the car that started from the back after problems in qualifying earlier in the week. At the front of the field, very quickly developed into a 2-horse race. Current Formula One and past Formula One driver, Max and Jos Verstappen, watching on as Jordan Groger was very fortunate to get away with a twang on the barriers at Tabak. Not so fortunate, the McLaren going backwards down the circuit, the number 5. Meantime, this great battle at the front of the field carried on. Christoph Donsenberg would have been disappointed with his incident, but he wasn't the only one there. Mark Hazel, I think, on Donsenberg's fluids there, putting his car out as well, the Williams FW07B.
And then, of course, the chase got a little too close for Jordan Groger. He collected the barriers and then he bent his front wing end plate by just clipping the back of Lyons' Hesketh, helping to turn it around the station hairpin a little bit more. Steve Brooks having great fun in the Lotus 81. Jamie Constable, the Shadow DN8. They duped it, they changed positions several times. Here's one of those moves going into Mirabone. Not a lot of space, but it takes 2 to tango, and the driver's super polite at that point in the race. And then for poor Jordan Groger, left rear wheel no longer working, no longer fully attached, and he turned straight into the entry to the paddock. Disappointed. He started on pole, could have been heading for second place. 0 points.
I think a clang of the barrier, a second clang of the barrier coming through Piscine. We saw the effect but not the cause of that, and Jordan realising that the day for the Warsteiner car was done. However, there was still another gold car out there and it was still in the hunt.
And it was Alan Ferte, and he's been chased very hard, and we just saw the barriers shaking because in the chasing Tyrrell, Mike Cantillon had given him a blow. Not the first drive in the race, but he made the fence shake as well. It was a big hit. He kept on hunting Ferte. Ferte under pressure, came down and got it slightly wrong. Just clipped the barriers on the way to Nouvelle Chicane. Over and out, 2 punctures.
That left the number 4 Tyrrell then to chase down at the front of the field, but it was a forlorn hope that he was going to catch Michael Lyons 20 plus seconds up the road, and now enjoying his Sunday afternoon drive even more than ever as a disconsolate Ferte stepped out the car in the pit lane.
Then the battle between the two Tyrrell 010s got hotter and hotter and hotter. They had the ground effects, no ground effects for our race leader. He was in the oldest car in the field, 1977 Heskin. But with 1 lap to go, the battle became really, really intense. Nice and easy out front for Michael Lyons, but John, what happened next wasn't too good for the two Tyrrell racers.
No, into the wall for Evan Stevenard, the former bicycle racer, won the 24 hours cycle race of Le Mans. Cycle, as in pedalling, a couple of times, and he was rather endured into the Tech Pro by Cantillon, who claimed second place. But every cloud, etc., etc., with Cantillon in second and a long gap back, that meant from the back of the grid, Matteo Ferro Arza came through into a podium spot in the lovely Ligier-sponsored, Gitan-sponsored Ligier, to take third place on the final podium. Lyons from Cantillon, from Ferro Arza for the final podium of the day. And the final formalities then of the 2020 run in 2021, 12th running of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. What a weekend, 3 times on the top step for Michael Lyons.
The sun has gone, the racing is over, but we only have 1 year to wait. This year's race meeting was the one that should have been held in 2020. That is exciting news. Back in 2022, there'll be more cars, there'll be fans in the grandstand, or more fans in the grandstand. And if the racing is anything as good as we've enjoyed today, we are going to be blessed with a superb treat. I've thoroughly enjoyed every lap those cars, those wide range of cars have been on the track this weekend. Andrew.
Been an absolutely wonderful opportunity to see historic racing at its very best through all these different year categories, and I think that works so well. No, absolutely marvellous weekend. I think a great advertisement for Monaco and for the sport of historic racing.
If you had to pick a highlight now, Bruce, I mean, difficult to go past Michael Lyons and his driving, of course, but what else has caught your eye?
Some of the battling at the front was just so super close. It took me back to the very most competitive of Monaco Grand Prix. I loved the early cars, the Maserati 250Fs we had at the start of the day. I thought Guillermo Fierro Iletta drove supremely well, really neat and tidy and a stunning car. But it really was the racing of the latest Formula One cars. It was brilliant. I loved the battle in the previous race between the Ferrari at the front that didn't get through to the finish for Jean Alesi. I don't know. You ask me, and it's so hard. I have so many thoughts jumbled around in my mind, but really, it was the quality of the last of the 3 latest groups of Formula One cars, quality of the racing, and that really, really, I think I will remember for the longest. I thought we had a great mix of cars. And again, sometimes you see a historic racer who's raced one thing, he's now in something completely different, he or she, and you see them performing so well. But no, I really think it was probably the penultimate race that really did it for me.
I absolutely love the Berner and Lazy battle. I'm so sorry it finished the way it did, but that was terrific action. Of course, Michael Lyons showing his great talent, which is probably underestimated to a degree. But so many other great performances through the years, 1950s Grand Prix cars coming up the next 30 years, and seeing just how motor racing developed the breed.
And what we didn't do, of course, was get to walk around the paddock here. That is a lesson in its own place. And then if you're feeling a little tired, you can sit and look at the yachts or walk down to the seafront and see the Mediterranean lapping. There is so much magic at the Monaco Historique. And I just say roll on 12 months from now, John. We'll be there.
A moving history lesson is how we described it early on. And when you look back to the early cars that were out first thing this morning, Maserati 250F, running around to take the victory. Got to say as well, it's been a very, very good weekend with 2 race victories for Guillermo Fierro Iletta. He's got to be up there as well for driver of the weekend.
Yeah, I think that discussion could go late into the night. Just one little thought. I wonder if we're coming to the time where maybe we could add another class and go Formula One cars 80 to 85, 86.
Well, maybe in time we could edge it forward. Of course, the Monaco Grand Prix has been running for nigh on a century. 1929, we had cars from actually just before that. 1925, the oldest car was one of the many Bugattis, Type 35. So maybe in time they will be edged away a little bit and we will go a little bit later. But then you have to think, exactly which cars will you be bringing? But the beauty about almost all of these cars, they're analogue. You can run them with a historic racing team. The closer you get to contemporary, the more head scratching you're going to need, the more people you're going to need. It's a difficult one.
Oh, Bruce, but I still like to see the front-engine cars like the one we have on screen. I like to see the 250F Maseratis. I'd love to see a Van Wall racing around here. But what a magnificent job that they have done here to make this actually happen. For the competitors, they've been through absolute hoops to get their cars here. They've filled in reams of paperwork they never would have done in the past, and it's all been well worth it.
Guillermo Fierro Elata taking the first win of the day in some style in his 250F with a drive that he will remember for a long time. Gets to park up on the start line and then take to the podium, and it wouldn't be his first and only visit to the top step.
And again, even the way the podium ceremony was run, it was so elegant, and the cooling glass of something slightly fizzy when you got off the podium was a lovely touch as well. But don't forget, it's not just the drivers and the racing, the cars are the stars, and the giant Mercedes SSK, just a fabulous sight. The first ever Monaco Grand Prix won by a Type 35 Bugatti, so of course we had to have some of those. And all of us have developed new favourite cars from the weekend, which I always do at every historic meeting. There's
Totally
something
agree.
I haven't seen for a while, or never at all. You're always learning.
Patrick Blakeney the Fraser Nash, rather, excuse me, and he did get the start, but rather struggled later on in the race.
Yeah, there were a few favourites, weren't there, that ran into problems that made the whole thing all the more fascinating. And another lesson, an old lesson, the start is so important here at Monaco.
Never more than at Monaco. Some street circuits, there's half a chance of overtaking here, maybe only a quarter. But for Pat Blakeney, Ed was immediately looking over his shoulder. Normally he'd be so focused on the corner ahead. He knew things weren't right as he got away, and the problems were intermittent, but increasing as he went through the race. At this point, he was showing how to drift a car. Pure Pat Blakeney Edwards. And unfortunately, already looking down in the cockpit, whenever they do that, you think, what are you trying to check? But at this point, the pace of the Fraser Nash monoplace was more than enough to lead the second race of the event.
Yeah, he was really enjoying his driving, particularly through Casino, drifting the car on the skinny tyres. Problems for Luigi Macchia in the pit lane with his Maserati 4CM. All of a sudden, the 5+ second lead was down to about a second as the Gremlins began to slow down the leader in the Series A grid for pre-war Grand Prix cars and voiturettes.
Yeah, Christian Traber driving very well. The Swiss racer getting closer and closer, and then the gap would open out again, and Pat Blakeney Edwards would think all was well, or we'd think all was well, but Pat knew he was nursing some problems. Great run from Nicolas Alusa in third place in the Bugatti, getting
He's had a good
run on
weekend
his
as
own.
well.
He's had a fab meeting.
Yeah, Nicolas Alusa.
The little Amil car, one of your favourites, John, kept picking that one out. A French beauty from the 1920s.
I just like the patina on that car. It wasn't polished within an inch of its life.
But then that little group of Bugatti suddenly had the race leader coming down upon them. All is well for Pat Blakeney Edwards as he turns into the station hairpin, and then just not picking up. What is wrong? Look down, try to identify what Pat's doing in the car. It's trickling only with the gradient down the hill towards Portier. Now it's firing up a bit, but still using the gradient, not the engine. Something is not engaging. And there goes the change of the lead. Christian Traber going past the light blue Talbot Largo into the lead of the race. And Pat, not happy.
No, big disappointment for him. Lots of disappointment this weekend. And there, the Mercedes just going through, and there, that car abandoned by the side of the track.
Yeah,
The rest
overheating diagnosed. We were told after the race, the car grinding to a halt. That left Christian Traber to...
a rare and surprise victory, really.
Well, he was very emotional at the end, and why wouldn't you be? Lovely car, that Talbot Lago, the T150C MD, as the erstwhile leader's car was pushed away the Fresnel Monoplace. 56 was Ewan Sergison, excuse me, and the Maserati 6CM. Maserati's had a good weekend here on the streets.
He took time to wave to the marshals, but the checker flag was not waved for him, but for Christian Traber. So the second race of the meeting, the pre-war cars, the oldest cars here, the pre-war cars of Voiturettes. He nailed that one in the number 22 Talbot Lago. Then in second place, Nicholas Halusa, making a Bugatti to second. And third place went to Ewan Sargison in his Maserati. 3 makes of cars, 3 different shapes, 3 very happy drivers.
And very emotional as well. When Ewan pulled up, his head goes forward on the steering wheel. I thought it might have been out of exhaustion. It was out of exhaustion, yes, but emotional exhaustion. He'd realised that he was on the podium at the Monaco Grand Prix. But the big trophy going to Switzerland, Hop Suisse, for Christian Traber and the Swiss Historic Racing Team.
And then we moved on to single-seater Formula One cars, going back, 5 decades, I suppose.
61 to 65. Yeah. This was the Lotus lovers. We could have subtitled this the Lotus lovers grid, couldn't we? Various Lotus on the grid, and led away by Mark Taylor from pole position. Mark Shaw rather from pole position. Nick Taylor from the outside of the front row got an absolute stinker of a start, and really at that point, picking up on Andrew's note from earlier, the race was run as far as the white and checkered car was concerned.
Yeah, early running, we had the unusual sight of that ex-Joe Schlesser Brabham up there in second place, but it was to fade. And more as the race wore on, Lotuses came to the front of the grid. Lotus 24s, Lotus 21s, Lotus 18s.
I thought Philippe Bonny, drove that car very, very well, that little Brabham, and looked as though for a while he was going to get a podium. Nick Taylor fighting his way back in the Lotus 18.
In terms of qualifying pace, he knew full well that Nick Taylor would go past him in the Lotus 18, and there comes the move into Saint-Devant. It was easy, he didn't resist it, but there were more Lotuses in the field and they were coming after him, but it was really, really well driven by Philippe Bonny in that gorgeous little pale blue Brabham.
Off in the background there at Saint-Devant, Stephen Jobstill in the number 22 Lotus 24 Climax. So he had a very adventurous race.
Looked like a map reading error, one feels.
Rob Slot. Good drive by Nick Taylor. He'll be cursing his luck for not getting the Lotus 18 off the line. Probably knew he didn't have the pace of Mark Shaw at the front of the field. Mark put on a bit of a demonstration then.
And then second became third, and third became fourth for Philippe Bonny, because Philippe Buhoff with the green and yellow livery on his Lotus 24 made it look very easy going past to take the third place. And for Philippe Bonny, there was another Lotus on the way, so try as he might, drive as well as he could, there was no answer to this particular one for him.
Yes, Stephen Jobstill in the number 22, the V8 Lotus, the Lotus 24. After his wrong slot and his slight detour, found his way around the circuit, and late in the race was able to capture 4th position. Mark Shaw was not troubled in the mid-morning sunshine with an engine that never really sounded on song. It was getting a little more rough sounding as it got towards the end of the race. Whether it was an engine misfire, maybe a loose exhaust, we never found out. It didn't really slow him down, and he was able to control it at a reasonable pace, certainly not the 1:53 that he qualified in, but it was enough.
It was enough, but he must be thanking his lucky stars that Nick Taylor made such a poor start and lost so much ground at the start, because otherwise it would have been a whole lot closer at the end. But as it was, Mark Shaw was able to cruise it home and won by a dozen seconds at the end.
Yes, evocative moments, and the Lotuses with the wonderful colour schemes we remember. But, well, Mark Shaw, former competitor in Formula 3000 all those years ago, still showing he has a lot of talent.
And there's the pass for position right at the end, before Mark took the checkered flag and claimed the top step of the podium, with Nick Taylor recovering to second place and Philip Böhofer in third. They stood on the famous podium opposite the start line.
The steering wheel came off, we got the thumbs up, and then it was a magnificent trophy for the Scotsman.
So that was the 12th edition of the Grand Prix of Monaco. The historic meeting has happened in 2021. It'll happen again in 2022. And rest assured, there'll be just as much action, drama, perhaps even a little more controversy. We did have some this weekend. It's been an absolute belter, and everyone concerned should be giving themselves a slap on the back tonight, because that has been great entertainment, whether you were one of the fortunate ones trackside, and it was good to see some spectators being allowed in. We're not sure what will happen with Formula E and the Grand Prix as far as spectators is concerned. Or I'm sure far more of you tuned in around the world. Thank you for spending your Saturday and Sunday with the Grand Prix of Monaco Historique. Andrew Marriott, Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh, wishing you well and a great rest of the 2021 motor racing season. Get on the internet, start researching being there in 2022. We'll see you there. Bye-bye.